Everybody, I declare open this third day of public hearing of the Senate Select Committee into the National Broadband Network, that being the third day since the government announced its policy during April. Thank you very much for officials from the Department of the Treasury for coming before us this morning. You're more than aware that the proceedings of this committee are public. If at any stage you wish for evidence to be taken in camera, no doubt you will request so. And of course it's an offence for anyone to attempt to interfere with evidence that would otherwise be given by a witness to one of these inquiries, and you're protected by parliamentary privilege. Would you care to state your name and rank? And we've got your serial numbers. Just kidding, for the record.
Thank you, Senator. My name is Richard Murray. I'm the Treasury Deputy in charge of policy coordination. So I've had the sort of lead role in national broadband since about April, I think, this year. Some of the issues covered today probably will predate that, and I will try my best to answer questions around that. My colleague here is Brad Archer. He's in charge of our infrastructure area and dealing with a lot of the issues directly related to national broadband and particularly to competition policy aspects, which is one of our main considerations. And on my left is Tony McDonald from a macro policy area. And he is particularly involved in the economic effects on the national economy. So he's here that he can answer questions on that aspect. And we didn't want to make any opening statement. We know time is sort of short for you, so we're fine to answer any questions that you'd like to put to us.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, gentlemen. Well, I might kick off. I'm sure my colleagues will join me with questions, but I might kick off and ask if you could advise the committee what would be the normal process that Treasury would follow when it's requested to brief the government about the development of a new policy or a project of national significance.
Well, Senator, it would depend on what sort of project it was and in what part of the economy it was. And in many instances it would be a major policy proposal, and some of that may be under our direct line of responsibility. So, for instance, ABIP, which was also known colloquially as Broadband, was a direct responsibility for us. Mm-hmm. So we, in the early stages of that, put together a small team, which when it came to implementation became a large team. And it was a reasonably large team with the backup of financial advisors from the private sector because it was our direct responsibility. When it relates to an issue that isn't our direct responsibility, we want to focus on the issues that are of our direct involvement. So getting to national broadband, our issues were very much focused on competition policy and the well-functioning of the telecommunications market. I think it's probably no secret that for the last 2 decades we've been quite concerned about the overall competitive structure of the market. Secondly, the budget aspects and how to finance a national broadband network, given that policy in this area is not new. It's policy for both sides of politics, and so we've been looking at the budgetary and financial aspects of that for some time. And thirdly, the direct impacts on the economy, which of course is of direct relevance then to overall economic policy. So trying to get this down to what it means for national broadband, it did mean that we had relevance in at least three different areas of the Treasury. That's why I was involved in terms of policy coordination to try and bring then an overall package view from Treasury's responsibilities to the table.
Okay. I got 4 areas in terms of competition policy. I guess you put markets into the same category.
Yes.
Budget impact and impacts on employment. Are you able, and this predates your time in this role, Mr. Murray, but are you able to document to the committee a chronology of the actions that Treasury has been requested to take since the government announced its NBN round 1, if we like, policy soon after coming into government?
I think I'd pass that to Mr. Archer. Certainly on those early stages, I can certainly give you some outline for the current NBN, but I'll pass to him for the early stages, and we may have to take some of this on notice.
I expect you will.
Yeah, Senator, if you're after dates and that sort of detail, I think we would have to take that on notice. I think,
please,
Treasury. I mean, I can speak generally, and Treasury has been involved on an ongoing basis on these issues. I guess since the change of government and as its policy has developed and unfolded. In our role as advisors to the Treasurer in the first instance, we will have advised the Treasurer periodically on developments in this area, and through the Secretary to the Treasury, we actually participated on the panel of experts. I think that was more in Dr. Henry in a personal role rather than necessarily Treasury, but Dr. Henry was on the panel of experts which assessed the tenders that came in response to that government process. And then when the government, I guess, policy direction changed in the wake of the outcome of that process, again, Treasury participated in the development of the policy that underpinned the announcement on the National Broadband Network on the 7th of April. And again, that was on an ongoing basis.
Do any of you have any further to add at this stage to that? Okay, then I'd ask you to take on notice to supplement that answer, Mr. Archer, thank you, with dates and as much particularity as you feel you are able in respect of the actions that you actually took. Is Treasury, this is my final question for now before I invite my colleagues to join the fray, is Treasury involved in advising the government or the lead consultant in respect of the implementation study?
We are, Senator. If I can just background that by saying, are we significant experts on telecommunications? And the answer is clearly no. But we do have certain expertise over those areas that I've talked about. So I am the Treasury representative on the implementation study steering committee of officials that meets regularly to be briefed and to have a dialogue with the lead advisors.
And are you able to give any further detail around the extent of your involvement? You've outlined in general.
Not really, but just to reiterate that in terms of, and I have to be careful here how much I say in terms of the commerciality of all of this, there are unfolding issues around competition because they're the backbone of this proposal is a wholesale-only network, which is a significant development in terms of competition. But there are issues around that, and so we are being asked for our advice on that within the limits of our expertise and our knowledge of the market. There are issues around the governance of NBN Co as a government business enterprise. Now, the Treasurer is not the joint shareholder in this with the Minister for Broadband. It's the Finance Minister. But there are issues around the budget treatment and the classification of all government business enterprises, and our main one at the moment, of course, being Australia Post. But that applies equally to the NBN Co. So we're being asked for our advice on that, and we are giving our advice. So they're probably the two critical areas at the moment where we've got an overarching policy input.
You say that you're being asked
Yep.
for your advice. By whom?
By the Implementation Study Steering Committee, of which I'm a member.
Okay, thank you. I have more questions, but for now, Senator Nash.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, gentlemen. How much is the network actually going to cost to build?
Well, I think that's an issue for the implementation study. As you probably know, Senator, the implementation study will be looking at all of the commercial and structural details of the network and of the company itself. And so they're details that will need to be worked through between now and early next year.
All right. So if we don't know how much it's going to cost to build, how do we arrive at the $43 billion figure?
Well, Senator, that's not an area of our expertise.
Money.
You will need,
That's unusual, Mr. Murray.
well, there are limits to Treasury knowledge, and at times significant limits. The overall costings, I think we've outlined pretty carefully at previous Senate estimates committee meetings that they were issues for the Department of Broadband, as they should be. They're the ones with the technical expertise and the technical advisors in this area, in consultation with the Department of Finance to look through the detail and to verify those costings. So while we have an interest in this issue, we wouldn't purport to say that we have the expertise to come up with the $43 billion or any range around that.
Okay, so you haven't had any involvement in determining whether $43 billion is an appropriate figure?
We've certainly been advised of how those figures have been arrived at, and of course if we had any huge problems with that...
So did you say you've been advised on how they were arrived at?
Yes, but
during
the process...
Who advised you that?
The shareholder departments have been in close contact with us over these costings, and if we'd have had any major issues with that, we would have raised them, but we didn't. We were happy for those two departments to run with that responsibility, and of course we were comfortable with the figures that they then came up with, given the information set that they had.
Okay, so can you share the advice with this committee that you've been given as to how those costings were arrived at?
Senator, that's really an issue that you should take up with the Department of Finance directly and with the Department of Broadband.
We will do that, I'm sure. But you say your Treasury is comfortable at the process to determine the figure that was arrived at?
Yes, this was a normal costing exercise, and we were comfortable with the process that was followed.
If you hadn't been, I do understand you can't share that advice with us, but what would have been the process if Treasury had been concerned about the process for the costings and you didn't think it was an appropriate figure?
Well, I think you're sort of getting into a pretty hypothetical.
Too hypothetical for you?
Yep. And bearing in mind, even though we bring the budget together, I mean, the expenditure costings are a responsibility of the Department of Finance. So we would have to be in a position of having serious doubts about particular costings proposal, and I can't remember when that has arisen in the past over a major proposal. I mean, we're talking about a pretty competent bureaucracy in terms of the Department of Finance over costings arrangements.
All right, so we take it.
Just before we leave that, you're providing the money for the Treasury provides the money, is that correct?
Well, the taxpayer provides the money.
Very good point. don't we know? But you manage it, is that correct? I mean, can you remind me where the $43 billion is coming from? That's your area, isn't it?
Yes. As you probably recall, the Minister for Broadband has outlined that the central scenario wouldn't be that the government's going to come up with the whole $43 billion over the 8-year period. That 49% of that, or up to 49% of that, would come from the private sector. And there's
They hope. They hope.
Even though the government is committed up to the whole $43 billion, right? The proposal is that 49% would be, over the 8-year period, come from the private sector. And then the assumption has been made over the other 51% that there would be around about a 50-50 debt equity ratio. Now, when you look at major infrastructure projects, both public and private, to look at that sort of debt equity ratio looks pretty reasonable to us. And so that appears to us to be a pretty robust assumption at this stage. So that leaves you with an equity funding by the government of about $11 billion. Now, not all of that, of course, is going to be spent over the forward estimates, but we have in the budget numbers enough there to cover the government's equity investment over the next 4 years. And a lot of that won't ramp up for a couple of years. So the first part of it that we have enunciated in the budget is the $4.7 billion that the government had pledged in terms of election commitments. I think it's $2.4 billion is coming from the Building Australia Fund, and the other $2.3 billion would come from government borrowing and through the government's proposals to have Aussie infrastructure bonds. And the rest of the amount that's in there to cover the government equity investment in this project over the forward estimates is in the contingency reserve. Now, it's in the contingency reserve probably, well, for two reasons. One, we need to await the implementation study to get the exact profile that we're thinking about in terms of the equity investment. And secondly, there are commercial and confidence issues around exactly how this is going to unfold as a project, and the involvement of the private sector, and also the involvement of the Tasmanian part of this project. So it was quite clear that we needed to keep part of that in the contingency reserve for its contingency, because it is a contingency and because of the commercial aspects around that.
Mr Murray, would you mind, I don't want to impose unnecessarily on the department, but could you just give us a note identifying where, you've mentioned where we'd find all those figures in the budget and the 4.7,
yep.
But if you could just identify for us where we would find those figures in the budget.
Yep, that'll be fine.
Look, finally, before I've been interrupting Senator Nash here, but just whilst we're on, whilst we're on this point, you say the debt equity seems reasonable, but I mean, you know, even back of the envelope stuff shows that at $43 billion, the thing just won't work. It won't be a commercial operation. I mean, we'll have to be paying about 3 or 4 or 5 times what we're currently paying to Telstra to join up, and no Australian's going to do that, and you know that. How can you be reasonably satisfied that the debt equity is right and the private investment's going to come?
I'm not saying... well, you're saying that I know that. Well, I don't know that.
Well, you do the figures. I mean, you know, divide 43 million by how many Australians are likely to use it, and, you know, over a period of time, and allowing for all the contingencies and the... Well,
Senator, I think that all I can reasonably say on that is that a lot of these issues are the ones that are being looked at in the implementation study. What we saw was what we thought were reasonable estimates about the overall cost, and
you're not serious.
And a reasonable assumption. Well, I am serious. I'm sorry, Senator. And reasonable assumptions over the debt equity ratio in this. Now, we do recognise that, like any major project, whether it be the North West Shelf, whether it be a major infrastructure project like this, that there will be a period in the rollout of this, and so a rollout over the 8 years, when the project won't be fully operational in terms of its revenue capacity. And so built into the 43 obvious capital injections there to carry the project through to its construction completion. And that is normal, and we have been comfortable with that. Beyond that, we are waiting on the implementation study to give us a more detailed breakdown of then the role of the private sector and all of the commercial operations of the company.
Mr. Murray, Opel were going to do it.
Sorry, Senator.
Opel were going to do it for about $5 billion. Telstra, when this started going, I mean, the figure was around the edges, were going to do it for $15 billion. This lot's going to do it for $43 billion. How can Treasury possibly be relaxed about the commercial realities and the debt-equity ratio, which is apparently your responsibility, your advice area, when anybody with a modicum of business sense would know it just won't work?
Senator, I think that in terms of the detail of this, you really should be asking the Department of Broadband.
You're right.
Okay. However, in terms of how this rolls out, and I have to be careful about what I say about advice we've given. I think what we've tried to concentrate on is that there are very robust processes around how this might unfold, and in terms of the processes for commitment to the project. So that's where we have looked at the risks of this project and tried to pitch our advice. Now, I'm not sure I can say much more than that in terms of the advice that we have given.
I do. Do I read just between the lines there and say that you're not all that certain that it is going to be $43 billion at the end of the day?
I don't think you can read anything between the lines at all, Senator.
Senator, I would observe that the Minister for Broadband has, since the original announcement, I think at least on a couple of occasions, stated that, based on advice he's received from people who would know something about the issue, that the network could cost considerably less than $43 billion to build. Now, I don't know whether that's right or not, but that does seem to be some information that's been provided to the Minister. And also, the comparison with the earlier proposals from Telstra and Opel is not it's not really comparing apples with apples, because they're a different kind of network. It was a proposal. Those proposals were for a fibre to the node network, which is really just getting fibre into the street corner and not all the way to premises, whereas the National Broadband Network proposal that we're currently looking at now is a fibre to the premise or a fibre to the home network.
I'm taking Senator Nash's time, so I'll return to
Mr Murray, you mentioned earlier in some comments to the Chair that Treasury had been had for some time been concerned about the competitive structure of the market. Can you just explain for the committee what you meant by that?
Yes, I think I can, Senator. As you know, this market first evolved back in the early 1990s. I don't think it's any secret that we were concerned then that this should be a fully competitive market. And I don't think it's any secret that we were concerned then, and we've remained concerned to this very day, about the vertical integration within the market.
So you think it should be structurally separated?
There are ways and means of arriving at various outcomes, and what we actually think on that gets to the heart of the advice that we've provided over the last couple of years to the Rudd government.
Is that a yes or a no? Is that a yes or a no?
No, if you can let me finish, I might get somewhere on this. What we have looked at is to try to look at a national broadband package that would deliver the best product in the most competitive market circumstance that we thought was optimal, and that one where obviously there are going to be some natural monopolies around any sort of network in such a large country with such a low population, that we could get to a situation where we would be comfortable with the robustness and the efficiency of the regulation that would have to go around that particular network. So that's how we've tried to look at this issue, and that's how we've pitched our advice. Now,
And
I'm
the
not saying
answer
yes
is?
or no, but I think I'm
Okay,
trying to tell you the sort of
Okay.
the
I'll just...
sort of background to what we've been looking at here.
All right. Well, then I'll just ask from the other perspective then. Has operational separation been working well enough in your view to arrive at the type of things that you have just mentioned?
I think that that's probably an issue you should put to the ACCC, but our concerns back in 1990 have not been alleviated to any great degree over this, whatever it is, 19-year period. And I think that the facts speak for themselves.
That's probably a no then. You also mentioned too, moving to the NBN and the wholesale-only network, and I think your words were there are issues around that. What are those issues?
Sorry, could you repeat?
You mentioned earlier to the chair, with moving to the NBN and it being a wholesale-only network,
Yes.
You used the words there were issues around that. What are those issues?
Well, I think they get to the heart of the competition issue, Senator. I'm not sure how much detail I can go into.
So we're back to structural separation again?
No, they're your words, Senator. We're back to trying to... I think that the fact that we are now getting to a situation where we can have a wholesale-only network has been a significant breakthrough from our point of view.
Okay. And just finally, on a slightly separate issue, from Treasury's perspective, in terms of the spend, would there be any issues at all with starting the spending in regional Australia?
I'm not quite sure I understand the question.
If the build was to start
Yes.
in regional Australia rather than the cities, there's been some discussions about when this build actually happens, if and when it does, that whether it would start in metropolitan areas or whether it should start in the regions. If the decision was taken that the rollout should start in the regions, does Treasury have any objection, or is there any reason why Treasury should be concerned that the actual spend would start in the regions first?
Well, these are details that are probably somewhat out of our league. However, in typical fashion, we would have a view on that in terms of the efficiencies. Now, I think it's highly likely that there will be a lot of spend early on out in the regions because the backhaul issues are quite clear. The bottleneck issues around that.
Separate to the backhaul.
Yep.
I'm talking about the overall network, not just the backhaul.
We'd want to look at the details of that. I mean, there's no reason necessarily why you might want to have activities in the regions and the cities at the same time. There are different circumstances, and we're not experts, and we'd have to defer to the government's advisors on this.
But you do advise on competition, on markets,
Yep.
on employment?
Yep, and we would certainly look at all of that, and we wouldn't have a closed mind to that concept at all.
To starting in the regions, great. Thanks, Mr.
Well,
Okay,
it could be
thank you.
starting the regions or it could be doing the regions and the cities at the same time.
Okay.
And we were quite happy to look at that.
Senator Ludlam.
Thank you. Were you asked to provide advice on what proportion of spending on the NBN should be spent on the 10% that fibre won't get to the home,
Yep.
proportionally to the 90% where it will?
That's a detail you'd really have to take up with the Department of Broadband.
Is that because you weren't asked to provide that level of advice?
That's not within our competence to provide that level of advice.
If we can go back to one of the questions I think Senator McDonald was asking about before, where you provide a little bit of information on the range of estimates. So you were asked about the $43 billion and you had a look at that, but also it's been proposed that in fact the spending might be quite a bit less. So what's the lowest figure that you're aware of, and have you provided the government with analysis of the appropriateness of any lower figures than that maximum?
I think I know the answer to that is I don't know what the lowest estimates are. I'm not privy to that. No, we haven't provided advice.
Okay, so in a way you were asked about the worst case scenario.
We were certainly given a rundown on how the costings were arrived at between the 38 billion to the 43 billion estimates that they're then built into the budget.
Okay.
But this is not our responsibility.
It's not your responsibility to model what would happen if the government spending ended up being quite a bit less? I'm just trying to get clear of what your responsibility is. I'm well aware, obviously, that it's not on the technical side of...
Yeah. The responsibilities over expenditure lie with the Line Department and with the Department of Finance. We certainly are concerned about the risks to the budget on a whole series of issues, on every issue, if you like. So we do have a view, and certainly we have taken into account for NBN the various risks and have given advice on that.
So if I can
but what we've given, I obviously can't say.
No, that's all right. And just to make sure that we're clear, it's expected that slightly less than 50% of the funding will come from the private sector, slightly more than 50% would come from government, at a roughly 50-50 debt-to-equity ratio. As far as the... I'm just wondering whether you can tell us a little bit about the bond issue that's proposed, whatever they're called, Aussie infrastructure bonds.
Yes, that's certainly our responsibility, or it's the responsibility of the Australian Office of Financial Management, which is a Treasury agency. Yep. There are various aspects to this, and certainly the Australian Office of Financial Management and the Treasury will be working with the implementation study lead advisors on this issue, because this is a Treasury responsibility. However, the need for Aussie infrastructure bonds will be at least a couple of years out, and so the exact detailed design on this will have to wait till closer to the time. However, what are the possibilities? Certainly, from the government's point of view, there's likely to be options around a retail bond issue. Now we have to look carefully at this, because this would be a new market, and you would need to have a certain amount of liquidity in the market for that, and you'd need to know how you would pitch that to the mum and dad investors, if you like, to make this an attractive proposition, and you'd want to look at how you would distribute that around the country. So there's that part of it. Now, there's also the normal wholesale bonds and the Aussie infrastructure bonds. The Australian Office of Financial Management would be seeking to fit them in with their normal bond programs. I'm not sure if you're aware, Senator, that for each bond line for liquidity you need about $5 billion. So like a 2014 bond, you need about a $5 billion to have liquidity in the market, and you especially want to build liquidity on bonds that are 2 to 3 years from maturity and then out to 10 years, because it's the 2 to 3 year bonds and the 10-year bonds to maturity that underpin the bond futures market, which is quite important in most markets for determining the overall yield structure out to 10, 15 years. So you would want to build the Aussie infrastructure bonds into that program. So all of this is really complex detail, and it'll need a lot of advice from the Australian Office of Financial Management's market advisors, and it will need to be done, obviously, somewhat closer to the time than what we are at the moment. So they're the sort of issues that we're trying to deal with over Aussie infrastructure bonds.
Okay.
Sorry if that was a bit long-winded. But
Senator Ludlam, if I may, on this point, you indicated, Mr Murray, that the Office of Financial Management will be working with the implementation study. In July, the CEO of the Office of Financial Management, Mr Hayden,
yes,
reportedly told the press that he'd heard nothing, and more particularly received no information on the structure and form of the bonds or the possible timing of their issuance. Now, that was 3 months after the Minister had announced this is going to happen, and 2 months after the budget papers. And you say, well, this is very complex and there'll be more closer to the time. Well, has the situation that Mr Hayden stated to the press in July changed, number one? And number two, what is the normal lead time for the involvement of the Office of Financial Management in a forecasting of debt raising, particularly one potentially as significant as this?
Yes, and this is a very fair question. I don't want to speak for Mr Hayden, but my understandings in conversations with him is that he was misquoted and taken out of context. So what's reported in you shouldn't always believe what you read in the press.
Of course, which is why I asked you to reflect. So
Yep.
has he been contacted by those of the implementation study ilk yet?
If I can go back a bit, there has been clear dialogues between the Treasury. This is mainly a Treasury Australian Office of Financial Management issue, and there have been pretty strong dialogue way before the budget and way before the finalisation of the NBN project. So between late January and the announcement of the project, there were discussions between the Treasury and the Australian Office of Financial Management, and there have been discussions since. Now, the contacts between then us and the implementation study team will be to try and get a better handle on the exact profile of funding requirements, particularly going out across the forward estimate years, and certainly in the lead up to each financial year there will then be the start of detailed planning over this. But the whole concepts around Aussie infrastructure bonds we have worked on right from the beginning, and we will continue to work on over the next couple of years as we lead up to the actual issuing of these bonds.
Well, in terms of the normal lead time
Yep.
for the Office of Financial Management forecasting debt raising,
Yep.
what is the normal time? Has it already been breached in this case, or is it still able to be observed? And if so, what is the plan?
You'd have to ask Neil Hayden for all of those sorts of details, but here clearly it hasn't been breached. The funding requirements I don't think are till at least 2010-11 or maybe 11-12, I can't quite remember, but certainly we are some way away from the actual bond issuance, and no way has any of the planning been compromised. Far from it.
Okay.
An important decision in the whole forward planning of a bond program is the actual budget, likely budget bottom line, and of course you don't know that till May, literally like a month and a half before the start of the next financial year. So if you go back, maybe there's planning back in April. So April before the next financial year is when you're really getting into the strong detail about what's the bond program going to look like.
You said earlier that those are questions that should be asked of Mr. Hayden. He ain't here. His
Yep.
agency is in your portfolio.
Yep.
So can you please, as Treasury, take those questions on notice and answer them? And I'll go back to Senator Ladlam. Thank you.
And Senator, I think it's quite clear. I'm not trying to avoid your questions.
I'd have thought that
and I think I have given you a reasonable amount of sort of
Thank
detail
you.
on what the process
Thank
might
you.
look like.
Senator Ladlam.
All right. I'll just be brief because I think we're nearly out of time. But if you can be maybe a little more specific, you said the first issue would be a couple of years away. But can you be a little more specific? If the project rolls out as anticipated, when would you expect a reasonable date for the first issue?
Look, I can't quite recall. Mr. Archer may.
Yeah, no, I think we might need to take that on notice. I think so. Initially, there's $2.4 billion coming from the Building Australia Fund. So obviously, as that becomes expended over time, then the time will approach that the bond issuance will have to take place. But I don't have that information.
I think, Senator, from recollection, it will be sometime during 2010-11, but as Mr. Archer says, we'll take that on notice and we can come back to you on that. And of course, the real detail on this won't be available until we get the implementation study.
Right.
But we can give you some indicative indications out of the current budget.
Is it anticipated that the 50% of the Commonwealth investment that would be the debt component would be raised through these bonds entirely?
I'm not quite sure I understand the question, Senator.
The bond issue, when we get around to it, is that going to fund the entire Commonwealth contribution apart from the 4.3 I think it is that's already in the bank?
Yep. Apart from the $2.4 billion that's in the Building Australia Fund, the rest of the Commonwealth's equity, not the debt component, the equity component will come from Aussie infrastructure bonds. Now, that's up to around 11 billion. The other 11 billion that would be the debt part of this, it is most likely that that would be raised by NBN Co itself on the market. Now, this is a normal operation of a government business enterprise, and if I just I certainly indicated this before it sent estimates, that portion would be like a raising by Australia Post, for instance. Yeah. And that will be at a premium above the Commonwealth bond rate, which is normal in the market, because even though there's at least an implied guarantee over government business enterprises, it's only implied, and the market does set a premium above that for the risks around that particular business, as is appropriate.
Would Treasury normally be asked to advise on that component of the debt raising, or will that be entirely up to NBN Co to organise?
That would be a matter for the board of NBN Co.
Okay. My last one is with Commonwealth infrastructure projects of this scale, would you normally be asked to provide a cost-benefit analysis of the project?
We wouldn't. How should I answer this? Certainly, if you look at most projects, there is at least a reasonable analysis done of likely benefits and impending costs. And certainly, in a best world, you would want to see some studies around benefits and costs. Now, if your question is, has that been done in this case, a formal cost-benefit analysis hasn't been undertaken. Hasn't.
Has not.
However, we, as a Treasury, if I can at least say this on this point, because I think there's been a lot of misinformation around the cost-benefit issues. Certainly, we have thought for some time, given the competitive structure within the market, that Australia has been lagging somewhat behind in the overall rollout of a national broadband network. And some of the benchmark indicators on the level of service, whether it's the amount of broadband width or the actual download speeds, that we have been performing particularly poorly. And we have been very comfortable with various proposals or the overall policy objectives from both sides of Australian politics to in some way roll out a national broadband network. There are significant benefits. They are difficult to quantify, and this would be a major issue for any cost-benefit analysis. There are obviously direct benefits, benefits of increased capital stock that will roll through into potential growth. The increased productivity, so multi-factor productivity, as it's called, which would come from the new technology being rolled across the economy. They are clear, direct economic benefits. However, there are also significant likely benefits of the fact that we would move to a new competitive environment, and that we would have through the retailers significant innovation and dynamics in the market that we don't have now. Combining that with the network coverage and the network productivity, there are likely to be significant spin-off benefits of this. Now, a lot of that is difficult. Those spin-off benefits are very difficult to quantify.
Sure. And
we consider that they are significant,
yeah,
and we've always considered those to be significant.
I realise that a lot of the benefits, particularly long-term, are very intangible and difficult to model, but surely you would have been asked to provide some rough numbers. Otherwise, how do we know, for example, that the government shouldn't be spending 100 billion or 200 billion or 10?
Yep.
There must be some at least back-of-the-envelope calculations out there as to what the network operators are going to be able to charge for wholesale access, for example.
Well, there are various studies. We haven't done the studies ourselves, right? And I've made that quite clear on previous occasions. And we don't have the wherewithal to be able to do that. To do this would be a major modelling task, and it would have significant uncertainties. I think what we've been clear about is we think that there are significant benefits, some of them short-term, which would be immediately evident, and some of them into the long term, and there would be significant economic and social benefits that would probably require you to have a serious look at the sort of discount rates that you'd want to apply to any analysis on this.
Aren't we flying blind, though, in the short term?
Sorry?
Are we not flying blind in the short term if there's not even been an attempt made to quantify the short term? You know, recognising that long term it's probably impossible to do.
Yeah.
Well, you've spoken a lot about the spin-offs, but you've been splendidly silent on the risks, and there are many clear ones and also potential. And essentially you're saying, Mr Murray, if I hear you correctly, that Treasury wouldn't normally do a cost-benefit analysis because normally someone else will do one. At the same time as the Secretary of Treasury has said, well, if there's not an appropriately done cost-benefit analysis of these sorts of projects, then it necessarily detracts from Australia's well-being. So how does all that hang together?
Senator, we're not about to walk away from our Secretary's comments on this. I'm not sure that you exactly quoted him correctly.
No, that was my version thereof. The key words are there.
Yep. And we're certainly not about to walk away from that. As I say, we have been comfortable that there are significant benefits. We have obviously our advice, and I've said this before today, have been around the risks of delivering that. So we think there's significant benefits, direct benefits, and significant benefits to be delivered, particularly through a new competitive, significantly changed competitive environment. But we were well aware of the risks involved, and if I can at least say this, because a lot of this is about advice we've given to Cabinet, we have given advice on how to mitigate those risks and deliver this national broadband network in a cost-effective way. So some of that is around process and some around the actual parameters to go into this. Now, I can't say any more than that, but I am trying to be helpful. But we have certainly sought to address the risks, and that has been the basis of our advice.
Thank you. Senator Birmingham.
Thanks, Chair. Mindful very much of the time, but I just wanted to quickly revisit, Mr Murray, the issues around Mr Hayden and the comments you made in response to Senator Fisher's questioning that he had been misquoted in some way. And my understanding is that the issue Senator Fisher was raising was in fact correspondence from Mr Hayden to the very good Secretary of this inquiry, Ms Kelly, and that letter says the AOFM has had no contact so far with the implementation study and has received no information on the likely structure and form of AIBs or on the possible timing of their issuance. No provision has been made at this stage for the inclusion of AIBs in the AOFM's issuance plans. Full stop. So it sounds very much like well, that is a direct quote. It's a direct quote of a letter on AOFM letterhead signed by Mr Hayden.
Thank you, Senator. If I can say several things. First, you should ask Neil Hayden exactly what he meant by those words. Secondly, what date was this again?
The letter was dated the 6th of July. So
right.
I know,
well,
I think Senator Fisher's question was, has there been contact since then? So,
exactly. Has the situation changed?
The situation has changed insofar as there has been progress with the implementation study, and we, well, if I can put it this way, because there's a lot of commerciality in all of this, we are trying to be, well, we will be the catalyst, if you like, and the conduit between the AOFM and the details that they need, and the details that obviously will be coming out of the implementation study. Now, are we to that situation yet? No. I can't say any more than that. But have we got to the stage with the implementation study where we've got firm details of what the AOFM needs? No. Now, third point, have there been significant discussions between the Treasury and the AOFM about the whole concept of Aussie bonds? There certainly have. And that goes right back to predating the budget in May and predating the announcement in April for this project.
Okay, thank you.
And I think that might just put Neil's comments into a bit of context.
Well, it certainly at least provides some comfort that there has been some discussion in the past on this issue and on the role of Aussie infrastructure bonds in the overall NBN Mark II project. As the catalyst, I think was your word, Mr Murray, or
yep.
the meat in the sandwich, or however we look at it.
Well, I should rephrase that. I mean, we're not normally meat in anybody's sandwich. No. We will have a very strong role in this. If I can assure you that the whole concept of Aussie infrastructure bonds is a high priority for the government, and therefore it's a high priority for us in getting these infrastructure bonds off the ground, both retail and wholesale, and do it in a very cost-effective way. And we have had discussions with the AOFM about that, and a lot of the issues around the policy on that is, first of all, responsibility for Treasury, but in consultation with the AOFM. Okay. So you can be assured on that this is a top priority for us.
And as the catalyst, have there been further discussions since the 6th of July between Treasury and AOFM acting as the catalyst between the implementation study and the AOFM about the implementation and process of Aussie infrastructure bonds?
I think what I've been trying to tell you is not a lot, because has the situation changed? Yes, it has. We have an implementation study that now is clearly up and running, but are we at the stage where we've got some hard numbers that we can work with? No. And I'm not sure I can say any more than that, because I'll just be giving away confidences of the study itself.
One further question that you might take on notice, given that Mr Hyden goes on in the same letter to the Secretary of the Committee to say, so back in July, that no provision has been made at that stage for the inclusion of infrastructure bonds in the AOFM's issuance plans. Can you please inform the committee as to whether that has changed since July?
Okay, I will take that on notice. And his words there don't surprise me at all. I mean, the overall, because all of these numbers are in the budget, the AOFM have obviously a profile out of what funding looks like, at least with the current budget numbers out for the 4 years. However, detailed planning, as I've explained, really awaits what is the budget going to look like for the coming year.
Thanks, Mr Murray. Senator Birmingham.
Okay. Thanks, Chair. Mr Murray, in terms of the implementation study, obviously it is looking at the build of the network, and from that what the cost to build the network will be, and therefore what injection of funds will be. Does the implementation study also have a remit to look at the timing and manner in which those funds are raised, or is that purely going to be a matter for Treasury and AOFM and other relevant agencies?
If I put it this way, to make this quite clear, the implementation study, as you rightly say, will be looking at the costs and therefore the likely profile as this network build rolls out. The actual mechanisms for raising the debt and equity will first of all be negotiations with stakeholders that may want to vend assets in, and presumably the NBN Co itself will have a very big part to play in that. The raising of debt, necessary debt by the NBN Co itself, as this project rolls out, will be a matter for the NBN Co board, and the raising of funds to back the government's equity position will be a matter for the Treasury and the AOFM.
Okay. Thank you, Mr Murray. That did provide some
Sorry,
clearance. Sorry, if I can just very quickly, I'll finish up. In terms of the funding that has been allocated to date, how much has been injected into the NBN Co?
Again, we don't have that information with us. Probably the Department of Finance would be able to provide an answer to that question.
Right, thank you. And of the 4.7 that is known and public versus what's in the contingency for the forward estimates, how much is allocated for the current financial year, or are you not able to reveal?
We do have numbers on that, Senator. We can take that on notice, but I think it is around 800 million. And But we'd have to really get back to you on that.
Sure. If you pick it up whilst at the table, let us know. Thank you.
Senator Lundy.
Thank you, Chair. Look, just a quick question, and you may wish to take it on notice, but I'm interested in hearing a summary view of Treasury's concerns about the effects of long-term vertical integration in the telecommunications sector and indeed horizontal integration in the telecommunications sector and the impact that has on the market.
We'll take that on notice, Senator. Obviously, the ACCC being an independent agency, regulatory agency, has quite strong views on this and can make them public. We're a policy advising agency direct to the Treasurer and to the government, so what we can say publicly is a bit circumspect.
Well,
we need to be a bit circumspect.
I'm happy for you to
but
take
we
it
will
on
take that
notice.
on notice and see what we can see.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr Murray. Senator Nash with one quick question before you're relieved.
Thanks, Chair. Gentlemen, there's obviously a couple of ways forward for the NBN. One is the sort of structural separation and Telstra vending in the assets and having a single wholesale network. The other one, of course, is the option of the government having to overbuild. What's Treasury's view of the impact if the government has to do that option?
If I can put it this way, Senator, in looking at the risks around this project, and I want to be careful here not to betray cabinet confidences. What we have at least based our advice on is that there is a spectrum of scenarios. Mm-hmm. Some of them are risky and some of them are far less risky. And so we have looked at that spectrum and we have tried to give our advice across that spectrum from a situation of competition between various networks to a situation of a more vending model. I'm not sure I can go beyond that, but if I can just assure you that we have looked across that spectrum of scenarios.
Okay. So, and my understanding is I think it's about 60% of the base, the client base, is going to be needed to make any of them viable. So if you've got two, surely it becomes unviable to take the overbuild option.
I'm not expert in this.
I'm just asking your Treasury, and you know the numbers of this. I'm the layman here. I'm just trying to get a bit of an understanding.
I'm not sure there's much I can add on that. I think I've already indicated that this is a large continent with very, very low population. The United States is not much bigger than Australia in area, and it's got 300 million people, and geographically fairly reasonably situated across the whole continent. We do not have that. So there are obviously going to be parts of this network where you would not want to overbuild, and probably you wouldn't overbuild. Now, there are other parts where probably there is competition already, and competition will presumably continue. Apart from that, I'm not sure that I've got the expertise to add much.
Thank you, Mr Murray. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you.
And in the future.
It's our pleasure, Senator.
We now look forward to hearing from the Productivity Commission. Thank you. I think I'll get my office to bring some sharp knives. I've got some. Yeah, I asked them. Can you ask about the offside of the ring and ask them to bring a couple of my sharp knives up? I've got them. Yeah. Thank you. I'll get some from my office. Thank you, Mr Wonder. Welcome. I presume you're more than aware that the proceedings of this committee are public, that you're protected in giving evidence by parliamentary privilege, that it's an offence for anyone to attempt to interfere in evidence that would otherwise be given by a witness of this committee, and if at any stage you consider it appropriate to request providing your evidence in camera, then you may make that request. Can you state your name and the capacity in which you're appearing for the record, please?
Thanks, Chair. I'm Bernard Wonder. I'm Head of Office at the Productivity Commission. Thank
you. You've made a very comprehensive submission. Are there any amendments you wish to make to it?
No amendments.
Then do you wish to make a brief opening statement?
Yes, I will make a brief opening statement. Let me just start off by saying that I was planning to be here with a colleague of mine who's on your witness list, Ian Gibbs, but unfortunately for medical reasons he couldn't be here this morning. That's how it is, and I'll soldier on.
Takes you back to a long time.
Indeed. Well, look, I expect you're quite familiar with the Commission's role and responsibilities, so I don't plan to take up your scarce time on that, although I'm happy, of course, to answer any questions you might have in this regard. In fact, when we were invited to make a submission, I should say, notwithstanding your compliment about the comprehensiveness of our submission, we initially thought we wouldn't make one because we hadn't really done any recent work in the broadband area. So we reflected on that, and indeed your Secretariat encouraged us to reflect on it, and we decided to focus on the work that we had done in related and relevant areas in the past, and thought that we might be able to focus on some best practice policy and regulatory principles that we could distill from that experience. So that's the background to our submission, but I do emphasise we haven't done any recent work in the broadband area.
The committee accepts that distinction and looks forward to the parallels and lessons you'll be able to extend.
Yeah, no, thank you. Indeed, much of the material that's in our submission we did in fact make available to the committee back in September 2008 in a letter from my chairman in response to your request for submissions under the committee's original terms of reference. So I've drawn quite widely on that. But anyway, to move on. Well, the starting point really for our submission, Chair, is the government's decision to proceed with the rollout of fibre to the premises, and I won't go through the detail of our submission, but perhaps I could just make a few points as you suggest. So the first point I guess I'd make would be on the potential benefits from fast broadband, and I'm conscious that in listening to the discussion that was with the previous witness as well. So broadband is what we would call an enabling ICT technology, information and communications technology. It facilitates innovation and in doing so can deliver quite pervasive economic and social benefits. Previous Commission work in this area on the link between ICT investment and productivity, so ICT investment in general rather than broadband in particular, but I think nevertheless the comments are relevant. Our previous work on that link has found that an important contributor to Australia's improved productivity in the 1990s was a competitively driven acceleration in ICT use in many industries. That work is probably quite useful for you. An equally important message that's emerged from a variety of Commission projects is that the scope for Australia to reap the benefits potentially on offer from NBN and other ICT innovations, I would add, such as higher capacity wireless connectivity, will depend critically on strong competition among users to drive the search for profitable applications, and as well on a supportive, flexible and a responsive policy and regulatory environment. So at present we have four methods for delivering broadband internet. Copper telephone lines such as ADSL2, wireless systems including mobile and satellite, coaxial and fibre optic. So a policy environment which retains the maximum scope for competition among these technologies and with any others, I might add, that emerge in the future. This is a fast-moving area. We see that as likely to best serve the interests of consumers and Australians more generally. So the second area that I wanted to make some brief comments on, and I've listened again in this area to the discussion you've just had with the Treasury, is in the area of cost-benefit analysis, which you've been discussing. We make some comments on cost-benefit analysis in the study, in the submission, sorry. And I am aware and heard earlier the discussion about the government's implementation study and indeed the possibility of regional locations as being initially focused on in the rollout. In addition to that, of course, I understand the government has also designated some regional backbone black spots. It's quite a tongue twister for priority construction of backbone transmission links. So, in relation to cost-benefit analysis, I would say that if this is how the rollout is to proceed, then these initial experiences may well provide some very useful opportunities for cost-benefit assessment. In other words, we're going to see some pilots, apparently, roll out, and those pilots are going to produce information, right? And that information can be assessed. So I guess my comment is that they will provide some highly useful data for assessments undertaken possibly in conjunction with the implementation study. And indeed, as further information becomes available, then that information too could be included in assessments with a view to improving estimates over time. Indeed,
Mr. Wonder, if I may, do you have much more by way of opening statement?
Just a few comments, Senator. Indeed, this approach could overcome some of the uncertainty you've been speaking about in respect of the benefits and costs of the project, and it might sound a warning bell as well in respect of potential or over-engineering of the project. So just a couple of more comments. One in the area of financing of infrastructure. I'm aware that you've had, again, some discussion of that earlier. The key points I guess I'd make there are, first, the significance of separating the investment decision and the financing decision that we point out. Second, the right choice of the financing vehicle can produce material savings by better aligning incentives and imposing useful disciplines. Third, you've talked a fair bit already earlier about Aussie bonds, but in another vehicle, of course, is that may be considered is public-private partnerships, and these have the potential to reduce total project costs by aligning the incentives to manage project risks. And the last comment I would make, Chair, is in respect of competitive neutrality. This policy, of course, seeks to ensure that government businesses do not enjoy any net competitive advantage over private competitors just because they are publicly owned. So that is, these wholly or partly owned government businesses should face the same incentives, including earning a commercial rate of return, taxes and regulations that private operators face. So I'll leave my comments there, I think, Chair. I haven't touched on some of the issues in our submission, but I'm happy to address any questions you have.
Thanks, Mr. Wonder. I'm going to invite Senator Ludlam to start.
Thank you. Thanks very much for your opening comments and for your submission. So you have kind of led off with a caveat that you've not done detailed work in ICT in a little while. Have you been asked by the government to play a role in the forthcoming rollout?
No.
No. Okay. Let's maybe pick up where you left off, which was around the question of public or private, eventual public or private ownership of NBN code. Do you have a strong view either way as to whether or not monopoly infrastructure of this kind should stay in public hands? Because the government has signalled an intention to sell down the Commonwealth stake a couple of years down the track.
No, we haven't looked at that question in this context, Senator.
Okay, so there's nothing, I guess to be a little bit more specific in the question, you don't have a strong view either way as to the benefits of public or private ownership of infrastructure of this kind?
No, we haven't come at this from an ownership point of view. We've come at it from a competition point of view, as evidence in our submission, and our argument is that it's the maximum scope for competition that will likely best serve the interests of consumers.
But in this case,
Australia.
with wholesale infrastructure of this kind, presumably you're not suggesting that NBN Co should stay in competition with Telstra Wholesale or anything of that sort. Do you agree that this is essentially a piece of monopoly infrastructure, that at the wholesale level there won't be competition?
We haven't looked at that, Senator. We haven't done any work, as I outlined earlier, on broadband in recent times. We haven't done any work in respect of NBN. We haven't looked at competition between NBN and alternative forms of providing the services, so I can't comment on that.
You have got some quite sharply worded...
Quite what, sorry, Senator?
You've got some quite sharply worded warning signs or cautionary comments around public-private partnerships. Can you just outline for us, maybe with some case studies outside this sector, of where it can go wrong, or the key areas where these things can go wrong?
Yeah, well, thanks for that. I made those comments in respect of infrastructure, partly on the basis of some work, albeit not directly focused on the NBN, but partly on the basis of work that we had done on financing of infrastructure in recent times. I guess the key points are about minimising the risk for the overall project. Okay, so when you look at the various vehicles that can be brought to bear on financing this project, well, obviously an objective is to minimise the cost of finance, and that also is associated with dealing with the risks and how you deal with those finance risks. And different vehicles will deal with different effect in respect of their capacity to address those risks. So the point really was about aligning the incentives of the financing vehicle appropriately with the risks for the project, because if they're misaligned, then you can get some difficult outcomes. For example, and again, I'm not talking about this particular project, but the point will suffice, and it's a point that we make in this other project that I referred to earlier. If, for example, a public-private partnership is, if the terms of that public-private partnership are not well bedded down in terms of where some of the risks are going to be handled, then the contingent liability situation, I guess, is that potentially is that the government ends up bearing those risks. Yeah. So there's a bit of a moral hazard, if you like. If you don't get the public-private partnership right, then you worry about where those risks are ultimately going to be borne.
I think there's certainly some spectacular examples recently in transport infrastructure. Is there any such thing as a best practice guide or a set of guidelines for minimising risk to the public when engaging in PPPs? Has the Productivity Commission undertaken any of that kind of work, or do you know anyone who has?
This publication that I've referred to on financing infrastructure addresses some of those issues. It's on our website, and I'd recommend that to you.
All right, I might come back later if there's time, Chair. Thanks.
Senator Nash.
Thanks, Mr. Wonder. What's your view, if the NBN doesn't go ahead, what's your view of what the impact will be if it doesn't go ahead?
I don't have a view, Senator, because we haven't looked at the implications of the NBN. So if we haven't looked at the implications of the NBN, I don't really know what the absence of an NBN would mean.
Okay.
Before I go to Senator Birmingham, you've said that again and again, Mr. Wonder, we do appreciate it. But is there merit in the Productivity Commission examining the broadband market to determine where the market failures are and are likely to be, so that you can suggest some remedies or even better, some steps to be taken to prevent those failures occurring in the first place, or to, at the very least, reduce them?
Well, the merit question is really a question that needs to be asked of the government. The government is the body responsible for sending the Productivity Commission references, and we respond by completing those references.
And you are expert in that field, so would you not think it would be helpful if the Productivity Commission were to be asked to do that work?
Productivity Commission is expert in many fields, Senator, and the government makes judgments about where our interests and efforts can best be focused.
Well, I presume, of course, if asked, you would deliver. Yesterday.
I don't know about yesterday, Senator. We would certainly deliver.
Okay, thank you. Senator Birmingham.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for your time today, Mr Wonder. Your submission highlights the work of a recent staff working paper relating to efficient financing of public infrastructure, and it makes the point that it is important to keep the investment and financing decisions separate.
Yes.
In this regard, it would appear to me that the government, of course, announced a policy objective, being the new $43 billion NBN, fibre to the home network, and announced financing decisions simultaneous. What do you see as the risks in not keeping those decisions separate, and what are the advantages of keeping them separate?
Well, the point I made, what you refer to is, as you say, is a general point not made in the context of the NBN, but as you say in that staff working paper that you've referred to, Senator. In fact, that's the same staff working paper that I was referring to in respect of Senator Ludlam's questions earlier. So that's the one, Senator. Look, the point of principle is that is not to confuse these two lots of judgments that need to be made in respect of financing and the overall investment decision. And we're making a very simple point that in making judgments about the likely pluses and minuses of the project proceeding, that it should be looked at overall in the first instance to make a sensible investment decision, and separately the question of, well, the appropriate financing vehicle needs to be looked at on its own terms, which have all its own respective benefits and costs, as I outlined earlier, in respect of aligning risks and incentives of the various vehicles. Okay.
So you would say, in a sense, it's a best practice approach to look at whether a project is necessary and provides the net benefits to justify it as a first instance, and then to undertake the requisite study required to see how you might implement that policy.
Yes, separating those decisions. I indicated in the opening remarks that I was trying to bring to the committee some best practice principles that might be useful for your work, and that is one of them. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. You go on in your submission in talking about financing issues, and particularly in relation to specific purpose bonds, to discuss how such bonds, if structured appropriately, can provide a level of market-based discipline to a project. What prerequisites are there for such bonds to be structured properly and to work appropriately?
We address a couple of prerequisites in the submission on page 8. We talk about some of those prerequisites. You'll see there in the third paragraph, one's about the servicing requirement in regard to the discipline, and in particular, I'll just quote from the submission if I could, that bonds need to be serviced from income generated by the infrastructure project rather than from general tax receipts, and that internalises the relevant costs and returns to the project itself. Another is about the real cost of borrowing that sometimes, and I'm not saying in this instance this is the case, but again in general terms, sometimes people talk about issuing bonds and what else might be done in conjunction with that, and tax concessions often come up, and the question then is, well, what do you really call the real cost of borrowing, right? And if a concession, whether it be tax or another one, has actually been made to make the particular finance vehicle more attractive, then the real cost of that finance vehicle has got to take into account those other concessions.
So the second point there relates to not having artificial incentives that would change the market structure for such bonds.
The key point I'm making is that the full cost of that instrument, including any wider ramifications of it, need to be addressed as the real cost of borrowing.
Okay, but I guess the key point for this project comes from your first point that you made,
yes,
and that is the need to actually, for the project to be delivering an income stream through which it can service those bonds.
Yes.
And you've reflected on the fact that such specific purpose bonds were phased out during the 80s and 90s, and so it's been some time since Australia used them, but in work looking at how they were used previously that the Commission may have done, what timelines are required to provide enough market incentive for bonds to work as an investment, and therefore need to have income coming in to actually provide a return on that investment?
Look, I don't have any particular comments to make on that, Senator. I'm happy to reflect on what other studies we've done in that regard. I haven't done an exhaustive search on that over the years. As you say, it goes back some time, many years in fact, although so does the Commission. I'm happy to send you any work that gives any guidance on that question, but I don't have any further comments on it.
That phase out of use of bonds was a global trend?
Beg your pardon?
Was that phase out in the use of bonds a global trend in Western economies?
I think it's a mixed experience where some countries have gone down that track and others haven't. Again, in that publication that I referred to earlier, the one the staff working paper, there is in that paper some breakup of internationally of the different financing vehicles that are being used. Not for this particular project, but in general terms. So how public-private partnerships versus bonds versus other financing vehicles are used in Australia vis-à-vis other countries. And my recollection is the experience is quite diverse.
Okay. Touching quickly on a different subject, you spoke about the need for maximum scope for competition across the different areas of broadband services. Would you describe or think, or has research demonstrated that the wireless broadband market is competitive?
Well, we've got a presence of wireless, as you're aware, in the market, so that attests to that issue in general terms. How it is going to unfold in the future, I suppose, is of key interest. Without doing some very careful market analysis of wireless versus its competitor technologies, I couldn't really tell you of the market shares or the like that wireless is likely to hold vis-à-vis its competitor technologies into the future, Senator.
But within that wireless market at present, a marketplace where I understand no one company holds more than 50% of the market share, there are numerous investors. Is that the type of marketplace that you would expect and describe usually as a reasonably competitive market space?
Yeah, well, that's a tricky issue about what is a competitive marketplace. You could find that at various points in time, what is a competitive marketplace in terms of the shares of different technologies may change over time. It depends on consumer preferences for different characteristics, speed, quality, timeliness, and the like will all come into the fray. Those characteristics will be of varying importance to different groups, depending on their particular significance at any point in time, will steer consumers in one particular direction as opposed to another. So they're the sort of influences on the demand side. Then on the supply side, it's highly difficult to predict what technologies will come forward into the future. Will we see a killer technology, so to speak, that sort of comes forward and dominates all others and basically pushes the others aside? It's very difficult to say, well, what will be a competitive share. And then there's also the question of depending on how those demand and supply characteristics unfold, it then becomes the question of, well, what would an efficient number of suppliers look like? But I don't think, we would suggest that it's X number with such and such a shares all laid out. As I said in my opening remarks, I think we just need to leave scope for that to unfold.
So picking a winning technology is a high-order risk?
Picking a winner technology that basically doesn't leave scope for the competition amongst the others would be costly in the sense that, as I said, both on the demand and supply side, there are preferences for various alternatives depending on the particular characteristics of what different market segments need.
It would be a concern if certain actions or policy actions reduced scope for competition amongst other technologies?
Yes, I think we do need to focus on what is going to promote competition, and as I said in my opening remarks, that does remain a key. Exactly how that is done is something that there's a lot of discussion on, and something which we haven't, as I said, done work on in recent times.
And so wielding spectrum access that is important to one technology as a stick on one hand to try to influence the market share in a different technology, that would raise certain concerns about free growth of competitive tension between those technologies?
Well, we haven't looked at the question of at the premise to your question, Senator, that of stick from one technology to another. I think was the word you used. We haven't looked at that, and
we look forward to the government asking you to do so. I think Senator Birmingham.
I'm happy to, unless Mr. Wonder has anything more to add to that issue of using trying to influence competition in one area of the broadband market by wielding power in another area.
No, I don't have anything to add. Thank
you. Mr. Wonder, your submission talks about policies or regulations that unnecessarily inflate the costs of using new ICTs or unnecessarily reduce competition can lead to delayed uptake and delay in enjoying the benefits thereof. Minister Conroy has said very clearly, reportedly in the press, that the government is saying up front, I think are his words, in Tamworth last week, up front this will be a cross-subsidy, one wholesale price averaged across the whole country, and he went on to give an example of the use of an ATM in Tamworth. Fair dinkum if you pay the same amount to use an ATM in Martin Place in Sydney as you do here in Tamworth, we can do it for an NBN network. Is that not the sort of cross-subsidy that would inevitably place the upward pressure on prices and vex competition in the ways that would at the very least, exercise the mind of the Productivity Commission to delay uptake and reduce the benefits?
Well, look, we haven't looked at that particular initiative that you refer to, Senator, so I don't think I could make any remarks on that. We do make...
You must be able to comment on that in the abstract as part of a market and competition and cost principle.
Yes, I was going to, Senator.
Thank you.
And indeed, I was just going to refer to the submission where we do make some comments in respect of community service obligations and separately identifying those objectives that are relevant in regard to community service obligations and making the funding of those transparent and separate. And we refer to earlier comments that we've made elsewhere about cross-subsidisation, so in order to pursue those social objectives. But beyond that, I don't think I could add anything further.
Well, again, we look forward to the government asking you to add further. Senator McDonald?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know we're well over time. I just have one question, Mr. Wonder. The Productivity Commission recently held a roundtable. Is that
yes.
right? Do you remember Professor Ergas's submission to the roundtable?
Yes, it wasn't. There's been some comment, and in the press I've noticed on that, Senator. We held perhaps a little bit of background about what that roundtable was about. The Productivity Commission regularly conducts roundtables on different subjects. This year, in August, we held a roundtable on evidence-based policy. We invited a number of speakers to give their thoughts about how evidence-based policy might be taken forward, how it's practiced, including international speakers and the like. One of those speakers was, as you pointed out, Henry Ergas, and he gave us a presentation on a topic of his own choosing, rather than, as I've seen it reported in the press, a study commissioned by the Productivity Commission.
Okay, but what was his subject?
His subject was he gave an outline of how they went about a benefit of cost assessment of the NBN.
Okay, and has the Productivity Commission got any view on Mr Ergas's work? Do you agree, disagree? Are you doing work on it? Are you filing it in your papers? Are you just ignoring it? Or what's its status?
We have a view on the work in respect of it was useful and illustrative of how evidence-based policy could be done, which was the main purpose of the workshop. So this was a topic that was mixed with all sorts of different topics, so sure. Not focused on communication or NBN or anything else. What are we doing with it? We publish the proceedings of those roundtables. Takes a little bit of time, Senator, to pull those together because we try and capture the richness of the discussion as well as the presentations. So we will pull together that work, including Henry Ergas's presentation, as well as a half a dozen or maybe more, I can't remember exactly how many others, as well, and
sure.
a discussion on that.
Sure. I mean, there's been questions about cost-benefit analysis for the NBN, which clearly hasn't been done, and someone's suggesting you should be doing it. But I mean, whilst I accept that the government gives you references,
yes.
I mean, does Mr Ergas's work, particularly relating to the NBN rather than the evidence-based policy making, although they should be the same, does that sort of does the Commission have a view on that particular work insofar as the NBN is concerned?
No, we don't, Senator. And the reason for that is that we weren't so interested, as I mentioned earlier, in the particular topic of the NBN as we were in how to go about an evidence-based approach that Mr Ergas chose to illustrate by way of the NBN cost-benefit assessment that he presented. So we weren't relying on his work or anyone else's work as input to particular projects that the Commission was doing, but rather we were interested in it for the reasons of taking evidence-based policy as an approach forward in a more satisfactory way.
I think in your submission you said something about the need to gather evidence that demonstrates the costs and benefits of the NBN to the wider community. How extensive and in what sort of depth and quality do you think is the evidence base for the fibre to the premises NBN proposal?
Well, I'm not aware, Senator, not that I should be, of what work the government has done in that regard. That really is a question for...
well, I don't think they've done anything, but I'm saying what do
I'm
you
not
think?
aware of what has been done, and
but I'm saying...
I can't comment on the adequacy of it.
No, I'm not. I'm really saying how extensive do you, in your submission, you sort of say that good policy requires evidence-based work, and that was the extent of Professor Ergas's paper as well. But I'm just wondering, having said that, how extensive and to what quality do you think that evidence base needs to be in relation to the cost and benefits of the NBN? I'm not saying I appreciate you haven't done it, but I'm saying you're saying it needs to be done. It should be done. I mean, to what extent should it be done?
Well, desirably, cost-benefit analysis can be used as a tool to inform decision making. Now, different cost-benefit assessments will present different challenges. Sometimes they're more straightforward than others, where there is less uncertainty, for example, in what the benefits and cost flows are. You could think of projects where that is the case vis-a-vis others. Others are far more challenging, and without doubt this is a very complex topic that has all sorts of issues surrounding specification of what benefits, what applications this technology will be used for, what values those applications attract, and therefore what numbers do you actually put in your cost-benefit analysis. That's no small challenge, as you would appreciate. But desirably, just to finish the point, sorry, Senator, desirably, if we could gather all that information, then that would be obviously extremely useful. But we don't have that information at the moment. So I was describing earlier a more incremental approach.
Sure. But do you think Professor Ergas has that information in his assessment?
I don't know. You could ask Professor Ergas. He's on your program later this morning.
The Productivity Commission, actually.
I can't really comment on what Professor Ergas has.
Okay. Well, as a result of your roundtable, I mean, this should be well in mind, but yes. Can you just tell us what the risks are of not doing a cost-benefit analysis? In this project we're talking of, but I mean, you could talk generally, I guess.
Well, the risks go to making decisions on a more limited set of data and information, and being able to specify capital approaches in terms of what particular rollout is appropriate, where those benefits are going to be incident and the like. Not having any information about those things, and it's not only cost-benefit analysis, I might add, that would give you that information. So there may be other analyses that are being conducted that provide that information. But a cost-benefit assessment is one framework, right? That you can enter all of these things into.
No, but my question was, what are the risks of not doing it? But I think you've sort of answered that. But
yes.
The potential investors would clearly want to do their own cost-benefit analysis, wouldn't they, before they put, the government's expecting, did we hear, $12 billion into this in private equity? Obviously they'll be doing their own cost-benefit analysis.
Well, I can't speak for them what they would do, Senator, in their own assessments, but I wouldn't be surprised to hear that they would be looking at their investments and the potential payoffs and costs.
Well, of course. As a member of the Productivity Commission, you are a commissioner, aren't you now?
No, I'm not a commissioner. I'm head of office.
Okay.
So I'm not a statutory appointee to the commission. I'm a public servant.
But clearly, private investors would need some sort of a cost-benefit analysis. Why do you think it is that the government is not doing a cost-benefit analysis?
I don't know whether they're doing a cost-benefit analysis or not, Senator.
Well, they're not.
Well, I'm not privy to that information.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Mr. Wonder.
Thank you, Mr. Wonder. Senator Lundy has a quick question before we thank you for your time.
Yeah, look, I just wanted to place on notice what the Productivity Commission's views about the impact on consumers of vertical integration and horizontal integration within the telecommunications sector in Australia, and what some of the observations of the Productivity Commission have been with regard to industry structure over the years.
Right. So you'd like me to pull together the work that we have done in that area and make it available to the committee?
Yeah, I think that would be helpful.
I'm happy to do that, Senator.
Thank you.
Yes, there is some work that I'll be able to, albeit with some age now, that I'll send you what we have.
Yes, we've had a vertically integrated and a horizontally integrated market for quite some time.
Indeed.
Thank you.
Mr. Wonder, in closing, you do say in your submission that perspective and input needs to be got, and I note your answer to Senator McDonald, part of the risk of not doing a cost-benefit analysis, you might base your decision on limited information. You talk in your submission about the need to consult not just with a particular part of a community, not just a particular sector, but the perspective of the wider community. And you also go on in your submission to talk about optimism bias and how that may or may not be influenced by private sector PPSs. Yes. Are you of the view, what is your view as to whether the government has sufficiently consulted with the wider community as opposed to a particular sector? And do you think in this particular case there's a prospect that the consultation has been so limited to the particular sector that would be more likely to be seized with optimism bias in this area?
Well, look, I couldn't...
Noting that the Productivity Commission has not been asked, and, Michael Stutchbury suggested on the weekend you've been sidelined by the process. But
yes. Look, the comments I would make, a couple, Senator. First of all, I'd make the point that we're not the right people to ask about what consultation processes the government has undertaken. Indeed, I couldn't even describe those processes because I haven't been part of them. I'm not in the mainstream of that, so that I'm the wrong person to ask that question. But the comments in the submission are made from the economy-wide perspective and charter that the Productivity Commission has. So in our work, the government expects us to look at whatever the topic, whatever reference it is that they've asked us to focus on, to take a community-wide perspective. And when we take a community-wide perspective, that means looking at some of the impacts that might be beyond the immediate target group in some instances for the work that we do. As you could expect, assistance to industry and the like often has those sort of implications. So it's not surprising, therefore, in this particular instance, we would be saying the same thing. The costs and benefits need to be brought to bear to examination from a community-wide, economy-wide perspective.
Look, thank you very much, Mr. Wonder, and let's hope that, certainly from my perspective, that the government reflects and decides that there may be some wisdom in bringing the Productivity Commission into the tent and seeking your views. Thank you, particularly on this project. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks very much.
And your evidence. Thank you. The committee will take a 5-minute break until 11 o'clock, and then we look forward to hearing from Cables Down Under. and if it is an offence potentially for a witness to attempt to interfere, for a person to attempt to interfere with evidence that would otherwise be given by a witness, and you are protected by parliamentary privilege in providing your evidence. It's also an offence for a witness to give false or misleading evidence, and potentially in contempt of the Senate. If at any stage you wish to give evidence in camera, then make that request to the committee and we'll consider it. You've provided us with a submission. Are there any amendments you want to make to the submission? And then I'll invite you to make a very brief opening statement.
No, there aren't.
Can you please provide your name, rank and serial number for the record?
My name is Peter Downing. I'm the chairman of Cables Down Under, which is a community-based lobby group from Sydney. We initially set out protesting against the Optus cable, but since then we've widened what we've been doing and changed basically to electricity, because if the electricity goes underground, communications cables by necessity must go underground, plus legally and practically.
Thank you. Would you care to make a brief opening statement?
Sure. Firstly, I'd like to thank the committee for this opportunity to put forward the views of Cables Down Under. Cables Down Under had its beginning in 1995 as the peak body coordinating and supporting the efforts of smaller community-based organisations throughout the Sydney region. These bodies were protesting against the erection of the overhead Optus cable. While we did not totally prevent the erection of the pay TV cables, we were instrumental in preventing them from being erected overhead in the suburbs of Haberfield, as well as large areas of Sutherland, Pittwater and Lane Cove Shires, and a number of individual streets in Sydney suburbs where the residents not only protested the erection of the cable but took up petitions and statutory declarations stating that they would not avail themselves of the service while ever the cable was overhead. Today we are a very different organisation to that during those heady days of demonstrations. We have turned our attention to all overhead cables, electricity as well as communications. Instead of looking only at aesthetic and environmental issues, we have broadened our approach to address issues of reliability, economics, road safety and bushfires. We consider both the causes of bushfires as well as the effect of the destruction of overhead communications infrastructure on the community's availability or ability to fight these fires. On a personal note, I've been the victim of unreliable overhead communications system. Suffering from severe chest pains and having had cardiac surgery, I rang my doctor for advice. He advised me to call an ambulance immediately to take me to hospital for investigation and monitoring. On trying to call an ambulance, I was shocked to find that both my phone lines were dead, as well as my voice over IP phone, which was connected to the Telstra cable. Living in an area of poor mobile coverage and in severe pain, I had to walk out into the middle of the street to make a mobile call to 000. We have researched the trends in overseas countries and, to our astonishment, found that the majority of communications and electricity cables are underground. As an example, Germany began burying telegraph cables in 1845, London began burying electricity cables in 1882, followed by New York in 1888. We have even found that many third world countries, such as Rwanda and Somalia in Africa, have underground fibre optic and electricity networks. Today, the United Kingdom is 85% underground and Europe is 70% and rising. If there ever was a good reason to look beyond our borders for a solution, this must surely be it. We should not sit on the other side of the world using outdated technology because of our relative isolation or because that's the way we have done it in the past, but rather move forward using world's best practice. In 2002, McNair took a poll in which they found that the majority of people polled not only wanted their cable-delivered services buried, but they were prepared to pay a levy to achieve it. The issue is so popular that one full-day forum we held on the subject for 150 councillors from across Sydney We had to ask the participants to leave at 5:30 p.m. as we were already 2 hours over time, yet they still wanted to continue. The issue of burying cables is of significant concern to local government in New South Wales. It has been raised at 3 separate New South Wales Local Government Association annual conferences, and it is the association's policy that all cables in major population centres in New South Wales should be buried. At the same time, it is current policy of the New South Wales Parliamentary Opposition to initiate 5 major pilot cable burial projects prior to moving to the burial of all cables in major population areas of the state. It should be recognised at this stage that any overhead communications cables, such as the NBN, will be an impediment to any electricity cable burial project, and as such it will be less than popular. At this stage, I do not believe that the general public are aware that the NBN will be erected overhead. At various functions I have attended recently and at which I have raised the issue, there has been stunned silence, followed by comments such as, "You are kidding, aren't you?" One gentleman even stated that he was an engineer, and he didn't go out into the field, by the way, working for Optus at the company at the time that company's cable was being put up, and he said, "We went through sheer hell erecting the Optus cable, and I would have thought that after that example, no one would be mad enough to erect another overhead cable in this country." I must also state for the record that I and members of our executive are under heavy pressure to arrange community meetings and demonstrations from people who fear that the cable will go overhead. Once it is realised that the cable will go overhead, I expect that Cables Down Under, as we know the organisation today, will either be swept aside and taken over by radical elements, and moderates such as I will no longer be heard. It does not matter what size the overhead cable is, it will be the fact that it is an overhead cable that raises the ire of the public. In addition to these issues, in general terms, we are very much in favour of the NBN, provided that it is affordable and carries as many services as possible, if for no other reason than to get maximum utilisation from it and thereby reduce the access cost. In fact, we have no problem with the government raising debt to pay for it. Establishment provided that debt is not onerous and is well managed. After all, this is a normal commercial vehicle used by most public companies. As an example, 2 of Australia's most iconic projects, which were largely financed by debt, are the Sydney Harbour Bridge and the Snowy Mountain Scheme. Likewise, both these projects were built using advanced engineering techniques without compromising their operation and taking shortcuts or using cheap alternatives. The NBN is a most important piece of infrastructure, and this country needs it to remain truly competitive. It is also important that it must not be built on the cheap, as this will increase running costs and reduce reliability, a liability that we will leave for future generations to carry. There is no greater example of the fragility of overhead cable and infrastructure than in the recent Victorian bushfires. Many Victorian communities were put at risk simply because the overhead cabling that provided them with communications and power were destroyed long before those communities were aware of their peril. Should there be any doubt of this, simply ask the survivors of places like Kilmore East and Maryville. In closing, Cables Down Under recommends that the NBN cabling be buried and that all state governments be approached and given the opportunity of burying their overhead electricity assets at the same time. This would gain economies, in that both networks would be buried at the same time, ensure increased reliability of those networks, which in reality are interdependent, because one won't work without the other, and increase economies and reduce costs through cross-subsidisation.
Thank you, Mr Downey. Senator Nash.
Thanks, Mr Downey. Thank you very much for your opening statement. Can you just describe for the committee just how big the cables are and where they will actually sit at the moment, as is being put forward on the actual cabling system that exists?
We understand that, and you'll see in a submission by Dr Kelso and myself, that currently, and in fact I wish I could take you and show you some of the cabling that we have around where I live. It is quite often to have high voltage cables, say 11 or 22 kV at the top, 240, 415 underneath. Then a metre below that is the Optus cable, and below that again is the Telstra cable. And I would imagine that if the NBN goes overhead, it will be a metre below, up to a metre below that again.
Now, we might just check that, because my understanding was I thought they were actually going to run it where the electricity cables currently exist. So we might check that detail, Chair. Sorry, go on.
That would create a lot of problems. You currently have people who are designed or who are trained to work with communications. They're not designed to work with or in the vicinity of high voltage cables. So if you're going to mix the two of them, it will require further training for the people concerned, and it'll raise occupational health issues.
Okay. Just with the electricity cables that you've obviously done a lot of work on trying to get those underground as well, is that from the optics of a visual aesthetics, or are there other reasons you wanted them buried, or is it mostly to get them out of sight?
Initially it was aesthetics, but the more we went into it, we found, for instance, and I can only speak for New South Wales, but I would imagine the issue wouldn't be much different in other states, but in New South Wales, 10% of the road deaths are people hitting power poles. And that is because of positioning of the pole relative to the curb and gutter. It's usually very close. And also the nature of a pole. It is a hard, unforgiving object. It is relatively small, and so it concentrates the force of the collision over a small area. We have also found from this publication information which was supplied by the...
So could you just say the name of that, just for Hansard? They won't pick up the visual of it, Mr Downey.
It's called Putting Cables Underground, a report of the review of options for placing facilities underground as required under Clause 49, Schedule 3 of the Telecommunications Act 1997.
Thanks, Mr Downey.
In that publication, there is quite a lot of data. And there is some data there that was supplied by the energy distributors themselves. And there are a number of ways of looking at that, but if you take them at face value, you get, by going underground, you get an increase of between 5 and 10 times greater reliability, and the cost of maintenance is halved. That's on their figures alone. So when I cite figures, they come from publications like this. In an IPART report, Energy Australia and Integral Energy spend between them $50 million a year on trimming trees, which is another cost that you would not have to bear if they were underground.
Okay. Are you aware of the difference in funding that would be needed to move from what is being proposed with the aerial cabling to move it all underground? Do you have any kind of ballpark figure that you've done any work on?
Yes, in 2001, 2002, we were given certain information by the New South Wales Government. We were asked to do some modelling on it. I've left some CDs and DVDs. A copy of that modelling is on there. And we found that by the time you put in the costs, the number of buildings involved, and then there is also offsetting costs such as trimming trees that you wouldn't have to do, etc. And we said it would take 40 years, and that's based on the fact that you would have to make and bury 62 kilometres of cable a week, which is the easy part. The hard part is actually cutting the cable and splicing it where it goes into the houses. And if you amortise the cost onto the consumer, it would be 62 cents a week on their electricity bill, and $20 a year on their motor vehicle registration. Actually, it should go on to their insurance rather than their registration, but it's more convenient to put it on the registration because you're only collecting from one entity instead of 20 or more.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Senator Ludlam.
Thanks. Thanks very much for your evidence. Have you made direct representation to Communications Minister or to the government on this issue as far as the NBN rollout is concerned?
No, I haven't, but I have had meetings with two members of the government who I believe have passed that information on.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about your group? Is it a membership of individuals or membership of constituent groups?
Both.
Both, okay. And what do you? How many members would you say your group consists of? And are you just New South Wales or?
Just New South Wales, but it's quite interesting at the moment, and this does happen from time to time, but the issue seems to be hotting up at the moment. We're getting calls from interstate, and I have certainly had emails and faxes from New Zealand.
Okay. Oh, from New Zealand too. So obviously we're in the early stages of a rollout in Tasmania. Is there any interest there, and are you getting a sense as to the government's intentions as to how much will be aerial and how much will be buried from the rollout there?
I can only quote from an interview that I saw on TV where 70% of it would be overhead and 30% of it would be underground.
Okay. What was the source of that?
I believe it was an interview with the Prime Minister.
Okay. Is it purely? Sorry.
It was on a news broadcast.
Okay. Is it purely cost? What's the approximate cost ratio for cabling overhead versus underground, just as the upfront costs?
Look, that is beyond our ability to judge at this stage.
All right. Do you have a rough idea, or is it 5 to 1, or 10 to 1, or 100 to 1? What's the?
No, I don't believe it'd be anything like that.
Okay. Because you've made some quite useful points to my mind on the long-term costs and then also associated costs, i.e. trimming of trees, road accidents, maintenance and so on. So is it your intention to do that modelling, or would that be a useful question for the committee to pursue?
It is beyond our resources to be able to do it at this stage because we don't have access to the data. But it would certainly be good for the committee to look into. I would really suggest that you be looking at the ongoing costs, such as reliability that I was talking about earlier. Some of the worst bushfires I've been in as a member of the Volunteer Bushfire Brigade, as it used to be, we started from power lines, and communications was one of the biggest problems because in a lot of hilly areas, mobile phones and so forth just don't work. Even the radios in the truck don't work because of the hilly nature.
In that publication that you referenced before, or whether you've got any other resources along these lines, is it the case that glass fibre is more fragile than copper or coax? Is there any data to support that?
The easy answer to that is that we are talking about a piece of glass. You can only bend it in a certain radius. You bend it any more than that and it'll break. It has to be handled with care. It is fragile. And yes, you can stiffen it up by shielding and so forth. The other side of it is when it does break, say a tree limb comes down across it, if it's a copper wire, you can, in a lot of cases, get by just twisting the two ends together. Obviously, you can't do that with fibre optic. You basically have to butt weld the two ends together. It is very highly skilled and expensive process.
Can you point us to any references or data that would maybe put some that would help us quantify those points? Where could the committee go to for kind of operational data or statistical data about reliability?
I would talk, I think, to people like Pirelli Cables who make it.
All right. You said also in your opening statement you're a little bit, not to paraphrase, but you're a bit worried about being pushed aside by radical elements, and I wonder whether these are the people you refer to in the future problem section who have threatened to drive trucks with giant hooks down the street, ripping cable down if it's installed. What did you mean by those comments about being pushed aside by radical elements? It sounds a bit alarming.
I get phone calls from time to time, and that one about the guy with the truck, very large truck, and he was just so infuriated that he threatened to do that.
Is that just a visual thing for people? I mean, what is it that inflames people so much about overhead cabling?
In his case, it is both visual, and he also had a problem getting large vehicles on and off his property as a result of existing cables. When the Optus rollout was on, I actually stopped and talked a neighbour out of throwing a grappling hook over the Optus cable, putting it on the back of his four-wheel drive and dragging it down.
Good work.
We're not. I should state we're not in favour of that. If we were, I would not have talked him out of it.
I understand that. You've put that in writing as well. That you're not advocating that sort of violence or civil disobedience in that case. But still, I mean, it's probably very difficult to quantify. But how many phone calls along those lines are you getting? At
the moment, it's ramped up. As many as 2 a day.
Of people threatening civil disobedience around these sort of things?
Yeah.
That's remarkable. What are you encouraging them to do when you're on the phone with them?
Wait and see what happens. It may not be as bad as they think.
All right. I wanted to ask you about...
Whilst you're
go ahead.
getting there, Senator Ludlam, Mr Downey, you talk in your submission about there's, or your words are widespread support in the electorate, a great desire in the electorate for the current overhead cables to be underground, and you've gone some way to this in talking to, in the evidence that you've provided to Senator Ludlam. But do you have anything other than compelling but nonetheless anecdotal evidence about the concern in the extent of the concern in the electorate about overhead versus underground?
It's interesting. The most recent example I had, my next door neighbour was a missionary in Ghana for 12 years. He was telling me that most of their overhead infrastructure is actually buried in Ghana. And he can't believe why it is overhead. He invited me along to a church dinner. There would have been about 150 people there. And I was asked what I did for a living. When I said I was retired, and they said, well, how do you fill your time in? I told them. And then when I mentioned that the NBN would be going overhead, they just could not believe it. They said, we should not have any overhead cabling.
Do you have any empirical evidence? You're based in New South Wales. You say you're getting phone calls and emails countrywide. Do you have any empirical evidence, Australia-based, about your claim, to substantiate your claim that there's a great desire in the electorate for cables to be underground?
If I could give you one example, back in I think it was 1998, when the committee writing the Putting Cables Underground report, they visited Western Australia, where they had a project over there at the time to bury existing power lines. It was done by the government through the electricity distributor over there and through the council. They asked for expressions of interest, and that's all it was. There was no money involved. They just asked for expressions of interest on how many people would be interested in burying the cables, and most of the replies came back with cheques.
Do you have any evidence of that? You might take that on notice.
Not in writing, no.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Senator Ludlam.
I'll just come back with a couple more if we've got time. Your understanding of the need for local government consent, as far as, with cable laying, overhead or underground, does the government need consent from local government authorities before it makes a decision on where the network goes?
As a result of this report that I referred to earlier, there were changes made in the Communications Act which required Telstra and Optus to lodge a DA with the local council prior to erecting any overhead cables.
Is that just in those LGAs that have passed resolutions, or is that now right across the board?
That's Australia-wide.
Okay. All right then. What's the next best option if the government later today comes back and says it'd cost us $100 billion to put the entire network underground? What would you be advocating for then?
I don't believe the figure would be anywhere near that high. I would be wanting to have a look at the figures and go through them. We've had this before. There was an inquiry into the undergrounding of power lines in New South Wales, which was conducted by the Independent Pricing and Regulatory Tribunal, and I have to say that the technical side of it was excellent, but by the time the economists got hold of it, there's some really stupid statements in there. For instance, one I can quote is there would be additional costs involved with the putting cables underground, such as the landscaping of nature strips, the provision of bubblers, public conveniences and bus stops. They also were advised by the Australian Electrical and Electronic Manufacturers Association, which is now part of the Australian Industry Group, that they had a figure of $1,500 in there for their for erecting lights, street lighting, and they were advised that it was under $1,000. In fact, I went and got quotes, and for a one-off, I could do it for under $1,000. Yet it was not changed, even though they were advised twice in writing and once verbally at the public consultation.
All right, just to finish up, I just wonder whether I could ask you to help the committee. I think it will be a worthwhile exercise for us to do to get some sense of the relative costs, short-term and long-term, of aerial cabling versus underground. If you can provide us with any referenced material or any studies that you're aware of that will help us with either the direct costs or the sort of the collateral costs of either option, I think that would probably be quite helpful.
Believe there are costs in here.
What date is that study?
It was published, I believe, in 1998 from memory. Yes, 24th of November 1998 it is signed.
That's 11 years on. I suspect we're going to need something a little bit more up to date than that. But just any in your work or your membership, anything that you're able to provide to us by way of reference, I think would be really helpful.
Or who's the best person to go to?
Yeah.
Recognised group of engineers or something that do this work?
Not that I'm aware of. I'm in constant contact with people in the industry, and with the increase in fuel and so forth, I had expected, by the way, we're not talking about trenching. we're talking about using techniques like horizontal boring, where you actually bore a hole underneath the ground. In this case, if you're going to do electricity at the same time, you'd pull 2 conduits through instead of 1. And he was saying that costs had not gone up, even though fuel and labour and so forth had, because the technology is advancing at such a rate that it's offsetting the increase in costs.
All right. So I guess just to restate the request, if you're able to, through your networks, encourage specialists or people who might have this information to provide it directly to the committee, I think it would really help us.
But perhaps just on that point, is someone already, people are doing that every day, I guess, what you're proposing, somewhere in the world. I mean, is it a simple equation of working out what it's costing someone who's doing it today and multiplying that by the circumference of Australia or something?
I have left a number of CDs here. One of them is by a company called Trenchless Advisor. Now, he is, amongst his clients are Energy Australia, Integral Energy, New South Wales Railways, Sydney Water, and his business has grown at such a rate he has now opened an office in Perth. There is such a call for his service, and what he does is that if you're Energy Australia and you want to bury a cable or go overhead, you go to him and he will not only get you do the design work, get you all the approvals, but also give you a short list of companies who have the necessary expertise to do the job.
Would he be the sort of person, at no cost because the committee has no money, that might, just as a public service, give us a rough, on the back of the envelope, costing of...
I will ask him.
What you're talking about? That
yes.
Might be... And sorry to Senator Ludlam, but you're saying it's trenchless, so you start one end of the street with a pit and then push a cable through the other end of the street? Yeah, you basically
dig a hole in the old figures, if you like, 2 foot by 3 foot at your entry point, and then you put another one at your exit point.
And just push a...
And you just drill a hole underground. Now, these things have sonar heads in the boring head, and the guy walks down the street with a wand, and that talks to the boring head, and he has a readout on his wand which shows him the direction of the boring head, whether it's going up, down, left or right, the depth, and that is relayed wirelessly back to the operator. But in a lot of cases, they'll go off to someone like Dial Before You Dig, and they'll tell them where all the other services are, but before they do that, they will often go down the road with ground-piercing radar, which tells them where the other services are. So the driver actually has a printout, and he can steer the head, and it comes out at the next pit. The longest known bore that they have done is 2.4 kilometres.
Can I just... Do you know, can you tell us if anyone's doing it in Melbourne or Hobart, that we might go and have a look at it?
They're certainly doing it in Western Australia, and they're doing it in parts of Sydney for the authorities that I mentioned earlier.
Okay.
Thank you.
In fact, there is one job that they did under the Hawkesbury River at Wiseman's Ferry. They went underneath the river through sandstone, and they came up the other side of the river. It's a fairly wide river. They came out within 5 centimetres of their target point. They then put a back reamer on then, and as the back reamer is pulled back, it opens out the hole and pulls the conduit in behind it.
The Secretary may be in touch to get further details as to where we can investigate some of those really good examples, Mr Downey.
That incidentally has been used in Western Australia.
We hear you on that. I note your answer to Senator Nash about your organisation would not be opposed to a government going into debt to build underground, and I think your words were provided that as long as the debt was well managed.
And not onerous.
And not onerous, which raises issues for other parties to answer. If, for example, though, Telstra were to decide to upgrade its existing network to fibre, then the majority of that build would be underground, would it not? Complementing its ducts and cables in any event.
We would imagine so. However, there is a body of opinion within our organisation that in a country the size of Australia, with the population density we have, competition is not really effective, because you're basically just duplicating what's already there and forcing up the cost as a result.
Okay. Thank you. The modelling that was done by the New South Wales Government, to which you referred earlier in your evidence, is that on one of the CDs?
Yes, it is, but you have to be talked through it, and I would be happy to do that at some future time. Even if somebody just wants to ring me, I can talk them through it.
Thank you very much, Mr Downey, for your time today and for the thoughts and your good fight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Could I just say that if you require any further information, I can be contacted by email or phone or fax. I'd be happy to supply.
We'll chase you for those details if we don't already have them. Thank you. The committee now looks forward to hearing from Mr Henry Ergus.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Welcome, Mr Ergus. As you're well aware, the evidence that you provide to this committee is public. It's protected by parliamentary privilege, and if at any stage you wish to provide your evidence in camera, then you may request to do so. I understand, Mr Ergus, you're appearing before us in a private capacity today, but if, for the record, you could state your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing.
Yes, my full name is Henry Ergas. I'm appearing as an economic consultant.
Thank you. We have your submission. Do you wish to amend it in any way? And then I'll invite you to make a brief opening statement.
No, I don't wish to amend it.
Then do you wish to make a brief opening statement?
Merely to make 2 points, if I may.
Mm-hmm.
The first is to apologise for the fact that my co-author is not able to be here today. He was intending to, but was unable to at the last moment. And the second is to emphasise that obviously the views we express are very much our own.
Thank you, Mr Ergus. Senator Birmingham.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr Ergas, for your submission and your time today. You've been a bit of a focus of commentary on issues around the NBN, and I'm very pleased that you are still here and appearing before us and answering the questions that we all have for you today. I wanted to turn firstly to issues of pricing, and your paper and you have discussed how Australia's broadband pricing might compare with OECD countries, and in particular you've highlighted the role that subsidies might play in distorting some of those analyses of pricing issues. What's your understanding of access subsidisation or price subsidisation in other OECD countries, and how that has perhaps distorted the perceptions of pricing in Australia and elsewhere?
You mean specifically with respect to next generation access networks?
Yes.
Well, in a number of countries there are subsidies available to next generation access networks. The extent of the subsidies varies, as does their form, and that makes it difficult in a number of instances to know the exact quantum of the subsidy. For instance, in a number of European countries, particularly in France, to a lesser extent in Austria, to some degree in Sweden, the local authorities have subsidised the deployment of fibre optic networks of varying capacity, varying design, and varying reach. The subsidies they've provided are not always transparent, and as a result it's difficult to know exactly how much impact they've had on prices. Because of that, there is an element of uncertainty and potential distortion in international price comparisons, which it is obviously difficult to correct for.
Okay, thank you. You've gone on to talk about alternative ways in which broadband access can be, or broadband development technology and rollout can be stimulated, and particularly your proposal for a voucher system as some sort of means to provide a possible demand-side stimulus. How do you envisage such a system could work?
There are a number of mechanisms that can be used to provide subsidies. In some cases, the subsidies are internal to an operator, and that's what we refer to as a cross-subsidy. And typically a cross-subsidy involves charging a higher price above cost in one area, so as to charge prices that are below incremental costs in other areas. And that was the approach that we broadly had in the PMG and then to some extent in telecom. As of 1987, with the then government's discussion paper and then the white paper on communications reform, the approach adopted was one of moving to make subsidies explicit. And so to move away from reliance on cross-subsidies to reliance on more targeted subsidies, and that, of course, was the policy direction that was taken throughout the infrastructure industries subsequent to the Hilmer report. Now, there's a range of ways in which you can provide explicit subsidies, and the two main and most obvious ways in which you can do so are, first, you can provide subsidies to producers, or second, you can provide subsidies to consumers. And generally, what we believe is that it tends to be more efficient to provide subsidies to consumers than to producers where two conditions are met. The first is that the economies of scale in supply are not overwhelming, so that you can have a range of approaches to supply. And second, that consumer needs differ, so that some consumers require one variety or have a demand for one variety of a product, and other consumers have a demand for another variety of a product. So in the schemes that we provide, for instance, for subsidising satellite access in remote areas, what we've done over the years is to move to what are de facto voucher schemes. So the subsidies essentially go to the consumer. That would likely be reasonably efficient in the supply of high-speed broadband services, because inter alia it would allow for competition between alternative modes of supply, and in particular wireline and wireless supply, and within wireless as between fixed wireless and mobile wireless. So that's the type of mechanism that I would have in mind, and it's very similar to the mechanism that a very large cross-section of economists, including several Nobel laureates, recently recommended to the Federal Communications Commission in the United States.
So if we look at those two preconditions that you mentioned partway through there, Mr. Ergis, that the first, that the economies of scale are not overwhelming to investment and service delivery, and the second is that consumer needs differ. It obviously, from your comments, you think that in the broadband marketplace, those two conditions are very clearly met.
I believe they're met. Obviously, one can always be disproven by subsequent outcomes. So my approach would be to say, if we think this is a reasonable approach and consistent with economic efficiency and social equity, then we should try it. And if it doesn't work, let's look at alternatives. And the reason I believe those conditions are met, particularly the condition with respect to economies of scale and scope in wireless supply, is that looking internationally, what we see is competition both between alternative forms of wireline supply and, perhaps even more importantly, between alternative forms of wireless supply.
Okay. Such a voucher system, if put in place, is it something that you see would be required indefinitely, and if so, in what sort of circumstances, or do you think that it has the potential to stimulate enough investment and competition in the marketplace that that eventually all such services could be provided on a commercial basis?
It obviously depends on the cost of service in different areas, and it is possible that there are some areas where service costs are so high relative to consumer incomes and willingness to pay that if you wanted service to be provided, and it's not really clear to me that you would, but nonetheless, if you did, under those circumstances, that you might require the subsidies to essentially be perpetual. That said, you would expect that in most areas it's a question of timing, and that over time, as the density of subscribers rises and as technology progresses and unit costs of supply fall, that the subsidies could be wound back. There is some empirical work for the US and for France that tries to estimate models of this kind, and whilst the frameworks are fairly complex, by and large they suggest that the subsidies would be temporary.
Okay. Changing issues briefly, you've looked at and studied the impacts on BT, British Telecom, of functional separation there, have you?
I'm sorry?
Have you looked at the impacts on BT of the functional separation that has been imposed there?
Yes, I have.
And what do you find to be the impacts there in terms of the costs and benefits that may have accrued both to the company and indeed to the provision of services in the UK?
Well, there's a very good paper on this that's just come out, and that I would refer you to, by Bob Crandall, Robert Litton and Jeff Eisenack from Brookings. And probably what they conclude is that there's certainly no evidence of an improvement in performance in the UK, and some evidence of a deterioration in at least relative performance in the UK. The difficulty one has, as with all such situations, is that there were several factors that were changed at once. So you had both functional separation, but you also had a significant change in the pricing of the unconditioned local loop service, the copper pair service that is used by competitors to BT, and an increase in the effective availability of the unconditioned local loop service. It's not easy to disentangle the impacts of functional separation from the impacts of those other changes, but to the extent to which people have tried to do so in a rigorous way, they've broadly taken the view that it's not obvious, at least, that the benefits from functional separation have outweighed the costs.
Thanks, Mr. Ergas.
Senator Ludlow.
Thank you. Thanks very much for coming in today and for providing the paper. You've had probably made one of the most extensive attempts, I suppose, to provide a cost-benefit analysis of the NBN in the absence of many others attempting that work. And the costs are relatively easy to identify. But how on earth do you model the benefits of a project like this, in which some of the applications that will be used on the NBN haven't even been invented yet? How do you monetise benefits of something like that?
Well, that's always a great challenge, and of course it's a challenge that we face in many, many areas, so it's not solely in this particular area. For instance, it's obviously the challenge that we face when we take collective decisions about how much to invest in research and development. We don't know what will be invented. If we did, it would already have been invented. And yet we somehow have to allocate resources to research and development relative to the many other goods and services or uses of resources that are available to us. And as a result, we've developed a range of ways of trying to deal with that. And you can argue about how perfect or imperfect they are, but they are the ways that we have at our disposal. Now, one way to do that is to imagine that really what is happening is that we are constantly developing new applications, and some of those applications will be quite unexpected, but those applications in turn will generate a requirement to use underlying network capabilities. So, for instance, when in 1985-86 I was doing the modelling for the report I did for the then government on Telecom's investment programme, I worked on the assumption that demand for data transmission would grow by about 10% a year for the next 30 years. Now, I had no idea what it would be used for. I started from the assumption that any ideas I had in that respect were likely to be wrong. But it did seem to me that there were clear signs internationally that data demand was growing very, very quickly, and that it would continue to grow for very long periods of time. There was no obvious saturation point for it. Now, because you can do that, so you can say, well, and I wouldn't claim that I had foreseen email or had foreseen Skype or any of the myriad applications that we now all enjoy, but I could see that they would translate into underlying bandwidth requirements. And so that given those underlying bandwidth requirements and plausible assumptions, you could project capacity to pay or willingness to pay. And if you project willingness to pay, then effectively you're saying, I don't know exactly what it is that consumers will be buying, but if I look at the historical trends, a rate of growth in willingness to pay of X or Y is not unreasonable, and then you can sensitivity test that. And that's broadly the approach, the first approach that we adopt in the paper. The second approach that you can take is you can say, well, again, I don't know exactly what we're going to be doing with these technologies, be it the existing network or new future networks, but looking at the historical evidence, I can make some informed assumptions about how that translates into productivity and hence into growth in the economy's ability to pay. And so I can give the economy a productivity shock, as it were. I can just assume that there will be an exogenous productivity shock and model the gains to the economy from that productivity shock as a way of calculating the benefits. And that's the second approach we take. Now, in both of those approaches, what you need to do is to carefully specify what the counterfactual is. In other words, what the reference scenario against which you're assessing the change looks like. And so one of the most famous studies of this type was a study that was done by an economist who got the Nobel Prize in part for this work, looking at the impact of the railways in the United States. And you would have thought that the impact of the railways would have been huge. If you're comparing a world where there are no railways to a world where there are railways, you would have imagined an extremely large impact. And yet his best estimate was that the railways added about 4% to US GDP in the long run.
Are you implying there that if you'd been asked to do a cost-benefit analysis on the public construction of the railway network, that you'd have ended up recommending not to bother?
No, I'm not recommending that because that depends on the costs.
Because
what I'm saying is that what you need to do is you need to specify your counterfactual. Now, his case, the world was one where there were no railways. In our case, what we were looking at was a situation where you had networks that were capable not of gigabit per second speeds, but were at least capable of relatively high speeds. And so what you needed to do was try to value willingness to pay for the increment in speed. And that's the approach we took.
If I may, Senator Ludlam, Mr Eggers, when you say that the costs of the government's NBN proposal may outweigh the benefits by some 40 to 20 billion, are you basing that 14 to 20 billion? Are you basing that assessment on the best possible scenario in terms of the things that we don't yet know, the things that the Finance Minister, the long-term unknowables, the reasons for which the Finance Minister has said we can't do a cost-benefit analysis? Are you presuming that all of those things will end up in a best-case scenario and basing your 14 to 20 bill more cost than benefit on that?
No, what we do, Senator, is we assume a rate of growth of willingness to pay that is consistent with the historic trend in willingness to pay, and we then assume a higher rate of growth in willingness to pay for high-speed applications relative to low-speed applications. It's on the basis of...
Is that a combination of both the scenarios that you outlined to Senator Ludlam earlier, the 1 and 2? So it's not an either-or, you've done both, predicting use and...
No. Sorry. When we use... You can think of these two approaches as being... One approach is a bottom-up approach, where you start from consumers and you say, what are consumers' valuations likely to be of the benefits of these technologies? And you can think of the other approach as a macroeconomic rather than microeconomic, top-down approach, where you say, I model the economy as a whole, I assume an exogenous increase in productivity, and I translate that into a measure of well-being or welfare. Our cost-benefit analysis is based on the bottom-up approach. But in the bottom-up approach, the way that works is that we assume a rate of growth in willingness to pay, and we then assume that the willingness to pay for high speeds increases more rapidly than the willingness to pay for lower speeds. So the willingness to pay for all speeds is rising, but it's rising especially rapidly for the higher speeds. And that is intended to capture the fact that over time we expect that applications will emerge, they're not there yet, that make particularly good use of those higher speeds. We then value the benefits in that way. That's an absolutely conventional way of doing this sort of exercise for new goods, and we then use that valuation to compare it to the schedule of costs, and that then gives you the comparison between the costs and benefits, but obviously you've got to discount those two streams to the present, and we use a range of discount rates to do that, and that then gives you the range of the net cost associated with the project.
Okay, so given the long-term unknowables, in the words of the Finance Minister, and given the inherent risk, the inherently unpredictable things to which he also referred, are you saying that essentially that analysis that you've just outlined is the closest you're going to get to what the Finance Minister might call an orthodox analysis, and that it should be accepted as so at this stage, given the unknowables and unpredictables?
Yes, that's correct. And in that sense, it's no different from the situation you face when you evaluate very long-lived transport projects, where you might be evaluating a transport project that involves bridges and tunnels that will have a life in excess of 100 years. You nonetheless have to, even in those circumstances where clearly who can predict what the Australian economy will look like in 100 years? I don't believe anyone sensibly can. But even in that case, what you have to do is try to model the costs and benefits, or equally with climate change. Climate change involves a huge number of unknown unknowns, and yet I believe most people would accept that it's sensible to try to model the economic consequences and the costs and benefits of climate change and of alternative responses to it.
Well, the government's certainly claiming to be able to do so.
Indeed they are.
So if the government were not to accept what you are saying in respect of your cost-benefit analysis and its orthodoxy at this stage, when would be the stage at which the government ought be able to do, in the words of Minister Tanner, an orthodox study? Would it be at the conclusion of the implementation study? Is that what you'd expect would, reveal the long-term unknowables and the inherently unpredictables?
Well, it might make some of the elements of such an analysis clearer. Obviously, what will be done, or what I assume is being done in the implementation study, is to do a very detailed study of the likely costs of construction and operation, as well as of the potential stream of revenues. And you expect that, particularly if they hope to attract private financing, they will have to do very much what we have done, which is to project out willingness to pay and what that might likely mean in terms of revenues. Indeed, it's difficult to see how they could issue a prospectus or otherwise raise finance without so doing. So the implementation study ought to go some way to make the relevant parameters clear, but even at the end of the implementation study, you will still have significant uncertainties, because we don't know what communications technology will look like in 20 years' time. We can take informed guesses about that, and we do that all the time. And what we try to do is to take those guesses in a structured, systematic, rebuttable, transparent way, and to the extent to which they are then subject to scrutiny and to which we have confidence in them, they can then form the basis for our decisions. When Telecom Australia was formed in 1975, one of the first major projects a piece of equipment, alter the options I have, and that's sort of defence cost-benefit analysis 101. But clearly the practical problems associated with that kind of analysis differ because of differences in the environment in which you're operating. Typically, for all of these goods that have infrastructural characteristics such as power grids or rail networks or telecommunications networks, what you're dealing with is a demand that's derived from the demand to do other things. And so you need to take that into account in your analysis, and that's exactly what we do.
Okay. I just want to change tack briefly if we still have time, Chair, or are we...
I prefer to go to Senator McDonald, Senator Ludlam, and
Okay,
see how we go. Senator McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm conscious also of the time. Mr Agas, in your recent cost-benefits analysis that we spoke about before you were here, you were critical of some of the assumptions the government has made. Could you summarise with us the issues you have with or the major issues you have with the assumptions the government made in coming to the conclusion to go ahead with this NBN proposal?
Would you, look, I'm not sure which assumptions I was concerned about, but what I would say is that it seems to me that before you undertake a project of this kind, you have to look at are there other options that can meet the need at lower cost to the community or greater net benefit to the community. In doing that, a useful starting point in the communications area, or in telecommunications area in particular, is to ask yourself why we haven't seen more upgrading investment, in recent years. There is a compelling case, in my view, that our telecommunications network needs improvement, and that there are many investment opportunities that would be in the public interest to exploit. But many of those are commercially, or should be commercially viable investment opportunities. And when we look internationally, we don't see, with a few exceptions, massive subsidies being provided to the deployment of broadband networks. In most jurisdictions, the upgrading to broadband is occurring, albeit at different rates, but on the basis of private sector investment decisions, which, amongst other things, have the benefit that then it's private investors who choose to bear that risk, as against that risk being borne by taxpayers. And so it does seem to me important to ask yourself, why is it that we haven't had that same pace of upgrading that our network would seem to merit? There, to my mind, an important set of issues goes to the extent to which investors can have confidence in the regulatory framework and in the degree to which the regulatory framework will protect prudent, well-chosen investments. And that's an issue that, of course, has arisen in other contexts in Australia, and particularly in the energy industries. And what we've done in the energy industries is we've moved to a system where we have much clearer rules in place that define the regulatory arrangements and ensure that when investors invest, they can do so with confidence that prudent investments will be recouped. And to my mind, it would have been preferable if, before embarking on the course of a government-sponsored and initiated venture, we had looked at reforming the regulatory arrangements so that in those areas where the private sector can, on a competitive basis, invest in upgrading and in new networks, that it would do so. And the failure to do that...
Yes, we're well over.
Yes,
break. I'm obviously going to have to put my questions on notice, which I will, but I think it's probably time to wrap up.
But Senator McDonald has one more question.
Well, thank you, Mr. Agus. We've cut you off, but I think the committee gets the direction where you're heading, and I won't make any assumption on why you were cut off, but
then, like you, I would have made arrangements for the lunch break because I have other business to attend to. So it's just the fact that we're now well past the scheduled lunch break for which I have arranged another meeting.
Senator McDonald.
Just finally, Professor, and I suspect you are heading this direction, and I won't hold you to this, but would me investing in Aussie in infrastructure bonds be a good, sound investment to help pay for the NBN?
Well, it really depends on whether they're guaranteed by the Commonwealth or not. If they are guaranteed by the Commonwealth, then I suspect it would be a sound investment for you if they're not guaranteed by the Commonwealth and their fate is tied up with the ultimate financial performance of the NBN, then I suspect you would be taking on quite substantial risks.
Okay. Well,
Thank you.
Assuming
Thank you,
that,
Senator.
I mean, just coming back to the other one, if they're guaranteed by the government, they're going to be actually subsidised by the government.
Absolutely.
Quite clearly. Yes.
Yes, indeed.
Senator Lundy, for you to put your questions as you see fit.
I'll place them on notice because I have another commitment that I've now kept someone waiting for some 20 minutes.
Senator Lundy, I did invite you to go earlier in the proceedings, and I noted your indication you wish to go at the end.
It's
Please
not.
do
My
so.
questions are quite suitably placed on notice, Chair. I'm more concerned about the time that we've extended into the scheduled break.
Thank you. Mr Urgas, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The committee resumes at 1:30. The committee resumes and welcomes Mr Goonan. The evidence you're about to give Mr Goonan is public and subject to parliamentary privilege. It's an offence for anyone to attempt to interfere with evidence otherwise to be given by a witness, and indeed potentially in contempt of the Senate, as it is for a witness to give misleading evidence to the committee themselves. If at any stage you wish to provide your evidence in camera, you might request to do so, and the committee will consider your request. Can you, for the record, state your name, rank and serial number?
Anthony Goonan. I'm the Director of Wireless for You, which is a national telecommunications company under the Telecommunications Act of Australia.
Thank you. Would you like to make a brief opening statement for the committee, whereafter we'll ask you questions?
Thank you. So thank you for the invitation to attend today's committee hearings. Wireless for You is a telecommunications carrier which commenced operations in 2005. Its name derives from the play of words. Just because you live 20 kilometres away from Canberra Central, why less for you? With the answer being wireless for you. We install and maintain a telecommunications carrier-grade fixed wireless access broadband service in regional, rural and remote areas, primarily in the ACT border areas of New South Wales. Our primary objective was to provide a broadband service to our community, as these areas had nothing but dial-up and were only 20 minutes from the National Parliament House. We designed and built our own backhaul and wireless local loop infrastructure in some of the harshest geographic, topographic and climatic conditions of Australia. We took the step of commissioning all backhaul radio bearer links in-house due to the prohibitive cost of obtaining high-speed interconnect bandwidth from the incumbent carriers. This has insulated us from the vagaries of market directions by the major carriers over the past 4 years. High-speed 300 megabit per second backhaul radio bearers provide our interconnectivity to the global internet and other telecommunications carriers, and these terminate directly in Canberra at a major carrier cross-connect facility. Wireless for You's objectives from the start of operations in 2005 was to provide high-speed broadband to areas that were deemed beyond the commercial reach of the major telecommunication carrier incumbents. We have constructed some 30 sites across the region with power supplied by either grid or solar facilities. The large number of sites were required to reach into isolated, populated rural valleys nestled between high mountains. Several of our major trunking backhaul sites are located within 100 metres of major interstate microwave bearer sites. While our customer base is relatively small, we serve a unique population demographic in that amongst our customers are senior public servants, ministerial advisors, defence, scientific personnel, tertiary students and academics, as well as traditional large-scale farming, rural residential, paraprofessional and trade personnel. Wherever we have been able to assist our local community and residents, we do so. Some examples will put this into context. We provide high-speed broadband services as a community service, free, to several bushfire brigades, community halls and state emergency services throughout our region. We have worked with international telecommunications specialists in providing demonstration, high-definition medical operating services between rural Vietnam and Melbourne, Australia. This latter example was coordinated from a rural private property near Mount Ferry and required the use of international high-speed bearers between the two locations. We provide a high-speed 5 megabits per second proof-of-concept bearer to the Molonglo Observatory Synthesis Telescope, situated in a radio-quiet valley to the east of Bungendore. While MOST has been retrofitted as the prototype to assist in Australia's $1 billion bid for the square kilometre array, it has suffered from a lack of broadband facilities to move the 4 to 5 terabytes of data collected per day to the global scientific community. Prior to 2007, magnetic tape was used to transport data to Sydney. In 2007, MOST installed 2 ADSL circuits of 512 kilobits per second each. The proof of concept link, which we have now installed and would like to retrofit to a higher speed service, will in early 2010 move to 45 megabits per second full duplex and be cross-connected directly to ARNet for the world researchers. This will enable then the direct control of the MOST facility by international researchers. We equipped the local medical teaching practice in Bungendore with 2 distinct high-speed broadband services, the first for the medical practice and the second for the outposted medical undergraduates from the Australian National University who are undergoing rural fieldwork as part of their undergraduate studies. Although we have not received any federal, state or local government support for infrastructure and no connection-based incentive subsidies since March 2007, we have continued to provide services with our network now covering over 6,000 square kilometres in southeastern New South Wales. We have provided input by way of various submissions over 4 years to various federal and state government committees and more recently to the $250 million Black Spots Backhaul Initiative. We support the initiative as a policy intent. However, we are disappointed at the focus on trenching in fibre as the primary method of fulfilling this policy objective. High-speed backhaul wireless equipment is available with varying speeds up to 400 megabits per second, which is more than adequate for a sub-region, and it can be installed rapidly and at a fraction of the cost of deploying fibre for intra-regional connectivity. As an example, the Wireless for You network is capable of supporting an end customer connection of greater than 12 megabits per second. However, the primary limiting factor in providing these speeds to customers today is the recurring cost of interconnect at the Canberra Regional Cross-Connect facility. While we have made 3 applications for funding under the Australian Broadband Guarantee Program initiative, we have been unsuccessful. In November 2008, we made the decision to diversify our business operations and have now developed a consultancy practice with Wireless for You serving as a national model of what can be done in rural and remote areas. Several federal government, state government and local government authorities have undertaken field trips to view, experience and interact with our customers. Feedback has been very positive. There is scope in Australia for a mix of technologies to be used: fibre, fixed wireless, nomadic wireless and satellite. However, their deployment and the incentives and subsidies offered should be planned and used widely to avoid duplication, misallocation and waste. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Lundy.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr Goonan. When you first set up Wireless for You, you mentioned one of the reasons was because people living so close to the national capital couldn't get broadband services. Can you just outline what the features of the physical infrastructure within Telstra's network that meant those residents weren't able to get the broadband services and therefore creating the need for you to step into the market?
Sorry. At the time in 2005 there was no ADSL available on any rural telephone exchange outside of the ACT border. So the commuter belt of the ACT, which circumnavigates, I suppose you'd call it, around Canberra, you were limited to dial-up service, and as a lot of pair gain systems that were in use, the dial-up would be lucky to be greater than 20 kilobits per second. So, with no understanding of when the major incumbent would deploy ADSL, and this was ADSL rather than ADSL 2+, we set up our operation to provide the rural commuters with service.
And what happened? Did anyone else enter the market after you established your business?
The major incumbent seemed to deploy ADSL very quickly after we began operations.
How long after you began operations did they roll out?
It's 3 to 4 years ago now, but it was probably within months.
Within months?
Probably less. We do not update our website very much, although because we found that it seemed to give notice of perhaps where we were about to turn on, so we use word of mouth.
And was there any recourse available to you as a business operating in that region about that kind of behaviour?
No.
Further to that, I know, because you've made representations to me, that you have had some concerns about your company's ability to access government programs. Can you outline for the committee some of your frustrations with respect to accessing, I think, the Broadband Guarantee program?
I'm glad you said some rather than all. Perhaps it is worthwhile me taking just a minute to explain the progression from HIBIS through to ABG. HIBIS commenced, the Higher Bandwidth Incentive Scheme commenced, I think, around 2004, 2005. We were a provider under that program. Over a period of 18 months, the government at the time progressively changed the conditions upon which you could be a provider. So over a period of 18 months, we signed contracts with the government every 6 months. This made it very difficult to forward plan. The program then changed its name to Broadband Connect, and again progressive restrictions were brought in, so that where a provider had supplied infrastructure, which we needed to do in order to provide wireless services, there was a restriction of 12 months placed on the ability to claim a subsidy. And that made it very difficult in our area because we had to build infrastructure and it's rural and remote. So we didn't have the density of population where most of the HIBIS and Broadband Connect funds were being applied. The Broadband Connect program ran out of money on 3 days' notice to the providers. That caused nationally quite some concern to the wireless industry and the telecommunications industry in general.
When was that?
March 2007. I could be out there, but I think that's correct.
Okay.
It was
and
in
a replacement.
The lead up. I remember the furor, Senator McDonald. It was in early 2007, and there was quite some consternation and public comment about the need to top up the Broadband Connect program because of the oversubscription.
It's a pity you didn't use the same with the solar thing, but anyhow, carry on.
So a replacement program called Australian Broadband Guarantee was brought in. Although we applied, we've never been successful in that.
And just my understanding of that is it was a change in the criteria for eligibility of the type of company and the requirements of the department that you had to satisfy that was
yes.
at the heart of the problem. I also know that you contend some of that analysis by the department, and that contention sits at the heart of your current complaint, your ongoing complaint with the department. Maybe you could report back on the current status of that complaint.
We've heard nothing. We applied 3 times, the last time being in March 2009. We received a response from the department approximately 4 to 6 weeks later saying we were unsuccessful.
Have you had a debrief from the department in relation to that
We
lack
were
of success?
invited to have a chat to them, and my co-director did, and we've had no further correspondence with the department since then.
Do you have an outstanding...
We don't intend to apply for the Australian Broadband Guarantee Program again. We have moved on.
Okay. My final question on that matter, and I think you've just answered it, was that is there anything outstanding that you are awaiting from the department in relation to that matter?
No.
Okay.
We prefer if the Australian Broadband Guarantee Program was changed dramatically or ceased.
Okay.
Because it's basically favours satellite.
Thanks, Mr Gernon.
Senator Nash.
Thanks, Chair. Mr Gernon, can you just perhaps outline for the committee how you... So which year did you start your operation?
2005.
2005. How, up until this point in time, your access to backhaul has gone?
Sorry, I don't understand the question. Up till...
Oh, sorry. Just I noticed you talk about backhaul black spots in your...
Yep.
So I guess
yep.
just how you see backhaul having worked and how that relates to your company.
The current government announced a program, $250 million backhaul black spots program, and to date there have been 6 projects that have been successful under this initiative. We support the initiative. What is of concern to us is that it seems to be predominantly fibre-based, and there are alternatives and that could be applied quickly to provide high-speed backhaul interconnectivity within a region and outside of rural regions.
No.
And I think the example that I quoted of us, of Wallace for You, serves the point. The customer infrastructure that we have deployed, over 6,000 square kilometres, is capable of signalling and providing a sustained speed to the end customer of between 7 and 14 megabits per second. The new generation equipment due first quarter 2010 will bring that to about 20 to 25 megabits per second. Currently we offer services in the range of 512k, 1 meg, 1.5 meg and specialised services up to 5 megabits per second. The main reason why we cannot lift overnight the speeds to all of our customers is because of the interconnectivity costs. That is where we cross-connect to the world. In our case, it happens to be Canberra. And at the rate of backhaul pricing in this country, it is prohibitive to do so. Now, we don't think that we are a special case here, and this will affect most other regional, especially rural and remote areas, that while their end user connectivity could be much higher and achieve the government's objective of 12 megabits per second, the cost of backhaul is prohibitive.
In your view, why do you think that backhaul cost is so high and has been so high?
Traditionally, if I think of the inter-region and interstate bearers, whether they be microwave or fibre, tend to follow the highways. And I'm being very general when I say that. So if I look between Sydney, Canberra, Melbourne, Albury, Melbourne, there is a great deal of capacity that passes through those centres, but accessing that capacity is prohibitive in cost. So in our case, what we did was implemented all our own backhaul infrastructure to Canberra, in this case a regional centre. As to why the price of even connecting at a major regional centre like Canberra or Albury or Sydney, whatever, is because of either the costs going offshore or the traditional incumbent carriers' pricing regimes.
Okay, so from that then, do you think the ACCC has enough teeth to deal with that if we're talking about the pricing regime? Is it I suppose my question is it something that could be dealt with better through the regulations that currently exist?
I'm not an expert on ACCC or those matters, so I'd probably request that, that I don't make a comment on that. In terms of can it be done better, the answer is yes. We did suggest in both our submission, which is on the department's website, and in previous submissions to the Minister, Minister Conroy, that relief of backhaul interconnectivity or interconnectivity to other carriers and therefore the internet could be achieved rapidly by the government or whoever by subsidising at that point of takeoff.
Yeah.
In our case, rather than necessarily deploying fibre to all towns, etc. And the reason for that is it is relatively easy for an operator like Wireless for You or another operator to provide very high-speed connectivity from their network into that major regional point of presence. But it's the cost when you cross-connect. So by subsidising there, it would send a very strong signal to the marketplace.
Okay. Just on the NBN itself, you're obviously very entrenched in all things telecommunications. What's your view about moving to a wholesale access network, infrastructure network?
Overall, I have no objections to the initiative that has been put forward. I think in my opening statement I am quite circumspect in terms of planning, getting it right, and perhaps some early wins.
And just finally, you talk about scalability in your submission and the importance of that. Do you just want to run through for the committee what you mean? I assume being able to ramp up the delivery through the different delivery mechanisms? Or
the developments in radio, fixed wireless access radio technology is rapid, and even with the existing technology that we deployed several years, 2 or 3 years back now, we could provide an end customer connection between 7 and 14 megabits per second. The new generation equipment will lift that to 20 to 30 megabits per second. So the government's objective of achieving 12 megabits per second to the last 10%, which is where last 10% of the population where we operate, is achievable. What concerns me is that it possibly will not be achievable via satellite. It will, and at this stage we see that seems to be the tendency.
Okay, and so what you're saying is while it might be a 12 megabit capacity, with that scalability, there is the ability to improve that over time if necessary. Is that
yes, absolutely. Yeah. And I'm talking about the end customer connection. The issue comes back to where you cross-connect to the internet. That's where the bottleneck is.
Okay. Thanks, Mr Goonan. Thanks, Chair.
Senator McDonald.
Mr Goonan, I gather you obviously provide or have provided a very good service around Canberra, and we were trying to get out to see some of your stuff on the ground, but it just didn't fit the committee schedule. But I gather from what you're saying that it's not commercially viable. And please don't answer this if I'm being too impertinent and too personal. It's really...
No, it's all right. It's not commercially viable. If it was not commercially viable if you provision these networks in the conventional sense, in the manner that's been done before by the incumbent operators. Our provisioning costs and our operational costs are orders of magnitude lower than the major incumbents. We provide services out in our areas which are well above the major incumbents. We get a lot of surprise, both nationally and internationally, by equipment vendors, suppliers, people who visit various state and local government authorities at the sheer extent of what we've done, how we do it, the innovative practices we've used to get there. Is it viable in very low density rural areas without some form of incentive? Probably no. But isn't that what the $43 billion program is about?
Well, that's a very good point. And my understanding, and it's not an intricate understanding I might say, is that generally previous and current governments have understood that telecommunications to remote places, small population areas, will have to be subsidised. That's always been my understanding of various government policies. And what you do seems to be a classic example of a good service being provided but needing some government cross-subsidy support or some subsidy support. Why is it that you've been so unsuccessful with government programs? I mean, have they got a fix on you, or don't you fit into the... You may not want to wish this in case... I'm sure there's no one vindictive in the department or government, but just in case there is, you may not want to answer. But
no, but the departmental officers know me well enough. Why have we been so unsuccessful? Well, I scratch my head.
I'm not asking this in a personal way. I'm asking this as part of the overall...
I think it's a very good question, and I don't have a problem answering. I'm just thinking of the right words so I don't offend anyone. I scratch my head quite a lot as to why this could have developed. We took a business decision in November 2008 that we'd had enough. We showed that we could do it. We showed that we could do it with orders of magnitude lower in some very inhospitable terrain with some very demanding customers. And we kept getting knocked back. When the Hybris program first started, my first interaction with the department, I said, I don't really think the program policy intent is correct, but the delivery is not correct. And that is that you are focusing on connections rather than infrastructure. So stupid us decided that we would go and do rural and remote, which was the policy intent and objectives, while 95% of the other providers under the Hybris Broadband Connect and ABG programs went for high density suburban areas. And of $200 to $300 million, whatever it was, we would have liked to have got 0.0001% of it to do what we were doing. So we think that's possibly why the money ran out and why the program kept changing every 6 months and progressive restrictions. But unfortunately, it was probably a case of baby being thrown out with bathwater, in that the good providers who had sustained through these particular changes were being hammered as a direct result of what had gone on in the first 1 to 2 years of the program. Okay. As to why we've been spectacularly unsuccessful in ABG application over the last 12 months, we just shake our head. In the last rejection statement from the department, it actually said there are no technical issues. It was the first time that we'd actually seen that. What it seems to be is financial issues that I think in some ways it's disbelief that someone could actually do this on the scale that we do it, with the resources we do it with, and the success that we have done it with. They don't think we are financially viable. We aren't going away. We've told that to the department. We've told that to the various ministers we've met. Out of 35 providers under Hybris, Broadband Connect and ABG, there are not a lot of ones left. We still are here.
But it seems to me you're providing the service, from what I understand of what you've said, which is really what we're desperately seeking. And I and several members of this committee come from rural and regional Australia. And I mean, what you're doing sounds to be just what's needed. Were you involved, or very indirectly, obviously, in the APEL proposal?
No, we did seek information from the department, etc., but we never got any.
No, but that's what the OPEL proposal would have included, a segment of the sort of things you're doing. No,
yes, there was I think under the OPEL proposed arrangements, when we checked the maps that were produced, there would have been three locations within our service area. We have 30 locations.
Yeah. But, I mean, the fibre to the premises to, what is it, I forget what it is these days, it changes pretty regularly, but I think it's to 90% of Australia, perhaps would fix up your current customers.
No, it wouldn't.
It wouldn't?
No.
So it's not proposed that there's fibre to the premises at Bungendore?
Well, it would fix Bungendore, Braidwood, and that would be about it.
Yeah. Okay, but to places like Doomadgee or Burketown in the Gulf, I mean the thought of ever getting fibre to the premises there is just ludicrous. But that's where the NBN will have to rely on, as I understand it, your type of operation. Is that right?
Well, my view is yes.
Yeah. I mean, there's other suppliers, but I mean
I believe it. Yes, it'll require, and I think Australia is a very applicable case for both fixed wireless access,
yes,
which we do, plus nomadic access, which the major carriers do via cellular, mobile frequencies, in the more denser areas.
And sorry, again, just in layman's terms, why is yours better than satellite?
I think I'd like to rephrase that question. So why is fixed wireless or wireless better than satellite in general? The problem, the main difficulty with satellite is the geostationary satellites are approximately 35,000 kilometres above the Earth's surface. There is latency. Latency is the time it takes from the time you press the button to the time you get the response. And you tend to see that when you have TV journalists interviewing offshore and they start to talk over each other. So it's problematical for high-quality VoIP.
So fixed wireless would fix all that. It's instantaneous practically.
It's latency is very low, and speed capabilities are increasing as each new generational equipment's brought out.
Now, and I take it from what you said, you're in the consultancy business now rather than directly.
We keep Wireless for You operating and will not let our customers down. In the decision we made in November 2008, we are not actively seeking new customers. We actually gain a number of customers from those fleeing satellite because they find it unworkable, and they pay quite a heavy fee to come onto our network. In terms of consultancy, and if it's all right with the committee, I'd like to introduce Robin Eckerman. We won a consultancy to develop a business case for high-speed broadband in the subalpine areas of Victoria.
In where?
Subalpine areas of Victoria.
Okay.
Is it okay if I...
Yep. Well, it's up to the chair. But
we'll be hearing from him later this afternoon.
Okay, he'll be speaking on smart meters and grids there.
Right.
Okay.
And look, just finally, will the NBN proposal, will that sort of take advantage, if not of your setup? Would your sort of setup be able to be used by NBN Co at the end of the line in the?
When we undertook the network design, we purposely put a network design together that could take third-party carriage service providers, in other words ISPs, onto the network. Yes, it could, but I really am not privy to whatever NBN is doing.
Might you end up as a competitor for NBN?
No, I don't think so. Certainly, in terms of size, no.
David and Goliath, you reckon? Yeah. Okay.
is...
All right, thanks, Mr. Gordon. Don't give up, though, will you?
No, we faced our decisions and we were nimble, and I'd worked in the telco industry for 25 years prior to starting Wireless for You. We made our business decision in November last year, and unfortunately we don't, for the people in the rural areas surrounding Canberra, we are not expanding further. We will keep upgrading our services because it is seen internationally as a good service.
Don't forget, if we have estimates committees in this place, and if you ever have some questions you want the department to answer which you've never been able to get answered...
I'm nervous enough sitting here today without those...
I know, but you can give it... No, we ask the questions. You've just got to give them to us.
Senator McDonald's offering to ask them for you.
I'm offering to ask them for you, if there are...
No.
Okay.
And
Thank you, Mr. Gay.
Let Senator Lundy put you at ease by asking a couple of final questions.
It wasn't really a question, Chair. It's really just to acknowledge the efforts of Wireless for You over many, many years, who have improved the services for a lot of people who've been, frustrated, desperate, angry, and I think they've done a terrific job in quite difficult circumstances. So it's really just to acknowledge your efforts and that of your company, Mr. Goonan, in providing services to people around the ACT.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Goonan, for that and then some.
Okay.
The committee now looks forward to hearing from NBN Co, represented, I think, by Mr. Quigley. Welcome, Mr. Quigley. Thank you for attending today. The proceedings of the committee are public, and any evidence provided by you is protected by parliamentary privilege. It's an offence for anybody to attempt to interfere with the evidence that you might otherwise give, and is potentially in contempt of the Senate, as it would be for a witness to give false or misleading evidence to the committee. If at any stage you wish to provide your evidence in camera, then make the request of the committee and we'll consider it. But without any further ado, can you please inform the committee of your full name for the record and the capacity in which you're appearing today?
I'm Michael Patrick Quigley, and I'm the Executive Chair and CEO of NBN Co.
Thank you. Do you wish to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to fire questions at you?
Indeed, yep.
Thank you.
Okay. Madam Chair, Senators, thank you for the opportunity to make an opening statement to the committee. I thought it might be useful to provide an overview of our objectives and focus, our business model and our current plans. NBN Co was incorporated following the government's announcement in April this year that it would establish a company to invest up to $43 billion to roll out and operate a national broadband network in Australia. The company was then prescribed as a government business enterprise, or GBE, in early August, and has two shareholders, the Minister for Broadband Communications and the Digital Economy, the Honourable Senator Conroy, and the Minister for Finance and Deregulation, the Honourable Minister Tanner. It has a 6-member board with both government and private sector experience. So those folks on the board have experience in some of them in both areas. As a GBE, we're subject to the Commonwealth Government's arrangements for such organisations, and as a company to the corporations legislation. The company has just finalised its first set of financial statements covering our activities, which were rather limited, for the 2008-2009 financial year. I was appointed as CEO and interim chairman on July 24th, and since then 5 other board members have been appointed. I've been working to assemble a team. I now have most of my direct reports in place, and we've established some interim premises. Our high-level objectives are firstly to provide broadband coverage across the nation, offering speeds of 100 megabits per second to 90% of the population and at least 12 megabits per second to the remaining 10%. Second objective is to facilitate the development of a level, competitive playing field for access seekers through an open access wholesale, and I stress wholesale, offer, providing equivalence to all retail service providers. Third thing we're trying to do is do those first two objectives in the most cost-effective manner possible. So that's what the company's focused on, trying to make sure we use as little funds as possible to carry out the first two. And then fourth, and importantly, is to ensure customer care for both the access seekers who are going to get onto the network and for end users of the network, particularly as customers move on to the network. That's very important. So I'm asking the NBN staff and also our board to use those as broad objectives as reference points for all the activities that we are undertaking. So if I go through each one of those in a little more detail, our first objective, which is coverage, is the foundation for everything we do. We're currently undertaking a detailed assessment of how best to meet the coverage objectives. As you're no doubt aware, the aim is to provide 90% of premises in Australia with fibre to the premise, and the other 10% with a combination of wireless and satellite activities. Wireless and satellite technologies. Our second objective, to produce a level competitive playing field, is guiding our high-level definition of our product offering. We're in the process of developing right now that product offering, and it will firstly support differentiation and innovation by service providers, providing them with an experience as close as we possibly can to owning their own network. So that's our aim. We're trying to make sure their network, what we're providing, looks as close as we can to what they would do if they built it themselves. Second, we have an offering that has open access and equivalence, so it creates a level competitive playing field. It will, we hope, support investment by service providers. We're facilitating any-to-any connectivity and promoting maximum end-user choice in both of services and providers. So we're trying to make sure we architect a network that people can have a choice of which service provider they use, perhaps even multiple service providers, and which services from which of those providers. We're obviously trying to make sure we deliver appropriate network reliability, resilience and security, and allow, as I mentioned, secure simultaneous delivery of multiple applications with predictable levels of quality. That's quite an engineering job. Our third objective, cost effectiveness, we'll be delivering in a number of ways. First of all, evaluating carefully where we participate in the network and technology stack to ensure we don't invest in assets and activities that don't deliver significant benefits in terms of coverage or competition. Second, designing our network and selecting technology to balance OPEX, operating costs, and CAPEX, capital expenditure, and to manage risk. We're looking to incorporate insights we're getting from others, from partners, and also experience from overseas. We're looking very carefully at what's happening around the world. We're driving efficiency also through a procurement process that we hope will optimise cost and performance and make sure we create some competitive tension between suppliers as we purchase equipment. And of course, finally, we're focusing on cost management throughout the organisation as we build it. On customer care, that comes in really two parts. Part, first of all, is design. You've got to make sure you design the network with customers and end users in mind. And secondly, it's part culture. In other words, when we build the company, people thinking all the time about what is good for the access seeker and for the end customer. The work we're doing complements that of the lead advisor, with whom we're working closely. The lead advisors are simultaneously conducting the implementation study for the government. So at the same time as we're working on network issues, they're doing the study. The study has many elements which will have an impact on our future. These include, but not limited to, recommendations with respect to the industry structure, access model, business case and funding arrangements for NBN Co, as well as advising NBN Co on the conduct of commercial negotiations. We are a start-up and we have a lot to do. In 6 months' time, we would expect to have largely completed the following tasks. First of all, building our organisation. We'll engage with construction partners and workforce as the network build ramps up. We'll be designing a reference offer, which we will be testing and refining with our customers, potential customers, and with the ACCC. We'll be selecting technology, both the technology underpinning the fibre to the premise rollout and also the technologies for the last 10%. We'll be defining a high-level network architecture, negotiating with potential partners, establishing operational program management office. And we'd also would expect to make good progress on negotiating an initial understanding with the ACCC, have had some level of pricing architecture discussions with customers. We'd expect to be underway with tender processes, obtaining a carrier licence, and perhaps negotiating necessary spectrum and satellite slots. Obviously, achieving access to satellite capacity may take a little longer. We will also, by that time, I think, have commenced planning the rollout schedule. If it's appropriate, be executing on acquisitions, designing the business support systems and operational support systems that are necessary to run such a network, and also designing the internal processes of the company. In parallel, we'll be rolling out our initial Tasmanian pilot. Stage 1 of the pilot will provide almost 5,000 fibre-to-the-premise connections to 3 communities in Tasmania, Smithton, Scottsdale and Midway Point. We'll also be building 5 backhaul links in those areas. A few weeks ago, in fact, Aurora Energy commenced digging the trenches for the backhaul to Midway Point, and it is anticipated that first connections to the network will be made available in the first half of next year. Negotiations between NBN Tasmania and Aurora Energy on the statewide rollouts agreements are progressing, with parties working towards having the statewide agreement finalised in October or November of this year. The Tasmanian pilot will help us refine our operational approach. It will probably assist us working out fine-tuning procurement approach, and perhaps give us some indications of architectural design. Overall, I think provide us with some valuable learning and, even more importantly, deliver some long-term value to the communities in which the connections are made. I'd like to stress that this is a very large and complex engineering project. It's got many moving parts. It's important that we take the time up front to get it right, as it is with all large and complex engineering projects. We still have a lot of work to do, but I'm confident we're approaching the project in the right way. The NBN board and senior executive team are frankly excited and challenged by the opportunity to achieve a major improvement in Australian infrastructure, and we expect it to deliver productivity benefits for years to come. So thank you for the opportunity to brief you on the priorities and the progress to date, and be happy to take questions.
Good, thank you, Mr. Quigley. I'll kick off with 3 questions, then I expect we'll have a deluge thereof. You talked about establishing the internals of the company, your workforce. Separately from this, you've talked about hundreds, thousands, 10,000s. How many employees do you contemplate NBN Co employing? And if you can't say so today, when will you be able to say so?
We're still working through the model, but the biggest factor, of course, Senator, is as we work through the model, exactly how you do the build. That's where the large numbers of people will be employed. If you put aside the numbers of people to build, I would expect in those orders of magnitude, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, the company would probably look more like in the order of magnitude of 1,000 people if you take out the build. Exactly how we do the build, I think, is still subject to some analysis which we're doing. There are various options there, and frankly, until we've done some more planning, which will probably take some months, it would be very difficult to give you an estimate of those numbers. But overall, I think the government's analysis previously has been that there's somewhere around between 25 to 35,000 people will be involved in this project overall. I have no reason to doubt that number at this point in time. Okay, so if you excise the build for now, the 25 to 30,000, if you subtract from that your 1,000, does that mean the balance are largely contractors as opposed to employees? No, I wouldn't draw that conclusion at this point in time. It really depends on how a number of other factors play out. Okay, then my final question around workforce, speaking about other factors playing out, if Telstra were to vend in certain of its, its wholesale services, and then NBN Co were to take
Telstra's employees. The ACTU has made pretty clear its view that current Telstra terms and conditions should be folded into NBN Co's sphere of operation. Will you do that?
That's not an issue, frankly, that I've given much thought to at this stage. We're really looking at the early ramp. As of today, we have probably around contractors around 30 to 40 people in the company. So we're still some ways away from having to contemplate just exactly how we would manage the much larger build. We certainly will be looking at those issues as we get down the track, but we just frankly haven't yet contemplated.
Thank you. We'll watch this space.
Yes.
The second area of questioning, the Aussie infrastructure bonds, will they be guaranteed by the government? Who will guarantee them?
Okay. The question of equity and debt really, I think it's an issue for Treasury. At this stage, what we know is from NBN Co's point of view, there's been equity injections and there will continue to be equity injections, just exactly how the government raises that equity and deals with it. To be honest, I think that's an issue for Treasury. It's not one the company has looked at this point.
Well, what do you think? Do you agree that the options are essentially the government and or NBN Co itself?
We haven't contemplated at this point in NBN Co raising debt, but that's not something we certainly wouldn't exclude in the future. As I said, it's early days yet to be looking at the financing issues.
Mr Ergis earlier on today suggested that if the bonds were to be underwritten by NBN Co itself, then ultimately the fate of those bonds rests and the underwriting thereof rests on the success or not of NBN Co. His words were, their fate is tied up in the ultimate financial performance of the NBN, and he said in answer to questions from Senator McDonald that I suspect you, someone investing in those bonds, would be taking on quite substantial risks. Would you agree with that?
I still, once again, would say it's too early to know. That all hinges around, obviously, the business case for NBN Co. There's been a lot of analysis done, which I've seen, a lot of it quite variable. What I would say on that, it really depends on how the business case is built, which we are doing at the moment. I would observe, however, that there are people building fibre to the premises networks commercially today, not just in Australia, in various places, but also in quite substantial numbers overseas. So I wouldn't immediately jump to the conclusion that it's a risky business. There are commercial entities building such networks around the world today.
If the bonds were to be underwritten by the government, then also the fate of those bonds would still be tied up in the success or otherwise of NBN Co and ultimately borne by the taxpayer, wouldn't it?
If they were, sorry?
If the bonds were underwritten by the government, the risks of the success or otherwise of NBN Co would in that scenario ultimately be borne by the taxpayer, wouldn't they?
That's really not I'm certainly not a finance person or a treasury person, so it's really not an area I'd be comfortable commenting on.
All right.
But are you intending to make a profit? Is that part of your memorandum of articles?
Yes, under the GBE, we're operating under the guidelines of the GBE, which really says our job is to execute on the shareholders, in this case the government's objectives. In terms of viability, commercial viability, that's part of the GBE guidelines, but that can be over a long period of time. So this is a very big project, obviously, and there's going to be some upfront investment, and until you get revenue in by bringing customers on board the network, clearly you're going to be using funds in the early years, and then as you look longer out, for a longer period of time, you would then be looking to recoup some of those funds.
So you're intending to make an operating profit and give a return on the capital investment? That's part of the long-term goal?
Certainly it's part of the long-term goal, yes.
I'll come back after you finish, Madam Chair, if I may.
Thanks, Senator McDonald. Mr Quigley, my final questioning is to the extent that there may be cross-subsidy. Minister Conroy seems to have made it pretty clear that there will be cross-subsidy, and I presume you're familiar with his comments reported that there will be one wholesale price averaged across the country, and so that effectively every household will be paying the same price for the same thing, irrespective of wherever they are in the country. Is that a pricing model that has been locked in?
Well, first of all, if I can just perhaps clarify, this is a wholesale company, so if he was talking about a wholesale price, that's not the retail price to the end user.
So how will it work then, Mr. Quigley? Will those buying wholesale be required to cross-subsidise in that area of the market? And then what will happen with the effect of that cross-subsidy? Will it be passed on?
Well, first of all, in terms of retail prices, it's not up to us to establish what the retail price will be. We'll offer a wholesale price to the retail service providers. The retail prices, which will also, by the way, that wholesale price will need to be subject to regulation. As I think we know, there's going to be some regulation on NBN Co. There's obviously ACCC will give some guidance. Then it's really up to the retail service providers to decide what they're going to do in terms of pricing, and I can't speak for them what they choose to do. I also like to distinguish make sure that you understand what we're going to try and provide is equivalence. In other words, we'll treat every retail service provider exactly the same way. What they then do to get to a retail price is up to them. So
equivalence of access? What
Yes.
about service and pricing? Not so.
Yes, equivalent of access, service and pricing. As far as we can, we'll give absolute equivalence to retail service providers. So we treat all retail service providers in the same way.
And in your scenario, does equivalence necessitate averaging? Because, of course, if it's necessitating averaging, then there are going to be winners and losers.
Yep. We're studying right now different pricing models, and as no doubt you know, Senator, this is a very complex area. We've got different technologies used in different parts of the country, potentially, with different cost bases. So we've yet to work through the whole issue of pricing models. It's a very complex area, and I hesitate to draw any conclusions at this time.
All right, thank you. Look, I have plenty more, but I bet others have too. So, Senator Nash, then Senator Ludlam.
Thanks, Chair. Senator McDonald has a gender issue over here.
You did. You interposed with the Chair.
You did have a go. Thanks,
Senator Nash.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, if I can just start, obviously there's a couple of different scenarios of how this might potentially work. So if Telstra were to choose not to structurally separate and not to vend in their assets, will NBN Co overbuild?
Will we?
Will you overbuild?
We'll certainly build. Yes, our objective set by the government is to build a broadband network. Yes, so we'll build a broadband network.
To the 90% at 100 and to the 10 at 12?
That's the objective set by the government for the company.
Okay. Is it correct that to be profitable, a network would need 60% of the customer base?
I think it's, once again, too early to say exactly what percentage of the customer base. It depends on what the wholesale price is, depends on what the technology base is, what the costs come in. Until you go to tender for costs, until you've really done the build models and see what efficiency you can gain out of builds, it's very difficult to know for sure what the cost base is. We're working on those issues right now. So it's very difficult to give you, I wish I could, but I can't today, give you a number of a percentage of penetration that you would need. It also depends on what type of service and the pricing level.
Absolutely.
So it's a complex model.
Do you have a ballpark figure?
Not yet.
So then, if you don't have a ballpark figure, how do you know if it could be sustainable to actually run two networks side by side?
What I'm, I guess, giving you is the driving instructions for the company. We've got a set of objectives which we're going out to try and fulfil on. That's the job. So we're doing the planning at this stage of how you would most cost effectively do that job.
Okay. So if it wasn't going to be profitable to overbuild, if that became the only option, would the whole thing just fall over?
I think it's way too early to draw that conclusion.
I'm just looking at all sorts of options, Mr. Quigley. I mean, obviously there are some options that are more preferable than others.
Yes.
In terms of the NBN rollout. Just in terms of the coverage that you referred to before, geographically, where is the 10% that's going to get the 12 megs?
It's quite interesting. It's in fact it's scattered, obviously predominantly in regional and rural areas, the 10%. But there's also places not that far outside metropolitan areas that still have difficulties with coverage. For example, with DSL. So when you look, for example, at the satellite footprint that you might want to plan for, some of those areas are inside, out closer into cities than you would otherwise expect, because there are spots that are difficult to provide high-speed broadband.
So you have a very clear picture of where that 10% is?
We don't have a very clear picture. We have a rough picture at this point. Remember, the company's got very few people in at this point in time, and we're building up expertise.
I understand the difficulties to date. We just have been trying to sort of ascertain where. So that rough idea, could that be provided to the committee so we could also have a rough idea?
Well, it's we certainly can provide what we can, but there's not a lot of hard data at this point in time. What I'm giving you is what I've seen on various studies at different times. To be honest, they're not something we've done internally. They're things I've seen externally.
That's okay. If you could provide that to the committee, that would be quite useful. With the wholesale access network, what's the expectation for utilisation of that by retailers in that last 10%?
For that last 10%, well, this is a wholesale network. So in the end, I'm expecting all of it to be used. Yep. Otherwise, you build a network without customers.
Well, that's precisely why I'm asking the question. So what are you basing that on, that the retailers will utilise that in the last 10%?
That we will be offering service at competitive market prices. The regional and rural Australia is underserved at the moment, and there's been, as we know, various government programs. We're attempting, obviously, with this initiative to try and improve the services to rural and regional Australia, and getting to 12 megabits per second service will be quite a jump. So I presume it'll be attractive. If it's effectively market priced, I assume retail service providers will be keen to take up the wholesale offer.
Okay. And just on that, as you said, rural and regional Australia is underserved. So then would it not be fair to expect that the rollout would begin in the regions?
We haven't yet got to that point where we've looked at the detailed geographic build there's various balancing issues there.
What are the various balancing issues?
Well, there's obviously one of cost. There's one of when is the technology available. It may, for example, be possible to engineer a radio solution before a potential satellite solution, so that would impact which areas you would go to first, just because of availability of technology solutions. They're the kind of factors you need to take into account.
So how far off do you if it was all to begin today, hypothetically, no, we shouldn't do hypotheticals, but how long would it take to get a satellite up and running to deliver the services you want at 12?
Well, I think the standard lead times, of my understanding of satellite services, from if you start planning, you've got somewhere around a 2.5 to 3 year lead time for a satellite before it cannot provide services. That's if you're starting from a brand new satellite.
All right. Is there any way to increase the capability of the current satellites to deal with the shortfall until the new one's up and running in 3 years' time?
That's certainly one of the options that the company is just beginning to explore now.
Okay, because it would be very sad to think that the more remote parts were 3 years down the track before they got any improvement, and I would say probably unacceptable. I've just got a couple more, Chair. With also the last 10% in the wireless, what spectrum's available to be able to utilise the wireless to the capacity you're going to need to for the last 10%?
That's something we're looking at, trying to do an inventory of what spectrum is available. Clearly, for this type of technology, if you're using a fixed wireless solution, such as WiMAX, you would want to use a licensed spectrum. There are various bands, spectrum available, sorry, I shouldn't say available, but in ownership, various people, which is probably well known. So we're looking just what are the options for a WiMAX solution at this point, a fixed wireless solution at this point. Once again, we haven't drawn any firm conclusions on what is the best spectrum to utilise and whether it's even accessible or available.
Okay. Are there going to be any issues given, obviously, mobile broadband will continue to increase? Are there going to be any issues then with the amount of spectrum that the mobile broadband's going to need at the same time that we're going to need that capacity for part of the 10% for wireless?
My understanding is there is, as you operating in a fixed wireless spectrum, probably distinct from the mobile spectrum.
So they're
two
entirely separate.
Services.
They're entirely separate.
No, I wouldn't say they're entirely separate. I mean, you can engineer them various ways. You could certainly have some overlap, but there is spectrum that is, I think, not designated for mobile, which is potentially available today for fixed wireless.
Okay, and I suppose
that's being used in some parts of Australia.
I suppose the point is, though, it's not just going to be today; it's going to be ongoing. That we're going to need to be able to increase the capacity.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And just finally, too, on the scalability, the technologies that you're going to use around that wireless, will they be scalable?
Can't make sure I understand what you mean by scalable.
If you're looking at a target of, say, 12 megs, the actual technology that you're going to use, if down the track it needs to be lifted to 30 or 40 or 50, will they be the types of technologies that will be able to do that?
That's certainly something we'll be looking at when we make evaluations of radio technologies that are available. That's obviously speeds available, capacities available on radio systems depend a lot on radio planning, how big you make the cell sites in terms of the effective speeds that you can deploy and carry. Depends also on backhaul and other issues as well. But as we evaluate radio technologies, we'll be looking, as all the technologies and also the fibre technologies, we will be looking at what are the future roadmaps. How will this technology advance?
Yeah, okay. Thanks, Mr. Quigley.
Mr. Quigley. Senator London.
Thank you. Thanks very much for coming in. I'll just quote you back a little piece of the Minister's speech that I'm interested to get your views on, which was that the government will make an initial investment in this company but intends to sell down its interest in the company within 5 years after the network is built and fully operational. What does built and fully operational mean in the context of something like what you're building?
Well, built and fully operational means, as I believe what the Minister would have meant is that this customer's connected and working and you've built out a large part of the network. And I think the timescale that was set for that was 8 years after the project starts.
Yeah. So when you've got 90% of the population to 100 meg and the other 10% to 12, that's like... How is that going to be? Is that going to be written into NBN code somewhere or into legislation? Or I'm just interested in how that threshold condition, where that's going to be set.
That's really, I think, is a question for the Minister to answer, given he said the words. My understanding is that it is 5 years after the build is done, which is 8 years. So to be honest, I'm really not at this point in time focusing on something that's going to be happening 13 years away from now.
Okay. It is still a bit of a preoccupation, I suppose, of mine at least, as to whether this infrastructure stays in public hands or not, but I appreciate what you've said there. What's the best case scenario, as far as you're concerned, for the relationship between NBN Co and whatever becomes of Telstra Wholesale, either in structurally or functionally separated form?
What is sorry?
What's the best case scenario for NBN Co? Do you there's a choice before Telstra now. Do you have a preference of which way you would prefer them to jump?
No, I think that's really an issue for Telstra to decide. The legislation has been tabled and I understand they're considering their options. It's really a question for them, I think.
Because it seems to me like a very different market as to whether you end up as the dominant or indeed the sole player in the wholesale market, or whether you're in effect competing with Telstra Wholesale. It's a very different kind of business, really, isn't it?
Yes, it would be. Those two scenarios would be quite different.
Yeah, okay. But that's not really playing into your planning or your thinking at this stage?
No, we're obviously considering various scenarios, but it's I don't think for me to try and second guess what Telstra may or may not do.
I thought it was worth asking. We took some evidence earlier today from a group that's been quite active on advocacy about undergrounding the infrastructure, the cabling. And I just wonder what thought you or your team have given to how much of the network's eventually going to be ducted and how much will be overhead.
No, we haven't come to any conclusion about what the proportions should be. We're looking at all options for how you would make these connections. Obviously, existing ducts, they could be existing telco ducts, they could be utility ducts. In some cases, overhead cabling, such as is being done in Tasmania, seems to be the right answer. So we're just looking at all those different technologies. We're also looking at what's being done in other parts of the world. We're obviously looking at the costs of those, the maintenance issues, the security issues around that. So we haven't drawn any conclusion yet about what the proportion will be, and I'm not sure we will be able to draw a conclusion until you actually get underway and start really looking at the engineering issues area by area.
Okay, well, I guess I will draw his submission to your attention if you've not come across it already, because it did contain some interesting information. They're providing us with a bit more information about the longer-term benefits of undergrounding the infrastructure rather than leaving it
I will look at that.
on power poles. The NBN's been presented as something that everybody is going to need and want, that effectively will be an essential service within a few years of it being built, similar to a utility. What are your views on whether the rate of return should more closely resemble a utility rate of return as opposed to a commercial rate of return?
This is I guess my personal views would be it's an infrastructure, a large infrastructure project. Frankly, at this point in time, I think it's more the shareholders who need to, with the lead advisors, be looking at those decisions. It's, once again, it's not something that we've focused on inside the company. We're looking at getting the team up and running and addressing the engineering issues. Rates of return is simply not something we have looked at, but I understand it is being considered by the lead advisory group.
Okay. And lastly, is just to confirm something you said earlier, that when we had Treasury in here first thing this morning, they were saying that half of the government spending on this project will come from the bond issues, the Aussie infrastructure bonds, and that the other half would be raised as debt by NBN Co. And before you sounded much more tentative that that was something you'd be thinking about down the track. But is that your understanding, that you'll be responsible for raising anything up to $11 billion?
We anticipate at some point in time the company will raise debt.
Later,
yes. Not right now.
Not in your mind at the moment. I'll leave it there. We'll come back at this time later. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Lundy.
Thank you, Chair. My questions have sort of a consistent theme, and I wanted to explore with you what thoughts NBN Co has had at this initial stage about servicing the RIM-affected areas. Obviously, people currently are living in RIM-affected areas.
Sorry, what?
RIMs, they're a type of multiplexer pair gain system.
Oh, RIM, okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Yes.
But what happens, as I'm sure you're aware, is that there's a significant constraint on the proportion of customers in that area that can get ADSL access. There are significant constraints on competitors' access to RIMs for the purposes of installing their DSLAMs. How it's manifested now in places like Gungahlin here in Canberra is that customers wanting ADSL services are put on waiting lists because there's a finite capacity to access an ADSL service. We know from previous evidence over many years of inquiry to Telstra that there's some 800,000 people living in areas around Australia that have RIMs. So my question to you is, have you contemplated this particular challenge and this particular demographic of people who have an additional broadband constraint by virtue of the technology design of the existing Telstra network?
Yep, we're certainly aware of the limitations for, in this case, the remote integrated multiplex or any other type of pair gain system has on providing broadband. We haven't yet done an inventory of where those pair gain systems are that limit broadband. But it certainly is one of the factors that we will be looking at as we start to do the build-out plan. Clearly it makes some sense to try and tackle those areas where there's limitations in broadband facilities. So that again will be
it would seem to make good business sense as well,
yes.
because that constraint exists.
Yes.
My recollection is that through one of the Senate inquiries, I think it was the State of the Network inquiry, that the Senate committee was able to access information from Telstra about the attributes of the different types of pair gain systems, and I believe what exchanges they are associated with. Are you able to access that kind of information from Telstra?
We haven't inquired yet. So if it is, I really can't answer that because we haven't asked the question. But certainly we'll be seeking every avenue we can to obtain information about what are the facilities that are there. And I know the government has obviously some data available within the department which we've yet to access fully, not just on pair gain systems but on obviously satellite and rural areas. So there's a lot of information, frankly, to absorb at this point in time, but we're early on in the process of doing so.
I thought it might be useful to ask these questions nice and early in the process. Yep. I still get emails on a daily basis about people disaffected by the presence of pair gain systems in the network, and their questions now are, of course, and how will the NBN fix this? So it's something that is on a lot of, at least my constituents' minds. Mr Quigley, I also have a question about the external territories. I am chair of the Joint Standing Committee of External Territories, and that includes a current inquiry into the Indian Ocean Territories, of which one of the terms of reference relates to telecommunications and digital services. Notwithstanding the fact that that inquiry is currently taking place, can I explore with you what consideration you've given to the specific challenges facing the island-based communities? The two that I'm full bottle on at the moment are, of course, Christmas Island and the Cocos Keeling Islands, and how. What are your initial thoughts on servicing the needs of those islands in order to satisfy the government's policy? Presuming they're part of the 10%, not the 90%.
We have assumed that, yes, they're part of the 10%, that we won't be running fibre to them from any capital city. We're very aware that the external territories need to be served, and at first, without having done a in-depth analysis, it would appear that satellite solutions are obviously one option, one viable option. So certainly in any satellite discussions we're beginning to have now, the external territories will be an important factor when you're doing the beam analysis, what you can get where and how the capacities might be deployed around Australia, how you would actually architect those beams, taking account of the external territories, is part of the job.
Excellent to hear. Of course, Cocos Keeling Island is a significant distance from the mainland, hence the importance of foreshadowing it at this early stage so they can be taken into account. And Christmas Island, of course.
Without preempting the detailed analysis, my understanding is that it should be possible with a satellite solution to reach.
Excellent.
Those
and while I'm here, I should also mention my constituents on Norfolk Island, on the other side of the continent.
Yep.
Thanks very much.
Okay.
Senator Birmingham.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Quigley, thank you very much for your time and attendance today. Firstly, we've just clarified how big the Australian footprint is with Senator Lundy. Can I just clarify in terms of the start date? When do you consider the 8-year clock to start ticking?
It's I believe now that we've got the company on its feet to some extent, up and running, around this time I think would be a good point to start.
Good. So it's not reliant on the conclusion of the implementation study or the start of other build aspects or things that might run out in the space of the next year or two. In regards to spectrum questions, which Senator Nash pursued some of, do you have any expectations of the government quarantining any aspect of spectrum for the NBN?
I'm not aware of that at this point in time. I wouldn't like to preclude it, but I simply don't know if they've considered doing that at this point.
Would you expect that NBN Co, under appropriate regulatory practices and principles, would have to bid for access to spectrum like any other company?
Unless spectrum was made available, we'd anticipate we would have to do so, or acquire spectrum if it was available somewhere else. I mean, clearly you can't provide a radio solution without having spectrum available, so we know we have the job of acquiring spectrum one way or another. We haven't, as of yet, got into the details of how we might do that.
Mm-hmm. But as a GBE, would you expect to have to operate in a sense on competitive neutrality type principles there in accessing spectrum, or do you think the government can give you a leg up in that regard?
I really am not well enough aware of the GBE guidelines to be able to answer that question, but if I can take it on notice, it's something I probably should look at. I will get back to you.
Sure, okay, that's all good. You've talked about the 90% and the 10% and so on as being the core objectives of the NBN, and indeed NBN Mark 1 was marked by objectives as well, so we discovered over time, rather than commitments, and there is a point of difference. But in regards to regional Australia and underserved areas such as those that Senator Nash firstly and Senator Lundy were talking about, is it an objective of NBN Co to provide service to those regions first, if possible?
There's many factors, I think, in that decision about where to deploy first. I certainly am getting a lot of requests from a lot of people all around Australia in various states suggesting places we should begin. So it's an issue we're going to have to balance up very carefully. There's obviously the issues around pair gain, there's the rural remotes, there's underserved. Tasmania, for example, has a much lower proportion of broadband subscribers. So there's a lot of factors. We just simply haven't tried to put that all together. I would expect also the shareholders to have a view which they would make known to the company about what they believe would be the priority for us to be attacking first. And there's also just sometimes technology and perhaps areas that may be wise to deploy first, because we may learn something that may be valuable for the volume rollout.
So the shareholders, being the Finance Minister and the Communications Minister, have not at this stage made it an objective of the NBN Co, or made their views known to you that they wish to see those disadvantaged or underserved areas, be they pair gain systems, be they regional and remote areas, served first, rather than sort of the major cities where comparable services are in some instances already available.
No. We haven't had any specific instructions from the shareholders at this point on the details of the rollout of the build.
Okay, thank you. How much equity is there in the NBN company at present?
Right now, $60 million and $10.
$60 million and $10?
Yes.
Right, excellent. That's a very precise figure.
Yes, that's
the
number.
And how was that equity is, of course, all government equity?
It's government equity, yes.
That's right.
When the company was established, I think $10 was injected in to start the company. Then there's been 2 injections, one of $10 million and one of $50 million.
Okay. And they have, the structure is that they are each based on $1 share. I mean, at present it's the one shareholder in the government, so it doesn't matter too much, but that's your understanding. Okay. How soon do you expect a further injection will be required?
There's been a plan, I think, that was in the budget papers of potential equity injections over periods of time. When we need more money for working capital of the company, we write information memorandum to the government and request an injection. We're not at that point where we need an injection right now, so we'll look at that as we need it.
Am I right to assume that the structure is such, with the Tasmanian trial in place, that equity flows into the NBN company, and that you then provide what funds from the Commonwealth are necessary to support NBN Co Tas, or whatever it's...
That's correct. NBN Tasmania.
NBN Tasmania.
Yes, it is a subsidiary of NBN Co. So the funding that it requires to do the job of building out and in the first instance, the 5,000 premise trial, that funding will come from the Commonwealth via NBN Co.
Okay. What injections of equity have been provided by NBN Co to NBN Tasmania thus far?
Well, there has been an injection, which I think was, if I recall now, $500,000, but I need to get back to you if I can on the precise number. There's been an injection. But clearly over the next months we're going to need to inject more equity as we start to build out.
Okay, very good. If you could get back to us just on the detail there, but so obviously
it's half. It was $500,000.
$500,000.
Okay.
Excellent. Okay, so at present, that's obviously just for salaries and general operational expenses and those types of things.
Precisely.
And in terms of actually funding the first 5,000 home build, that money is yet to go or yet to flow.
That's correct. Mm-hmm.
And do you expect, from the NBN Co perspective, that you will need additional injection to fund that 5,000 home build, or will that be within scope
it depends
of your
on
current
the rate
finances?
at which, obviously, funds are used within NBN Co, and the rate at which they're used in NBN Tasmania. I think we get a fair way along the path of funding the Tasmanian 5,000 home rollout with the funds we have available, but we're just now assembling the systems to allow us to do those forward cash flow projections.
Okay. Are you able to put a figure on the 5,000 home rollout as yet in terms of the cost estimate, or is that still too subject to commercial sensitivities?
I think at this point it's since we'll be going out and obviously getting some equipment. I prefer at this point to keep that commercially in confidence. But at an appropriate time, we certainly will be able to make that information available.
Right. But you think at present that you can operate within all of your other costs, etc. Hopefully, do that build within the $60 million or close to, depending on.
That will depend on the speed with which we ramp up inside NBN Co, and we have obviously that. We ask a lot of questions at the moment. A lot of people are very keen for us to get on and start doing things. So we're ramping up as fast as we can, but there is, of course, a limit to how quickly you can grow a company.
And are you funding? Is NBN Co funding the implementation study out of its own equity?
No, it's not. That's a departmental issue. The implementation study, the lead advisory team, do not work for NBN Co.
That's good, because 60. I see your advisors behind are chuckling. I suspect they're chuckling at the fact that $60 million probably wouldn't go very far on the implementation study if you were having to fund the partners there. So. In regards to the acquisition of assets, what discussions or how widely have you had discussions with parties from whom you might acquire assets?
We've had a range of discussions, and we've done some preliminary analysis of some potential assets. Like in all analysis, you can come to certain conclusions about what may make sense or not. We're still in the middle of doing some analysis. Obviously, those I can't talk about in any detail for the obvious commercial reasons, but it's certainly something we are looking at. We're looking at potential asset acquisitions. In some cases, that will give the company a base from which to grow. So we are looking at such possibilities.
Would you say that you've gotten to the point of negotiations in any instance, or still simply doing your own assessments and looking at options?
I wouldn't call negotiations. We have certainly had some discussions, but I wouldn't call it negotiations at this point. And mostly they're assessments.
Okay. So you haven't yet discussed the price of any assets with companies?
Sometimes it's you can get a feel for what a company may value their asset in. You may not necessarily agree with it, but you can at least get a feel for that. But I wouldn't call that a negotiation. That's more a positioning.
Right. Are there any circumstances under which you imagine NBN Co would purchase assets prior to the completion of the implementation study?
Yes, I wouldn't preclude the possibility. remember, as we work with the implementation study team, the lead advisors, which we're doing very closely, there's information flowing back and forth, and we're considering things jointly, which makes good sense. If you're looking at architectures and pricing structures and the like, it makes good sense to be doing that progressively, not in one big hit at the end. So yes, I wouldn't preclude that as a possibility.
And a little preemptive to possibly invest in purchasing assets prior to the implementation study being completed?
We certainly wouldn't be acquiring assets unless we were fairly sure that it made good business sense. I've, in my past life, acquired quite a number of assets, technology assets, and I'm going through the same process with anything we look at now, which is a very careful analysis. What is the value? What does the value of that asset bring to the company? We certainly won't be rushing into any asset acquisition. It would only be only after some very careful consideration.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Quigley. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Bishop.
Thank you, Chair. Just one quick issue, Mr. Quigley. You made reference in your opening comments about open access, being an open access wholesale provider, and then you had a brief discussion about some factors relating to equalisation. In terms of the pricing that you offer to retail purchasers, I presume you don't mean you're going to be mandated to provide uniform pricing?
No, I think the distinction between equivalence and uniformity. We've made no assumptions on that. It's we're trying to make sure that any pricing structures we put together, as close as we possibly can, come to pure equivalence. In other words, we treat all service providers equivalently.
So that necessarily means that if retailers purchase a different product or a different speed or a different volume, that can be reflected in the price that you negotiate.
Yes, indeed. So if you're talking about, there's, for example, 100 megabit per second pipe available, if a retail service provider only wanted to buy 20 megabits per second of that capacity, then there would be a price on that. If somebody wanted to buy 40, then it'd be a different price. Likewise, on the quality of service that they provide in the network we're architecting, you can in fact provide not only different speeds but different qualities of service, because different types of services require different characteristics. So we hope to have the capability to differentiate that and then provide different prices and bill them accordingly.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Quigley. Thank you, Chair.
Senator McDonald.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Mr. Quigley, thanks for coming along. You're the chairman of the board and the chief executive officer, are you?
That's correct.
Okay. And your background, you're an engineer?
I am.
Okay. And I take it from what you just said, you've had a bit of corporate experience in the past.
Yes, I was with a telco vendor company for some 36 years, worked both here in Australia and overseas. My last position was a President Chief Operating Officer of such a company.
You're just the man to answer a question I can never work out in the broad. I mean, most of the customers, I appreciate you're a wholesaler, but through the retailers will have to work through you, and between the retailers and yourselves you'll have to make a profit, and you indicated before it was your intention to run at an operating profit, and whether you get a return on your 63 million billion, 43 billion is another question. But most of the customers that you would hope to be served by your operations will be in Brisbane, Sydney, Melbourne, Canberra, perhaps Adelaide. They're already pretty easily serviced, well serviced by Telstra and Optus and others. They do it and make a return, and let's take Telstra, which is, you'd call in the new regime, both a wholesaler and a retailer. But they're charging customers, various ranges of packages, but $100 a month seems to be, standard across the board. If you do the figures on your capital investment, it just doesn't stack up that you could possibly, as a wholesaler, deliver a service to the number of customers there are in Australia at anywhere near the same price as Telstra is currently doing. How can... Is that right, or am I wrong in my simplistic look at big business and retailing and wholesaling? And
no, I think it's absolutely correct, Senator, that in the model where you've got a wholesaler and a retailer, both of them will look at share of the revenue that comes from an end customer. If you think about that, an entity that's supplying an end customer with a service is charging a certain amount. They have to do the wholesale functions regardless. So they are, where you draw that line is a question which you can debate. But nevertheless, a vertically integrated telco is doing both functions, retail and wholesale. The fact that you then divide it and you have a wholesaler and a retailer shouldn't make much difference in the end to the overall proposition. The facilities still have to be built, still marketing's got to be done.
No, but the facilities are there for Telstra. They don't have to build anything. But you're going to spend 43 billion or 28 billion, or nobody really seems to know. But you're going to spend 28 billion, even in Telstra's original proposal. I mean, it was around the ridges. They were going to spend 15 billion. You're talking about more than that, and you're going to be, as far as we know, competing with Telstra in many of these areas. And even if you're not, how can you possibly provide a wholesale service that matches what the existing providers are doing?
If you look around the world, commercial entities are making such investments now on the basis of a wholesale model, and certainly and vertically integrated companies are making such investments. There are deployments going on in the US,
in competition Europe, with others?
In competition with others.
Okay,
so,
and they're dealing with markets a bit bigger than little old Australia, unfortunately.
Some cases not. And it's a question of scale again. It's quite true that we have an unusual situation in Australia with our population densities in a very big area, so it makes the questions of serving the rural and outback communities particularly tough. It's an expensive proposition. I think everybody understands that. But if you, with the focus of your question, even in urban areas where the large population densities are, they're not very different from the types of situation you see in other parts of the world.
But Mr Quigley, my question, and I can't be more specific, but Telstra is providing that service now for $100 a month. With no new capital investment. You're going to invest $43 billion, and retail wholesale, I accept, but you're going to invest that. But the simple, even back-of-the-envelope mathematics show that you'll have to be charging 2 or 3 times what Telstra is charging now just to provide a wholesale service.
I think, frankly, it is too early to come to that conclusion. I know there's been some studies done. I don't necessarily agree that those conclusions are the correct ones.
Okay, tell us why. That was my question. Yeah. Why is that fairly simple proposition that seems logical? Tell us why that's not. Why you don't agree with it.
If you start from an assumed wholesale average price across various segments of the country, you then look at the total cost build up. You look at your OPEX, you look at your CAPEX, you look at if you finance the whole thing through debt, you look at the interest payment. You have to build a business case up. You have to build what the income statement would look like for that. I think it's frankly until we go through that process, we won't know what the answer to the question that you posed is, and we're going through that process. But I'm at this point unwilling to say it's a foregone conclusion that it's impossible to run a viable business, because if you look overseas,
so it's not a foregone conclusion, you're saying. So that means there's some doubt in your mind whether. I mean, I would have thought you would have said as CEO and chairman of the board that this is a foregone conclusion. We're going to be in there to make a profit, as you said you wanted to do. But now you're saying it's not a foregone conclusion.
No, I think it's certainly not a foregone conclusion that the enterprise can't possibly be profitable at any point in time. There's decisions that are going to need to be made along the way, various options. We need to explore those options, make the decisions, and look at the outcomes. But it's, as I've said...
But doesn't it defy logic that Telstra is already there. They make a profit. Some say it's excessive. The shareholders don't think it's excessive. So they make a profit. You're going to make a profit. They're already there established. They've got customers. They've got a wholesale set up or a trunk set up. They've got a retail set up. But you're going to come in and compete with them in at least the wholesale part of it, and do it at a price that is still better than Telstra's wholesale plus retail price.
There's, I guess, an assumption there, Senator, that we will be competing with Telstra. I will be working to try and persuade Telstra that it makes better sense for them to use the network that we're about to build. And if you think about it, the copper network needs constant maintenance on it. At some point in time, the copper runs out of capacity. It's got pair gain systems on it, which means you can't get services everywhere. It has certain limitations. So at some point...
But Telstra aren't totally copper, are they?
No, they have partly hybrid fibre coax, which is also an older plant now. So telco companies are constantly upgrading their facilities. If you look towards other places in the world, that's why we're seeing an inexorable move from fixed line networks from copper to fibre.
Yep.
So we have two choices.
And that's what Telstra and Optus, I think, were doing.
We're doing the same. So if I was to accept your premise, Senator, that said you could never make this viable, then it would say we would stay on copper forever.
No.
The rest of the world's moving to fibre.
It's not a venue for a debate, and I don't mind asking you questions, not debating with you, but I mean, as you know, Telstra and Optus were both upgrading their existing networks, using their big capital city profit base to do it, and, you know, governments were effectively subsidising the bush aspect of it. But it just defies logic that a new player can come into the scene with huge capital outlays and still expect to get customers to sign up with it, as opposed to signing up with an existing one, and they know the price now, and if you do the back of the envelope, you couldn't possibly do it on your capital costs.
Okay, well that's
You're disagreeing with me.
I disagree that it's impossible to do it, because I'm seeing entities around the world doing precisely that.
Can you just give me, top of the head, some of the entities where this is happening?
Yes. One of the big ones is Verizon, for example, in the US, who've been widely deploying fibre. In France, a lot of European countries, the Netherlands, KPN has been doing it, France Telecom have been putting fibre out. A lot of little companies around Europe are deploying fibre.
Well, I can give you two examples. In Australia, it's deploying fibre, but deploying in competition with an existing fibre operator.
Yes,
in a market like Australia, a small market like Australia.
In some markets, let's take another one, Portugal, for example. The Portugal Telecom is deploying fibre where there are other competing infrastructures, a number of other competing infrastructures. There's cable infrastructure, there's copper infrastructure.
In Portugal? OK. Well, Portugal's perhaps... what's Portugal's population? About 5 million, isn't it?
I think it's around 5-6 million.
Yeah, OK. Well, that might be a good one to have a look at. OK. Look, thanks very much, Mr Quigley. We've taken you long over your time.
We have. And, Mr Quigley, to smooth your final exit, will NBN's wholesale customers be offered, to the extent that there may be cross-subsidy, will NBN be offering your customers, be they city wholesale purchases or rural wholesale purchases, the same price?
That's a question I think that I once again have to not take it just if I can at the moment, because we haven't determined that yet. The whole question around pricing models is a very, very complex question, and we are still studying that. Discussing it with the lead advisory group, looking at what's going on in other places of the world. It is the whole issue of pricing in this new wholesale model is quite complex. And
yes, and you've said that, but hasn't the Minister promised effectively that NBN will provide wholesale to its customers at the same price, irrespective of where they are in Australia?
I'll have to look at the exact wording of what the Minister said. From recollection, I think he said it was an aim or an objective.
He's been quite clear in saying, let me find the quote, he has said that he used the example of an ATM in Tamworth versus an ATM in Sydney, and said words to the effect that if an ATM can be used in Tamworth for the same price as an ATM in Sydney, then the same can apply to NBN Co. And his actual quote, the actual quote was that he suggested that NBN pricing would be cross-subsidised with one wholesale price averaged across the country. And he went on to say that the aim was to have, quotes, the same wholesale price for every household for the same speed across satellite, wireless and fibre to the node.
Mm-hmm.
So surely he is saying, consistent with what, if you apply that to what you have said earlier, that must mean that NBN Co is going to have to provide your wholesale customers with cross-subsidy to enable that to be delivered.
At this point in time, I haven't had any instructions from the shareholder of what the pricing policy should be. So I certainly wouldn't. We won't be setting pricing policies in the company on the basis of quotes. We'll be having discussions with the shareholders around those sorts of issues, as you would expect us to do. These are very important decisions.
If you had to cross-subsidise, and if Telstra doesn't roll in its network and in fact is building fibre in the big cities where there's the high market share and the high profitability, won't that leave you with a bit of a lemon in those big cities where you're trying to cross-subsidise and therefore selling presumably at a higher price or higher wholesale price than somebody who's only had to build their fibre in the profitable parts?
This is exactly the issue that's a balancing act which we need to address. If we're going to serve those rural and remote communities that are not so attractive commercially to serve, which I believe is our objective, then you have to balance that. That's why I say it's a very complex picture at the moment. On the side of I guess, of NBN Co, an advantage you have is one of scale. So we've yet to work that all through before we can determine what's the right approach to take, and we have yet to bring the models, the costs, the potential options back to the shareholders so that a decision can be made on those issues. That, as I said, they're very complex and a lot of them relate to those very tricky issues.
So sounds like you might need to provide a bit of advice to the shareholders rather than waiting for advice from them, Mr Quigley.
Mr Quigley, can you take on notice? I do appreciate that you're not... you're suggesting you're not necessarily familiar with what the Minister has said. Can I ask you to take on notice, answering the question whether NBN Co can deliver on the Minister's promise, and if so, what you would do, what processes you would put in place and what actions you would take in order to deliver on his promise to see one wholesale price averaged across the country, and his promise that the same wholesale price will be afforded for every household for the same speed across satellite, wireless and fibre to the node.
Yes, certainly. I'll take that on notice. Okay.
Thank you.
Also take on notice, unless you can answer it in a yes/no, the Aussie infrastructure bonds, are they intended to be issued by the company or by the government?
By the government. It's,
by the government.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Mr Quigley.
Pleasure.
You've been very generous and tolerant.
Thank you.
And informative. Thank
Right.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The committee welcomes Mr Eckermann.
No, I don't even know what is this. High suburb. No, not yet. Okay, all right.
Mr Eckermann, welcome.
Thank you.
Again, as you're aware, the proceedings of the committee are public. It's potentially unlawful for a person to attempt to interfere with evidence that a witness may give. Your evidence is protected by parliamentary privilege, and if at any stage you wish to give evidence in camera, please say so and we'll consider your request. But for the record, can you give us again your name, rank and serial number?
It's Robin Eckermann and I'm here in a private capacity.
Thank you. Would you care to make a brief opening statement? We have your submission, of course.
Thanks, Madam Chair and Senators. I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you about the interplay between the NBN and smart grid modernisation of Australia's electricity infrastructure. In my view, the NBN and smart grids will do much to strengthen the infrastructure on which Australia's future social, economic and environmental well-being rests. And in this context, I welcome the initiatives that the government has taken in both areas over the past year. It's something of a coincidence that Alexander Graham Bell and Thomas Edison were both born in 1847, and each is credited with a landmark contribution in their respective fields. In Bell's case, the telephone, and in Edison's case, the commercial light bulb. It's been said that if Alexander Graham Bell came back today, he wouldn't recognise our modern telecommunications infrastructure with its optical fibre and digital transmission, fancy electronics. But if, in contrast, Edison came back today, he would be largely at home with our electricity networks because they really haven't changed much in 130 years. The inbuilt intelligence in a communications network allows the flows of information to be constantly monitored and rerouted when links fail or suffer heavy congestion, and that sort of remedial action happens in milliseconds, in many cases without the user knowing there's ever been a problem. If you contrast that with the situation in our electricity grids, beyond a certain point in the network, the utilities are blind as to the flows of electricity. Networks are commonly operating inefficiently, like a car that's poorly tuned. When something breaks, the utilities usually learn about it first when their customers start ringing and complaining they've lost power. And at that point they can't ascertain the exact location or nature or extent of the fault. When they send out a repair crew, they often have to look blindly in the dark to try and locate it. You also have the life of equipment shortened when it's operated outside its design tolerances. So in an era where climate change is rapidly becoming one of the hottest items on the global agenda, and the electricity industry is one of the largest contributors to greenhouse gas emissions, this sort of inefficiency isn't sustainable. The introduction of smart grid technology holds the key to modernising the electricity industry and providing a framework for next generation energy management. The benefits are economic as well as environmental. A parallel that I found a lot of people relate to is the progress that's been made in the automotive industry in recent years. If you look at a modern vehicle and compare it with a 20-year-old predecessor, the modern one is typically faster, more powerful, and about 25% more fuel efficient. And much of that is due to smart engine technology, little sensors that constantly monitor all of the subsystems in the vehicle and communicate their status to little processors, and that analyses the operating conditions and makes the necessary moment-by-moment fine-tuning to achieve optimum performance. Smart grid technology enables the same sort of modernisation and optimisation in the grid. It's also an absolutely essential foundation for supporting the widespread introduction of renewable energy and distributed generation storage, smart appliances, plug-in vehicles and the like. So right now the electricity industry sits on the threshold of a radical transformation, comparable, I believe, in significance to the arrival of broadband to the telecommunications industry about 15 years ago. The enabler for this transformation is the infusion of information and communications technology throughout the grid, from generation right through to consumption, and it's the need for pervasive, real-time, grid-wide communications that underpins the possibility of synergies between smart grids and the national broadband network. As the Chair mentioned, I did prepare a short paper on the subject, and I understand you've had an opportunity to read that. So perhaps I'll just finish this opening statement by summarising the three observations I made in that paper. Firstly, I think there is real potential for the NBN to be used to satisfy some of the communication needs that smart grids will bring. But secondly, there are a lot of complex issues and potential obstacles that need to be dealt with. and it's going to take some solid engagement between the NBN company and utilities to work out just what potential can be achieved in practice. So with that, I invite any questions and discussion.
Thank you, Mr Eckermann. Senator McDonald.
Thank you. Could you just tell us a bit about, I appreciate you appearing in a private capacity, but I understand you're a director of Smart Grids Australia. Can you just tell us a little bit about that organisation?
Yes, it was formed about 12 months ago to promote thinking about smart grids in Australia, and it has a very broad composition of membership. About half of the distribution utilities are represented. There's a lot of the leading commercial companies providing smart grid technology, also a growing representation of the research sector through CSIRO and other bodies. So it has a very singular focus on how as a country we move forward in modernising our electricity grids.
You used an analogy of a motor vehicle with little processors. What you're saying that you can regulate your electricity usage or benefits by sending messages to the power source or the distribution source, and in that way revolutionise the way we currently use electricity. Is that what
that's right, yes.
All about?
It takes multiple forms, and one of the foundations is to introduce better visibility into what's actually happening on the network itself. So one of the key measures in implementing a smart grid is to put sensors onto transformers and monitor the flow of electricity at that point. That allows you to do all sorts of things. For example, utilities will often inject more electricity at the head end of their network to be confident that someone at the end of the line is getting 240 volts. If you can see the flows all the way through the network, you can potentially hold back a little energy and still deliver quality at the end of the line.
I was at the Gladstone Powerhouse recently and having a look around, and I think that's what they were showing me, that they can monitor. It's in Gladstone, and they can monitor when there's a surge of usage in Brisbane, and immediately they tip in another wagon load of coal to fire up the boilers so that they can meet it, yes. And it happens almost instantly. Or if they've got some wind generation in the system and the wind stops, immediately they've got computer messages saying tip in more coal. That's
all very much part of that smart grid scene. I think if we look out a little further into the future, you can see many more innovative applications than that. So if I could use the example of a plug-in electric vehicle, if you drove that vehicle here to Parliament today, it will probably sit in the car park for many hours, and there's great latitude as to when it draws energy to recharge. It goes even further than that, that if the grid is going through a kind of crisis in demand, the grid could draw energy back out of that vehicle to improve its situation a little, but it would all be subject to rules you would have to set. So, for example, you might say, you can play with my energy in my vehicle, but don't suck anything out of it unless you're paying me $1 a kilowatt, and make sure you leave me...
5:30 when I want to leave.
That's right, leave me enough to get home.
Okay, all right, well, that's fascinating.
The same will be true, I think, of smart appliances. If you look at the progress of technology, Moore's law is now held for something like 44 years, where silicon densities have doubled and processing power has more or less doubled every 18 months to 2 years. And in an era where pressures on the climate are so extreme, to me it's almost inconceivable that in the coming years we won't see intelligence go into washing machines and fridges, all to fine-tune energy consumption. And those appliances will often want to know the state of the grid, where they have discretion as to whether they start drawing energy or not.
I might add, what's this got to do with the NBN? Doesn't that already happen around in various parts of Australia? I gave the example of...
It happens in the core of energy networks, but energy networks typically transmit at very high voltages, 132 kilovolts or similar, and that's broken down in locations called zone substations to typically 11 or 22 kilovolts, and they're the feeder routes that run out then into the user's territory, and along those routes there are further transformers that break it down to 240 volts. So utilities generally have good visibility down to the zone substations, and beyond that they are largely blind. So communications becomes important if you're trying to put sensors out on transformers and ultimately on meters and ultimately right down to vehicles and appliances.
Okay. All right.
Thank you. Mr Eckermann, it's good to have you back before another Senate committee. I'd like to explore with you your thoughts on the potential of the National Broadband Network to extract environmental efficiencies. I know you have an interest in the area of green ICT, and that does have a relationship with things like smart grids, but I thought it would be a useful area for this committee to hear more about.
Yes, thank you. The smart grids are pretty new on the scene, and there's a lot of modelling work. There's a growing body of real-world results coming from some of the pilots around the world, places like Boulder in Colorado, and there are many areas in which the environmental benefits can be achieved. The easiest and quickest ones are those that come with monitoring transformers, because they're the sorts of things that allow you to conserve voltage rather than plugging in an excess voltage. They're the sort of things that allow your companies to operate more efficiently. And there's a view there that they are worth an immediate 3 to 5% reduction in energy consumption with the associated saving in greenhouse gases. In the longer term, I believe that the bigger savings will come from the use of renewable energies, and smart grids are just an essential foundation for supporting that. As Senator McDonald said, if a cloud bank rolls over a solar city, you have a sudden drop in energy, and you need to be able to see it coming and deal with it. An inefficient way of dealing with it is to build totally redundant energy generation, but in that case you've kind of duplicated your capacity just to be on standby for when the cloud rolls over. More sophisticated techniques will leap into action in those situations to try and shed load where it can be shed. So stop charging vehicles if they're not urgently needed. So some of that depends on progress in the consumer industry and the appliance industry, but it all comes back to you need intelligence and monitoring and visibility into the grid to support that kind of innovation.
Thank you for that. What are the things that NBN Co need to be doing now to make sure that the network they build is fully able to exploit opportunities for improving energy efficiency and achieve green ICT outcomes?
I think at the earliest opportunity that it has the resources to do so, it should engage the utilities collectively or individually, because the stated intent of the NBN is to use overhead deployment where it's feasible to do so, and that will see optical fibres running right past those transformers that all need monitoring. It's fair to say that there are a lot of complex issues in that, and with a different hat on, if I go back to our experience in creating Transact, even though we were working under the auspices of ActuAGL, sorting out a deal to use the electricity poles was one of the more difficult aspects of that project. And you find there are poles that don't have clearances for extra wires, or poles that won't support the weight, poles that have been damaged by termites, staked, and unions don't believe they're safe to climb. Complex earthing issues if there are any metallic elements in the cable. I think we managed to set fire to a small patch of bush during our pilot because of a very obscure problem to do with earthing. So there are a lot of complex issues, and at the end of the day, I believe our dependence on energy is at least as crucial as our dependence on information. So if there's a crisis in the grid, the utilities' primacy of, I guess, need over the communication needs to be recognised. And if they have to cut wires to prevent a situation that endangers life, then that could see cables come down. So there are a lot of issues in that space, over and above the public ones of visible cables and so forth, that really need solid engagement at an engineering level.
Thank you for that, Mr Eckermann. I think it's important for the committee to note that you were involved in the rollout of Transactor fibre to the hub network. Apart from the point you make about complex earthing issues, are there any other major lessons arising out of your experience with that particular rollout that you think would be instructive to NBN Co at this stage, notwithstanding the difference in the network? But I
think it is it was a tremendously exciting chapter in my career, and an enormous learning period on the complexities of these things. There's always pressure in the planning phase to push down costs and make the gild the lily as best you can. When it comes time to deploy, invariably costs tend to creep up a little bit. So we went through that in creating Transact, and I'm sure some of those same pressures will be applied to the NBN. It's the sort of subject one could write a book on, not an easy one to give a quick answer on.
No, I thought it would be worth giving you an opportunity here, and please feel free to correspond with the committee if anything comes to mind. Thanks, Mr Eckermann. Thanks, Chair.
Senator Ludlam.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks very much for your submission. I recognise you said before this is quite a new field, but who's, in your view, the world leader in smart grid rollout?
I think it would be very difficult to pinpoint a single leader. If I look back on the broadband industry, there were major players back in the mid-90s when it was just forming, and the industry has grown like a wave and built up over 15 years and is still going through many machinations to get towards the end goal of fibre to the premises. And I think we'll see the same with smart grids. I think we'll see corporate takeovers, and we'll see standards emerging and bringing things together. We'll see approaches proving out and some failing. At the moment, one of the significant trials in the world is in Boulder, Colorado, and the utility behind that project set up 80 value propositions with the full expectation some would fail, and in fact if they didn't fail, with the belief that then they hadn't pushed themselves hard enough. Right. So it's kind of early days to say there's a simple, clear leader in the market. There are certainly large players. I've done some work with a company called Current, IBM, Cisco. All the big names in the industry are working in this field and see it as an enormous growth market.
But there's not a lot of, I guess it sounds like there's not a lot of case studies on the ground that you can point to. So you mentioned Victoria in this submission, so
yes.
Colorado's another. How many real-world examples could you point
to? Well,
Victoria's
focused on the meters, and meters are just one element in a smart grid. They have potentially a very crucial positioning in the network because they sit right at that interface between the grid and the consumer's world. Yeah. And to the extent that you want communications across that point, it's very important that you have an adequate communications fabric. There's no question it could be provided technologically by the NBN. In Victoria, though, the driver hasn't been smart grids, it's been smart metering, and the communication requirements for metering are very modest by comparison. In essence, you need to sweep up your usage readings in time to issue a bill, and that's a very different requirement from millisecond by millisecond sort of chit-chat that's balancing and fine-tuning the operation of the grid. So the NBN could clearly satisfy requirements for communication right down to the endpoint, but you do hit pragmatic issues like the placement of the optical network termination, the little device that sits at the end of the fibre and breaks it into an electrical signal for reticulation through the house. If the NBN is to be used for smart grids, that box will have to be powered upstream of the meter because of the need of the utility to be able to disconnect power and then importantly reconnect it. So you start getting into issues of where will that box be located, will it be tamper-proof from the user, will it have a power point that is powered upstream the meter, how will NBN pay or be paid for the utility use of that. Lots of complex issues. The greatest opportunity exists in greenfields because if you look at some of the fibre to the home deployments around Australia, it's very common to put that ONT in a box right next to the utility meter.
Just remind me what that stands for.
Which
ONT?
Optical network termination, the little box where the NBN comes in and stops and then hands over to the user world. So it's a little box of electronics that needs mains power, and in a fibre to the home suburb that's very commonly located right next to the meter. So in principle you have a good framework there where the ONT could have a link across from the meter and carry utility data.
So that's how a smart house would work. Presumably to get a smart grid you're going to need hundreds of thousands of people to be participating or it's not really going to work. What market structure or what electricity market structure do you need to persuade utilities that, I mean, effectively we're trying to tell them to sell less of their product? Yes,
it's a challenging, I think that identifies a key issue because in the current regulatory environment, I'm not an expert on this, they negotiate a price designed to recover their costs, and if you sell less of your product, you've got to change that formula a little bit.
Oh, a lot.
A lot,
yeah.
Yes.
So we're talking about an 8-year rollout for NBN deployment. How does that sit with projections of smart grid deployment? Is that a comfortable timeline as far as you're concerned?
I think they're quite well aligned, except in Victoria the utilities are all under pressure to replace all their meters over the next 4 years, and that's in turn forced them to make choices about their communications. So in a sense, NBN comes too late for them to really consider. For the rest of the country, their deliberations about smart meters are all being framed in the context of smart grids and with NBN there on the horizon, and so I think there are opportunities to explore the synergies.
Just my last one then. What degree of expertise does NBN Co have on board and relevant Commonwealth government departments have on board to make sure that these conversations are being had rather than occurring in silos?
I'm not aware of what expertise they have in that space.
Thank you very much. Thanks,
Thank
Chair.
you. Thank you very much, Mr Eckermann, for your time before and again today.
That's a pleasure.
You.
Thank you.
Thank you. The committee will now take a short break until 4 o'clock. And we look forward to hearing from the Department of Finance and Deregulation. Welcome, gentlemen. I think you're well aware of the processes for hearings of this nature. Could you give the committee, for the record, your name, rank and serial number?
Certainly, Madam Chair. Simon Lewis, General Manager of Asset Management Group in the Department of Finance and Deregulation.
John Edge, Division Manager, Government Business Special Claims and Land Policy in the Department of Finance and Deregulation.
And Peter Saunders, I'm the Division Manager of the Budget Review Division in the Budget Group in the Department of Finance and Deregulation.
Thank you. Would you care to make a brief opening statement?
We're happy to help the committee, Madam Chair, with no particular opening statement.
Okay. In that case, do I have a senator who wishes to proceed? Senator McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We were questioning Treasury earlier this morning about a number of issues, and they were suggesting we should put them to you. Where did the figure of $43 billion come from? Is that something that you're involved in?
Certainly, Senator.
Yes, Senator. We were involved in working through a preliminary estimate of costs of building the national broadband network that was prepared by the Department of Broadband. And in the normal process, as I explained to a Senate Estimates Committee, we had an iterative dialogue with that department in seeking to verify, validate the assumptions, test them against benchmarks that we could find externally, and so on. And eventually, as a result of that process, we arrived at the figure of up to $43 billion, which, as everyone has stated, is a preliminary estimate prior to the implementation study.
Right. And did you actually do the costings, or did the Home Department tell you what was needed? I mean, how many lengths of fibre and how much length that was, or how did that process work?
They proposed some assumptions and estimates, and we worked through them with them, asking questions, and as I said, it was an iterative process, a cooperative one.
Okay. And for the funding of the $43 billion, is that your area, or was that Treasury or the Home Department or NBN Co?
Senator, that would ordinarily be Treasury. I hope they didn't palm that question off to the Finance Department.
Well, they did give us ideas of debt and equity and issue of Aussie infrastructure bonds. That's all their area, is it?
That's right, and it's their area. But I'm sure they would have made the point that issues to do with that will need to be studied in quite some considerable detail as part of the implementation study, with a view to putting advice back to government in relation to each of those issues, the equity issues and the debt.
Were you involved in any way in the commercial reality of this program? Is that something, again, you did, or the Home Department?
We were certainly involved in putting advice to the government in relation to the commercial tests that would need to be appropriate to NBN Co, as it's called, in relation to the rollout of a broadband network.
Yeah, okay. Well, could you explain to me, and I have certainly, obviously, no technical expertise in these areas, but can you explain to me how a new company with a capital raising up to $43 billion can possibly compete against a Telstra that already has a network in place, already has customers, and doesn't have to spend $43 billion to get to a position where, for the majority of the market, Brisbane, Sydney, Melbourne, Canberra, perhaps Adelaide, they're already there providing an NBN service. How can NBN Co possibly return a profit, as they indicated they wanted to do, when they're competing against someone that doesn't have, that can almost do the same thing for perhaps a couple of $1 billion upgrade, a bit more fibre, but doesn't have a $43 billion capital outlay to try and deal with to compete?
Well, there's just a number of assumptions there we need to unpick a little bit.
Well, you can say they're wrong.
Well, I think I'd start by saying that what's been agreed to has been a broadband network which will cost up to $43 billion by way of a preliminary estimate. But the way in which it will be deployed is obviously the subject of the implementation study right now. So there's any number of different scenarios whereby the network is actually going to be built. And that will depend very much upon the nature of negotiations with the various parties in relation. It's not just Telstra, but...
Optus, I was using Telstra as an example. Optus have their own fibre networks around the ridges.
And clearly the intention is to have NBN Co operating on a commercial basis. One of the key things the government will be keen to obtain from the implementation study is some of the choices relevant to achieving that objective.
But to get to a $43 billion figure, you or someone must have worked on some assumptions.
Well, there were a range of assumptions, Senator, and also advice put to the government. And I suppose I really won't be in the business of giving you an answer in relation to the nature of advice we put to the government in relation to matters of that kind.
Well, and I've been around long enough to know that you can't repeat advice to government, but I mean, are you not able to say to me what elements, what costing elements were included in your calculation of $43 billion?
Senator, I can run through the technical components. Thinking of the network in a logical way, there's the backhaul element, which is the major trunk routes around the country.
So then you assume that Telstra would still have its own backhaul system running parallel to yours?
The costing was on the basis of a build of the network, but obviously it's a live option for that network to be constructed by elements that already exist, which could be bought into the network.
To get to $43 billion, you must have assumed either you'd be building a parallel one, or you'd be compulsorily acquiring Telstra's, or somehow you'd, after years of antagonism, all of a sudden Telstra and the government would be budsy-budsies and we're all going to...
The capital cost assumed that a network would be either built or bought. And the buying of that network was not part of it. Whether it was built or bought was not part of the costing process, but one could imagine an outcome where, as has been discussed in the public arena since then, where assets that already exist are vended into the NBN Co in exchange for money or in exchange for equity.
So your $43 billion would have said built equals bought. Let's not go into whether it's built or bought, but we'll allow $10 billion or some figure. I'm not suggesting you
that's right,
a clue, but X billion is for built and the same X billion is for bought. So let's do the next calculation. That's what you said.
That's right. Did it? That's right. It also allowed an amount for early implementation of a network in Tasmania. Mm-hmm. It allowed for the building of the fibre to the premises distribution network, that is the fibres running down the streets and the roads.
And fibre to the premises in every community in Australia?
The assumption for the moment in this preliminary costing is that 90% of homes and businesses would be connected via fibre.
So that's... Yeah, okay, so that took into account every non-remote part of Australia. I mean, I'm not asking you to confirm that or otherwise, but I mean, you'd obviously have taken into account fibre to the premises in little towns for, let me say, for example, places like Hughenden, places like it's a little town around here, Wellington.
Well, obviously, we didn't get into the identity of particular towns, but it was assumed that
so many households. I assume
that's right. About that 90% of the households and businesses would be, or premises, would be connected via the fibre. The next assumption was about the actual connection from those fibre leads in the roads and the streets to the homes. And Senator Conroy has mentioned that the working assumption there was that all premises would be connected. And then there were the remaining 10% was assumed to be both by a combination of wireless and satellite, with the details of that to be worked over in the implementation study. And then there were overheads and contingency added on top of those.
Okay, thanks for that. And finance is satisfied that that with that expenditure to do those things, you will get enough customers on board to make it pay.
Our costing exercise was entirely related to the cost of building or acquiring a network. It was not a business study or a cost-benefit study or a business case analysis. That is being done as part of the implementation work that's now going on.
So there's a cost-benefit analysis going on as part of the implementation study?
I don't believe so.
I wouldn't use the term cost-benefit analysis. Certainly there is business modelling work in relation to NBN Co, looking at a range of scenarios and looking at a number of the choices in relation to design and rollout and commercial operation of NBN Co.
Yes. Mr Saunders did actually mention the word cost-benefit, which, I mean, most reasonable, I would have thought, analysts would want to know about before going into this thing. Did finance sort of do the equivalent of some cost-benefit analysis? I know there's been no cost-benefit analysis done, but did you, in your advice to government, look at something that would effectively give a comparison of the benefits to the country versus the cost to the country?
I think the ministers are on record saying the cost-benefit analysis do we have the? I think we've got the correct words here, so I just wouldn't want to inadvertently use the incorrect phraseology. But in terms of advice on costs and benefits, certainly we've given advice to the Minister in relation to those matters on NBN Co. But a full cost-benefit analysis was not done as part of the period leading up to the announcements by the government.
Are you able to tell us why?
No. I can simply repeat that there was advice given to the government in relation to costs and benefits as part of the consideration of the issues prior to the announcements.
But advice given on costs and benefits, and yet no proper study done on costs and benefits.
The challenge is that clearly a huge amount of work is necessary in relation to a whole raft of issues to do with assumptions about revenue that will be generated, strategies for building the network and what that means for customer growth over the period of time necessary. And that's the work that's currently underway now in the implementation study.
Well, look, I'm sure, if not one of you three gentlemen, someone in your department would have been tasked to read Mr Ergas's cost-benefit analysis. Would you care to comment on that? Do you agree with it?
I haven't, and I wouldn't comment, Senator.
Well, does anyone in your area... you'd agree with me that someone in your area would have looked at it if it's not one of you three?
I'm not sure I would agree with that, Senator. Senator, Henry Ergas wasn't an advisor to the government in relation to the Broadband initiative, so far as I'm aware.
No, he's certainly not. He did his dash, I believe, but he's the last person the government would ask because they wouldn't get the results they wanted. But but he is a significant figure and a recognised in his field. And talking at a productivity commission roundtable, which I'm sure your department would have had someone at, he delivered a paper which, as I understand it, now it's all double Dutch to me, but I understand it was a cost-benefit analysis. In fact, we questioned him about it earlier today, and these sort of uncertainties you were talking about, he indicated to us the uncertainties that analysts always deal with, and there's a very standard way of dealing with those. He had no trouble in getting a cost-benefit analysis. Now,
the question is whether it's any good, Senator.
Sorry?
The question is whether it's any good, because there's a huge amount of work that's necessary to produce analysis that's going to be useful for decision-making in relation to the broadband network deployment.
Well, that's why I'm inviting
So
you.
nothing's better than something.
Madam Chair, I wouldn't want to give the impression there's no work underway. There is a huge amount of work underway looking at issues in relation to the development of the network, its design, its commerciality, and that's, as I say, work underway currently.
But, that's what you're saying, whether it's any good or not, and I assume you're talking about Professor Ergus's work, but...
I'm simply making no comment on it.
Well, that's why I'm giving you the opportunity of saying your department has obviously read his paper. Point out to me where he is wrong.
I'm not saying we have read his paper. In fact, I'm not sure that I or any of my colleagues have read his paper at all.
Well, can I put on notice to you that you check with your department, if anyone in your department was at that round table, and when anyone has actually had a look at his assessment, and if they have, whether they could either point out to us the bits of it that finance agrees with, or alternatively the bits of it that finance don't agree with.
Well, so the problem I've got with that is that the very process of doing so, in effect, will be giving you, by a sort of a reverse mirror approach, you the advice that we are putting to our own ministers in relation to the development of the network.
Well, hang on. I mean, one of the great criticisms that there was no cost-benefit analysis done. Now, whether it's a valid criticism or not, I don't know. But it's certainly a very public criticism. Now, here's a respected economist who's done some work. I'm just interested to know whether he's on the right track or not. I mean, the government's not giving us that information, which is potential payers of the in inverted commas investment. I and every other Australian, have some entitlement to know. So here's a guy who's tried to do it. Now, if he's wrong, wouldn't it be useful for you to say to us and to Professor Ergus, sorry, you didn't take this into account, or you didn't put enough weight on that?
So I think the best I could do would be to take on notice that we'll look at your question and look at whether there's something that could sensibly provided which preserves the government's position vis-a-vis the commerciality and commercial sensitivity of the issues that probably relates to. But personally, I've not seen his report. I don't know what the distillation of it is. I have seen an article or two which refers to it, but I genuinely have no idea as to its content.
Well, Mr Lewis, I'm not suggesting you did, but you have a huge department who are experts on sort of running down every borough from anything anyone says, including
you might be slightly overstating the resources available to the Finance Department.
Sorry?
You might be slightly overstating the resources available to the Finance Department, Senator.
Well, you seem to be spending a lot running down the track of every newsletter every politician sends out is now going to be vetted by your department or by the Prime Minister or the Special Minister of State or someone. So I assume from that you have plenty of resources that you'd be able to... But anyhow, look, one thing you can tell me is whether anyone in your department was there and heard it, or whether anyone's read it. Whether you comment on whether he's right or wrong, I can understand your argument. I'll leave the question there, but you can repeat your denial perhaps in writing.
Well, I'd also ask on notice that if no one in the department has read Professor Ergus's costing analysis, that someone be tasked to do so and then answer the rest of Senator McDonald's questions. to the effect that if you say it is wrong, we're so.
We'll take on notice, as I said, Senator.
Thank you.
I appreciate others would want questions, Madam Chair, but did I ask you? You're not involved with the issuance of the Aussie bonds, are you? That's Treasury.
No, that's Treasury.
Do you look at things like return on those bonds out of the profits of NBN Co, or where they're going to come from? Is that part of the expenditure of government that you people are involved in?
The public debt interest might be what you're referring to. That's a Treasury expenditure item, but it's a calculation that is done for all the financing instruments of government. I'm not sure what further information we can provide.
No, I'm just wondering if it's related. I mean, I think the Minister has said that this is a way Australians can get involved in investment in the National Broadband network, and I'm just wondering if Australians would want to invest in something that's not going to return them a profit. If it is going to be government guaranteed, then the taxpayers will be subsidising, if perchance the NBN Co doesn't make a profit sufficient to pay its interest on its capital raisings.
Yeah, I think as you're talking about the issue further, Senator, and you're talking about the possible structuring of these debt instruments and whether there's a guarantee, etc., those are clearly matters for the Treasury.
Okay, and any borrowing the NBN Co might do, is that something you would oversight?
We would. One of our roles is as a joint shareholder in NBN Co, and our minister is a joint shareholder minister in NBN Co. We would be very interested in relation to the gearing ratios for NBN Co and the base on which NBN Co is borrowing to fund its operations.
Will NBN Co borrow on the commercial market, or
those issues have been looked at in the implementation study, and there's a number of options, and we'll need to just wait for the results of that analysis and government decision in the latter.
Is it possible that the government can borrow at its what I loosely term favoured rate, and then pass the money through to NBN Co at a less than commercial rate of interest? Is that possible? I'm not saying could it is.
Senator, my understanding is that would be possible. Obviously, that would not be as commercial an operation as the government business enterprise borrowing on its own account. And there are a number of cases we have at the present time where government business enterprises do that right now. And as I think Mr Murray may have mentioned this morning, there will usually be a small price premium for borrowings by GBE on its own account, but then nonetheless those businesses stand more on their own 2 feet through the process of doing so.
And just finally, on any major acquisitions NBN Co decides to make, will, again, your department as the shareholding department, I guess, one of the shareholding departments, do you have an oversight of that? Would you have an oversight of that?
It's very early days now, and we've yet to put in place clearer plans for how NBN Co will operate in the normal operation of GBE. But why don't I just paint the general picture so you get a sense for it. Government business enterprises are required to lodge with ministers their corporate plan, which outlines their future plans of action, including capital acquisitions. Ministers are aware of those plans. If they have comments on them, they would provide those comments as shareholder ministers, and then the company, under the oversight of its board, would implement in accordance with those plans. So I think it's quite possible that that NBN Co could flag a range of possible acquisitions to ministers beforehand.
To ministers,
but ultimately,
ministers to you. So
no, to ministers, or we advise ministers. So we support the shareholder ministers in their role as the shareholder ministers.
So if NBN Co decided they're going to make a bid for Telstra at the market capitalisation, I don't know what it is, say it's $100 billion, you'd be involved in giving advice on that.
Look, any substantial acquisition of that kind for any of the government business enterprises that remain within the government's purview, you'd expect that the board and management would be dealing respectively with the shareholder ministers and the shareholder agencies. In this case, it would be the Broadband Department and the Finance Department.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Senator Lundy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What's your advice to people contacting the department wanting to know when the NBN will be rolled out in their area? What are you able to tell them, if
Senator,
anything at all?
we simply have to say that there's an implementation study underway which is looking at the very broad issues to do with network design as well as rollout strategy, and until those matters have been properly looked at, there's really no advice as to what the timing's likely to be.
And is there a way to, can you give the committee an indication how many people are making that inquiry?
Very few, Senator.
Well, they must all be asking me then.
I don't think we're aware of it.
But I can only give them the same answer, of course.
I'm afraid so, Senator.
Yeah.
Referring to the Department of Broadband.
I thought
that would be your answer.
Thank you.
The other issue that came up earlier in discussions with Mr Quigley from NBN Co was how they access information regarding the physical state of the existing network, particularly identifying areas with pent-up demand, such as those affected by pair gain systems like RIMS. We have one such area that's quite well known here in Canberra, Gungahlin.
I know it well, Senator.
Yes.
I experience it daily.
You experience it daily, yes.
I live in Gungahlin.
So my question is to ask the same question, but from your end. What information is available to be provided to NBN Co about broadband congested areas, or indeed areas where broadband is effectively a finite resource and unavailable to new customers, or indeed blocked given the state of and the use of old pair gain systems?
If I understand the gist of your question, Senator, my understanding is that NBN Co is doing a lot of work as one of its early due diligence tasks to try and get a sense of prospectivity of different regions and also problems being encountered. But the extent to which they're doing that, I really wouldn't be able to give you any particular granularity. Did Mr Quigley touch on that issue when he addressed you earlier today?
Well, he spoke about trying to get information. I guess the question to you is there any information held by your department that is useful in that regard?
Senator, I don't think so. I mean, the Broadband Department may have some, but our role really is quite marginal. So they have a significant initiative and significant resourcing attached to the Broadband initiative. Finance Department really has very little indeed.
No, that's what I thought. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Birmingham.
Thank you. Just quickly, if I can. What capacity does NBN Co have to make decisions independent of its shareholders about the purchase of acquisitions, or the acquisition of assets or infrastructure?
Hasn't been resolved in detail yet because we're still through the course of an implementation study, but it would not be unusual for a materiality threshold to be established below which the government ministers may have less focus and be more reliant upon the board in relation to acquisitions, and above a threshold take a more direct role. But I'm sort of painting a more general picture rather than what will apply for NBN Co, because decisions on acquisition strategy will need to be agreed, as well as governance arrangements. But my sense is, given that the implementation study is underway now, NBN Co is gearing up as we speak, that there's very close interaction right now with key ministers in relation to such issues. Whether it will always be like that, I think, is an open question, because ordinarily, shareholder ministers probably wouldn't get very heavily involved in very minor acquisitions, say, by a large business like Australia Post.
So you would expect those protocols to be developed and established sort of partly over time, but particularly after the implementation study has been concluded, and that there's some certainty about the timeline and expenditure and assets they're purchasing and so on?
Yep, it could be around about the same time because obviously we do have the implementation study report. There will need to be business plans being brought forward by NBN and governments will need to agree to those plans.
Mr Quigley left the door open today to making acquisitions prior to the conclusion of the implementation study. What would be the process for such acquisitions to be made at present?
I'd be sure Mr Quigley will be consulting the shareholder ministers in relation to those acquisitions.
Okay. And does Finance believe it prudent for acquisitions to be made prior to the completion of the implementation study?
Well, the implementation study within government is unlikely to have a landing all at one point right at the very end. There's obviously going to have to be issues that need to be addressed through the course implementation study. I don't, from our moment, discount the possibility that in the light of the way the implementation study is progressing, that decisions could be taken if they look consistent with the broad strategy for NBN Co. Okay. It's hard to see that would be a huge acquisition, but then it really depends how the implementation study progresses.
So so it's the door is open from Finance in terms of a appropriateness perspective for such purchases to be made.
You need to be done in the context of elements of the implementation study having resolved sort of elements of the broad framework, and in that context, some acquisition could make a lot of sense, and they might be bargains. I don't know.
Okay. So you are saying at least that that for assets to be purchased or acquisitions to be made, there should have been some study of that within the confines of the implementation study that has said, well, this is the type of asset or acquisition that we want?
Yeah, to put it in the reverse, it would be somewhat incongruous to acquire something which is completely inconsistent with the work done on the implementation study.
It would be incongruous indeed. The suggestion, the evidence from Mr Quigley seemed to be that the door was open to making such acquisitions regardless of when those component parts of the implementation study are completed.
I'm not aware of Mr Quigley's evidence, but I suppose the general point I'm making is that I could see acquisitions being consistent with the way the implementation study is progressing.
Okay. Thank you, Mr Lewis.
Gentlemen, Mr Lewis, you talked about the implementation study doing things in stages, my words, but that's the impression I got. Do you know whether the implementation study will result in what might be referred to as interim reports or interim decisions that might assist with some of the questions in some of the areas?
Well, certainly it would make sense to me. This is ultimately a question principally for the Broadband Department rather than ourselves, because the Broadband Department is running the implementation study, as you'd be aware. But I believe it would be sensible for an interim report on some issues to come to government prior to the delivery of the final report in February.
And what would you describe as some of those issues?
It's really a question for the Broadband Department, but I just think that it would make sense for the Broadband Department to bring forward interim, at least an interim report, if not more than one, prior to the delivery of the final.
But you're a man of considerable experience, and if you think it would make sense, you'd be saying that based on some of your experience. So give us the benefit of it and suggest some of the
Put it this way, Madam Chair, we might be giving advice to the Broadband Department about areas we think should be the early issues that they should be bringing matters back to government on.
Sorry, did you say you might be giving?
Well, we are consulting the Broadband Department in relation to issues that we think would be sensible to be brought forward for consideration earlier.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're obviously not willing to share with us what those
Prefer
areas
not to,
are, Mr Lewis.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your appearance today. Thank you. And the committee now looks forward to hearing even more from the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. You're more than familiar with the processes of committees of this ilk, so can you state for the record your full names and the capacity in which you're appearing?
Okay, thank you. Glenys Beecham, Deputy Secretary Governance, the Department of Prime Minister and the Cabinet.
Rhonda Dixon, I'm the First Assistant Secretary of the Industry, Infrastructure and Environment Division, which covers the policy responsibility for communications.
And Martin Hoffman, Executive Coordinator in Strategic Policy and Implementation Group.
Thank you. Would you care to make a brief opening statement?
No, we're happy to support the committee in any way we can.
Thank you. Senator McDonald?
Thank you, Madam Chair. What part does the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet play in the NBN proposal?
The Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet, like other major initiatives and major announcements by the government, plays a key role in supporting the Prime Minister, the Cabinet Secretary and parliamentary secretaries. We've got a role in where there are issues that go across a number of agencies that are major, like the NBN, to provide integrated and coordinated advice going forward to Cabinet.
Okay. I would have said you were there to check on the Home Departments and Finance Departments, but I know you'd never agree with that, so I won't put that to you. So what is the process that you're following? I mean, how do you fit in with the NBN proposals? How does it work? How does your involvement work?
The department obviously is involved in assisting the shareholder agencies and the Treasury in considering proposals that are put forward, particularly in the context of governments considering some policy and micro-policy issues.
So, in this instance, the Department of Communications would have formulated a proposal which they'd then talk through with you. I mean, what do you bring, what expertise do you bring to what isn't in broadband, in communications or finance?
As a general, I'll let my colleagues answer issues around detail, but primarily a coordination and integration role we play to ensure we do get whole of government advice going forward. And each agency brings with it obviously their ministers' priorities and roles and responsibilities, and we all have different levels of expertise right across the line areas and central agencies. So we bring what we can in terms of not, as you were indicating, seem to be indicating, critiquing what some of the other agencies might be doing. But I think we ensure that whole of government policy priorities are being considered, as well as the line agencies looking at just their portfolio responsibilities.
Mm-hmm. What have you done with the Communications Department since the April announcement? Is it a sort of a constant ongoing work? Are you oversighting the implementation committee, for example?
As you've heard today, I think the Department of Broadband and the other shareholder agency, the Department of Finance, are taking the lead on the implementation components, particularly around oversighting the implementation study. We, of course, are involved as part of that process.
I'm not sure if perhaps I should have asked this to Finance, but in answer to some Senate questions at Senate estimates, the $43 billion cost estimate was on the assumption that 90% of the take-up rates for connection to the network, assuming that 90% of take-up rates. Were you involved in that decision at all? Or does that accord with your understanding that the assumptions on money require a 90% take-up rate for connection to the network using fibre to the premises technology?
The government has made announcements about that. These things were considered through government processes, And we're, of course, involved, as the department is, in those consideration processes where government's considering a number of issues.
You wouldn't seriously consider a 90% take-up rate when, on any commercial consideration of the proposals versus the existing Telstra network, Telstra customers?
Senator, perhaps the 90% figure is not, I don't believe, has been stated to be a take-up rate, but rather a coverage percentage of premises by that mechanism versus approximately 10% by wireless and satellite for the remainder.
Well, my notes show it was a direct quote from an answer given by the Department of Finance and Deregulation to a question on notice of estimates. Perhaps I've got it wrong. But, are you aware of what take-up rate is required to make this commercially viable against an existing commercial operator providing a similar service in the major user areas of our country?
Those sorts of issues will be considered as part of the implementation study.
Okay.
And I think my colleagues previously today, both in the Treasury Department and Department of Finance, have indicated that as well.
Yeah. Okay. I don't have anything more for the moment, Madam Chair.
Senator Lundy.
Thanks very much. What sort of inquiries, if any, is PM&C getting in relation to the National Broadband Network? What sort of inquiries about the rollout, the National Broadband Network?
From constituents and the public?
From citizens.
I can't answer that personally, but my colleagues may be able to.
I think I'll have to take that one on notice. I don't know. We
No,
haven't
that's
been.
fine.
It
I'm
hasn't
just
been a very
making a point of asking
significant-
each department the sort of.
I don't think we've been flooded by ministerial correspondence, for example, which is a key indicator.
Yes.
I think there are a lot of expectations coming out of once we go through the process and implementation study and the like. Yes, but certainly I don't think we've been inundated by.
Do you want us to give you any advice on that?
No, it's fine.
Okay.
It's really just I'm making the reasonable assumption. I think that most of those inquiries are going to
the Broadband.
Department of Broadband Communications Digital Economy. So I'll be asking them the same question. So I really don't have further questions, Chair. I'll be done there. Thank you.
Senator Birmingham.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I'm curious as to what, if any, consideration PM&C is given to competition issues and competitive neutrality issues and so on for the NBN. Is it an area that that your department has considered at all, or is that something purely left to?
I think the experts in this area is the Treasury, and they'd certainly be looking at competition policy and competitive neutrality and those types of things. And we would work with them.
Okay. What type of feedback has PM&C had from within the industry since the NBN was announced? Have there been meetings held with PM&C or briefs required for meetings held with the Prime Minister with other industry figures?
I'm not aware of any meetings with industry figures through the Prime Minister's office. I'd have to take that on notice. And
we haven't provided any briefs for meetings between the Prime Minister and industry, or the Prime Minister's office and industry.
Okay. Was PM&C involved at all in the identification of Tasmania as the trial ground for the NBN?
That was part of the proposal that was considered by government before their announcement. So, in our role of working with the other agencies, we were involved in that respect.
Was that part of the recommendation from the NBN expert panel, or whatever the previous body was called, that was advising on the first stage NBN, or was that a request that came from Tasmanian government, possibly at First Minister's level or otherwise?
It was, as I said, it was part of the proposal that governments were considering.
Wondering what the genesis of it being part of the proposal was. Is that?
I can't answer that.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Sorry.
Presumably on the same topic.
Yes, Senator Birmingham asked you about your role in the competition aspect, and you were telling me earlier that your role is a coordination whole of government role. Treasury is very keen to promote competition. I would have thought that the Broadband Department might not have been quite as keen, which I guess brings in your role as the mediator, coordinator of government responses, and that's why I was surprised at your answer to Senator Birmingham that it wasn't really something you'd be looking at.
I think that issues around competition are really embedded in a lot of legislation and policy already. So our role would be to ensure that we're according with both government policy and the legislative requirements through either the Trade Practices Act, the ACCC and the like. So, that those principles around competition policy are well embedded in our policy framework.
But you haven't done any special brief, I'm not asking what's in it, but any special brief to the Prime Minister on competition policy where I would assume, my assumption is that the Communications Department and Treasury might have slightly different goals.
We provide a range of advice to the Prime Minister, and I'm not in a position, and nor is the Department in a position to provide the nature of that advice. There may well have been some advice going up around some of the competition policy aspects as part of the Cabinet process, but I'm not in a position to provide you with details about that.
Well, thanks for coming along. I'm not quite sure why we called you, but
it was in your idea.
It must have been my idea, but I'm struggling to think why.
Lovely to have you here.
It was in
you
the
couldn't
hope
help
that,
yourselves.
It was in the hope that a little more light might be able to be shone. What, if anything, is your role in respect of the implementation study?
As I mentioned earlier, the shareholder agencies are taking the lead, and the Broadband Department has actually contracted that piece of work, but we're involved in a group across government, which the Broadband Department is chairing, oversighting that study.
So you are a part of, rather than being in charge of any liaison or communication?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you.
The committee now calls the Auditor General. Equally composite ladies and gentlemen, this is the first time today. Welcome. You know the rules and regs around providing evidence to committees of this sort. Can you, for the record, state your name and rank and serial number, and then we'll get on with the business.
Okay.
Thank you.
Alana Foster, Executive Director with the ANAO. I'm responsible for financial statement audits in the ANAO. I've got delegation from the Auditor General to sign off on financial statements.
Ian McPhee, Auditor General.
Barbara Cass, Executive Director, Performance Audit Services Group.
Grant Kane, Senior Director, Performance Audit Services Group.
Thank you. Would you care to make a quick opening statement?
Thank you, Chair. Very quick. The ANAO is the auditor of NBN Company and recently completed our first audit of NBN Company's financial statements for the reporting period 9 April 2009 to 30 June 2009, issuing an unqualified audit opinion. The ANAO is also the auditor for NBN Tasmania Limited, a fully owned subsidiary of NBN Company established in August 2009. NBN Tasmania Limited will prepare its first set of financial statements at the conclusion of 2009-10. Also, for the information of the committee, the ANAO is currently conducting a performance audit into the management of the National Broadband Network request for proposal process by the Department of Broadband Communications and the Digital Economy. The audit began in late June 2009 and is expected to be tabled in Parliament in early 2010. The ANAO also undertook a preliminary review of the NBN RFP process in May 2008, early in the process. Chair, my colleagues and I are more than happy to handle any issues the committee would like to raise with us.
Thank you. I'll kick off, and I expect my colleagues will have further questions. Earlier on today in his evidence, Mr Quigley said that the NBN Co was as a GBE subject to government rules. So I presume that means that it would be subject to, for example, Commonwealth procurement guidelines?
I think you'll find, Chair, that the government procurement guidelines apply to what we call FMA agencies under the Financial Management and Accountability Act, and as a GBE, I wouldn't expect them to be subject to the specific procurement rules, but I don't know enough about the specific setup arrangements for NBN, but it's certainly worth pursuing further if that's important to the committee.
Okay. Are you able to agree or disagree with Mr Quigley's statement that, well, I don't want to misquote him, but in the general, that the NBN Co will be subject to government rules? And
it depends. I'm sure there are government rules that relate to GBEs, and clearly government can establish specific rules for specific GBEs, and I have to say I'm not across the specific details for NBN Company, but as a general statement, the rules that apply to departments and agencies are different from the rules that apply to government business enterprises. And generally speaking, GBEs have more latitude, as you would expect, than departments and agencies.
Okay. Are you able, is it within your field of expertise to provide any further detail as to the requirements that would be upon the NBN in this respect?
I think the best place for that would be to seek the information from either NBN or the Department of Finance.
Okay. Thank you. I will come back with further questions. Pending that, Senator Birmingham.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr McPhee and colleagues for joining us today. Can I turn firstly back to NBN Part 1, which you have indicated that you are completing an audit for, and I acknowledge that that is still a work in progress. When would you expect that to be completed?
The first quarter in the next calendar year is our current timetable.
Okay. Thank you, Mr McPhee. The government attempted that process as a one-stage process. You noted that in your reply to Mr Bilson on the 22nd of May 2008 that the department had advised that the NBN process involves a one-stage selection process to meet a commitment made by the current government during the 2007 election campaign to roll out a national broadband network commencing in 2008. Ignoring the fact that that's all, every aspect of that statement is now significantly past history. Do you have any reflections or views on the wisdom of such one-stage selection processes for such major projects, and I guess particularly in terms of how a government comes at the policy and implementation of something compared with the funding and final selection of a builder or tenderer or components of it.
That is certainly an issue that we are considering in the context of the current audit, Senator, the process. And I think it would be inappropriate for me to go into any detail at this stage, but it's certainly a consideration.
Okay. How important would the ANAO consider the implementation study that is currently being conducted on behalf of the Department of Communications into the new NBN model to ensure the appropriate efficacy and planning for that program?
The implementation, the department at the moment is going through the process of determining what the implementation plan will look like and how they intend to implement it. Our understanding at this stage is that it's not likely to be ready until early next year, possibly around about February.
Okay.
We have certainly not examined it in any way.
No. I ask about the import of that study because would the ANAO be concerned if significant funds were to be expended on acquisitions or building programs or employment or otherwise prior to the completion of that implementation study?
I think, Senator, we would say clearly there's risks around that. Clearly, government is entitled to make certain decisions, and I guess departments have got the job to do the best they can in implementing those government decisions. The tighter the timelines, generally speaking, the greater the risks, and so we would expect, and it's generally followed fairly closely, that departments would have a risk management plan to deal with circumstances such as that. If the timeline is such that processes have to be undertaken in parallel, because I think the point behind your question is that in a desirable approach, you would do some of these matters sequentially rather than in parallel.
I think that is certainly the point in terms of looking at what is desirable, and if we look, and you're still considering it as you indicated, but in the first round of NBN, the government proceeded to proposals and tenders and the whole kit and caboodle in one foul swoop, and in this round we have the strange situation of outcome funding having been announced and now an implementation study proceeding, but Mr Quigley leaving the door open today to say that acquisitions may be made prior to the completion of that implementation study, which would seem to be an unusual order in which to do things. In terms of, if I can jump, I guess, back to the letter of 22 May you sent to Mr Bilson in your initial assessment of the first process, you indicated that amendments to the RFP would be required for non-compliant bids to be accepted at that time. Did you believe that to be a risky activity in terms of amending the RFP? Did you consider what risks might be inherent in doing so, or do you think it would have been a straightforward process had the government chosen to amend that RFP?
I think had the government sought to amend the RFP, it would have had to follow an approach which was open and transparent, and so all of the proponents were aware of the change, but in the event, Senator, as you know, the RFP wasn't changed, and but we were just making the point.
Okay. If I guess not all changes to the RFP would be of consequence, would they? Some would be of far greater consequence than others.
I would agree with that, but equally I would say that, generally speaking, you wouldn't make any changes lightly.
Okay, wouldn't make any changes lightly, but for example, requirements like including a small business plan in your RFP would be of less consequence than fundamentally changing the what had to be built, for example.
Well, it's it's clearly up to the department and or the government to determine what are the mandatory requirements to be met by proponents, and it's very long established practice, and with some legal standing as well. So I think it's clearly inappropriate for me to pass a judgment on the relative importance of predetermined mandatory requirements.
I'm not looking particularly at the relative importance of them, but I guess of the risk to the Commonwealth were partway through an RFP process they to be changed in some way. That some changes would necessarily go to the heart of bids that bidders might be making. Other changes would be fairly superficial in their nature to the bid, and therefore surely the risk to the Commonwealth of making changes in those areas would be much smaller than it would in those significant areas.
Well, I've not, Senator, I've not spent much time thinking about it, and I think it's inappropriate for me to pass a judgment on the relative merits of the particular criteria.
No problems. Thank you, Mr McPhee. We might come back, but we'll see how we go for time, Chair.
Senator Lundy.
I have no questions.
Senator McDonald.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. Your performance audit, is that, did anyone ask you to do that, or is that of your own initiation?
Well, Senator, we received a letter from Senator Minchin,
right,
and as well, of course, there was an amount of press coverage at the time, yes, about the process. So the combination of the two factors led me to decide to undertake the performance audit.
Okay. Will that performance audit include the economic and or commercial viability of the network? Is that something you look at?
I don't think so. I'll ask Mrs Cass just to deal with that. Thank you, Senator.
Basically what the audit will cover is we're looking at the background and the conduct of the RFP process. We're also looking at the management of key risks that were associated with the process, and we're looking at the consultations with the stakeholders. That's what the scope of the audit will cover.
The key risks against what? What sort of risks?
In terms of the risks to the associated with the process, and from that perspective, we'll be looking at how the department identified what it saw the key risks surrounding the process, and how they either mitigated or managed those risks.
Okay. Is a risk of a loss to we taxpayers of $43 billion in a bad commercial investment, is that the sort of risk you'd expect the department to be looking at, and therefore for you to be auditing?
I think it would be, Senator, but I have to say for this audit, the quantum of the dollars that were on the table were $4.7 billion. The $43 billion is for the new NBN code, and that is not part of the scope of this audit.
Okay. All right. Well, that's helpful. I mean, I've said to a few of the witnesses today, it just belies common sense and basic logic to think that a new entity which has to raise $43 billion competing with an existing entity which, told us for $5 billion it could do the same job, and bearing in mind that most of the customers will be in Brisbane, Sydney, Melbourne or Canberra, and that Telstra and Optus already have fairly good infrastructure there. It just lacks logic to think that one could compete with the other and turn in a profit and give a return or even pay equity to governments. Now, that's my comment, but I'm simply saying, does any of that scenario, is any of that something that you would be looking at, or is that perhaps for a future NBN co audit in the fullness of time?
Two things, Senator. Firstly, clearly our mandate doesn't provide for us to comment clearly on government policy, and we don't. And secondly, because NBN Co is a government business enterprise, the Auditor General Act at the moment does not provide full discretion for me to decide to do a performance audit of the company. And so our mandate is at the moment to do with the financial statement audits, but we may be requested to do performance audits of any GBE, and I may request the Public Accounts Committee to ask me to do a performance audit of a GBE, but I don't have the full discretion currently in the Act to do so.
Apart from the Public Accounts Committee, who else can request you to do an audit of a GBE?
Ministers, ministers, and I should know this, but bear with me for one moment.
Presumably Parliament.
If the Senate was so resolved, would that be?
Let me read you the provision, okay, and then we can. It says the Auditor General may conduct a performance audit of a wholly owned Commonwealth company that is a GBE or any of its subsidiaries if the responsible minister, the finance minister, or the Joint Committee of Public Accounts and Audit requests the audit. The finance minister is to consult with the responsible minister before making a request. And so that's the specific provision. The next subclause says nothing prevents the Auditor General from asking a responsible minister, the finance minister, or the Joint Committee of Public Accounts and Audit to make a particular request under subsection 2, which is the subsection I just read out.
Nor indeed, presumably, given the fact you're doing the audit on the RFP, can anything prevent the Senate, for example, from so asking you?
I would think if that was the case, I'd probably have to go through the process of asking one of these people to ask me back. I should say, for completeness, Chair,
I've just done a circle.
The JCPAA is currently doing a review, an inquiry into the Auditor General Act, and one of the things I've raised in our submission is whether it's time to remove these constraints on the Auditor General undertaking performance audits of GBEs in his or her own right. And so that's a matter with the Public Accounts Committee. But I think the provision went in some years ago, and I think the world has moved on, and our stable of GBEs is quite different from the stable of GBEs that we had in the 90s.
But legislation or rules like that can't, in of themselves, restrict what the Parliament might decide to do in any event.
Absolutely.
But I'm not sure that that's right. I mean, if the Senate asked the Auditor General to conduct an inquiry, the Auditor General has no power under that provision to do it unless we...
Well, that's about how he gets the request in the first place.
I would need to then ask one of the earlier mentioned parties.
Yes, well, I mean, it's all getting a bit hypothetical and perhaps a fair way down the track, but I wouldn't imagine either minister would be too keen to have you delving into NBN Co, but that's just a personal comment.
So from that, does that mean that following the request for the round one audit that you're doing now from the Senate, you went to the minister? Did you, Mr. McPhee?
No, Chair, the difference here is the audit we're currently doing is of the department because it ran the process.
Okay.
This is the former process for the $4.7 billion proposal.
Okay. Yet, even even with that audit, you are auditing the risks associated with the process and the outcome itself. Given the significant concern with the $43 billion NBN spend in terms of competitive neutrality, do you see that as potentially a major risk in terms of the outcome? And would that be a major risk upon which the Auditor-General, were there to be an audit, would voice an opinion, given the arguments that the NBN Co, given the stake in it by the government, could effectively be getting a leg up in competitive neutrality terms?
We just two things, Chair. Firstly, clearly we take government policy decisions as given in our work, but we're entitled to look at the advice given to government, for instance, on any matter. And clearly we're entitled to look at decisions of government, but we just can't comment on the merits of government policy. Secondly, we haven't got any particular audits programmed in this area, but we do have quite an open planning process by which we consult through the JCPA with the committees of the Parliament and say this is our planned program for the year ahead, and seek any comments on our program. So we're very open to suggestions from any committee of the Parliament in terms of our future work.
Sorry, I was momentarily distracted. Do forgive me. Can you restate the last sentence?
I was explaining our audit planning process, where we take into account a whole range of sources of information, including and importantly recommendations of the committees of the Parliament. We foreshadow what we believe to be an appropriate program going forward and say, here's our forward program, but we value comments, and it's open to committees to pass back comments, and we weigh them up, and eventually I make a decision as to whether to include a topic suggested by a committee, and we always write back to the committee to explain our position, Chair.
So beyond that which you've described already here today, are there any other aspects or roles in which the Auditor-General would normally get involved in a project of national significance of the ilk of the $43 billion NBN spend?
Well, we look at some fairly major... We have looked at major projects over time, as you'd be aware, particularly in the defence arena. And as I say, this one is a little unusual in a sense that there's clearly a range of government policy decisions being taken in respect of the NBN, and there's the matter of the access to the company itself under the performance audit mandate. So it's a little unusual in that respect.
How so? Can you explain more what you mean?
Sorry. Well, I'm just saying it's a substantial program. The government has taken a range of specific policy decisions bearing on it, and there would be some current restraints in terms of doing performance audits of a GBE.
Because those policy decisions have already been taken.
Correct.
So, were it not too late, implicit in what you're saying, were it not too late, there should have been some second guessing prior to it becoming too late, correct?
Well,
that's implied in what you're saying.
Governments are entitled to make decisions about timing, about the extent of investment, and clearly departments provide advice on these matters.
So you're saying, well, you can't really answer the question as to what happens normally, because this one's not normal because the government has already made policy decisions.
Well, I need to be careful.
You used the word unusual.
Yeah, we haven't looked at any aspects of this current proposal. So that's.
And is that in itself unusual?
No, that is not. That is not unusual. I'm just saying I don't have a full understanding of all of the circumstances, which is why I need to be careful in what I say. But I'm saying, in the normal course, for instance, in terms of defence projects, for instance, we look at the supporting information provided to government. We look at the contract arrangements. We look at many aspects of those major projects, and that would be the normal or usual approach we would take.
Is that because of the magnitude of those projects that there's some sort of automatic trigger for projects of such magnitude?
Well, we do tend to do a selection of major projects. We look at issues like risk, any number of sources of information to determine the audit program. There's always many more topics than we have resources to be able to undertake the audit, so we endeavour to do the audits where we can add value and make a contribution to better public administration in the longer term.
Okay. So is there any, we went through sort of the work program or the selection of the work program in response to Senator McDonald, but in terms of your internal policies or otherwise, is there any automatic trigger for projects of a particular magnitude or size?
We do take into account risk, materiality, likelihood of recurrence, and because we want to add value to public administration going forward, as well as reporting on particular projects. So we do like to, it's not necessary always, but we do like to be constructive in terms of things that might have been done better, which may aid the undertaking of similar projects in the future.
And does a $43 billion price tag attach significant enough materiality?
I think it hits the materiality threshold, Senator.
Yeah, okay. And I won't ask you to comment on the risk necessarily, but thank you for that. You are also auditing the infrastructure priority list, I understand, or
we are doing some work in infrastructure. Yes, correct.
Will that include, I guess, the reverse consideration of why some infrastructure projects are not considered under the Infrastructure Australia guidelines?
Senator, if I may, I'd like to take that question on notice, only because I'm aware we're doing work in that area. I'm just not, and I don't have with me the actual audit objectives for the audit that we're actually doing. But I do know we're doing some work in Infrastructure Australia. I just didn't come prepared for the question.
No, certainly, yeah, that's fine. And if you could examine or come back to us and let us know if that audit will include why this significant infrastructure project was not subject to the same priority listing as others and the same assessments.
Thank you, Senator Birmingham. You said, I think, Mr McPhee, earlier on, you referred to the prospect of the Department for Broadband and Communications, etc., doing a risk management plan. Would anyone, e.g. you, audit the risk management plan?
We'd look at, we'd absolutely look at the risk management plan that departments put in place because, as we often say, risk management's gone from being discretionary to being mandatory in these, particularly in major projects, but also at the entity level as well. So absolutely we would look at the comprehensiveness of the plan and the extent to which it was monitored as the process evolved.
Okay, and what would be the trigger? You say absolutely you would. What would be the trigger for making it absolutely that you would? What would get that report in front of you?
Well, we, despite the varied subject matters that we look at, we have a fairly standard approach to auditing, and that is to look at the governance arrangements, to look at the risk management, to look at the scorekeeping and how variations to expected performance are managed. So we have a fairly traditional management view of agencies, whether it's that we're looking at major projects or their management of a program, and so risk management generally features in our work for that reason.
So the very existence of that plan by a government department means you'd get your dibs on it?
Well, we could get our dibs on it because we have the access powers under the Act and because it's a central part of management today. And so we would look at that.
Okay, so when would you look at that in respect of the NBN?
Well, if we were doing work in the NBN area, we would look at that and see how it's managed, how risk is managed by the entity. But we don't sort of do a universal search for risk management plans. We do it on a audit topic basis.
So when, in respect of the NBN, would you envisage that might happen?
We haven't programmed an audit of the.
So how do we get it programmed if we were to want it to be so?
Well, I think clearly in the past committees have requested the Auditor General consider that, or provided us feedback as part of our annual audit planning processes.
Okay, so clearly from what you said, which was going to be my final question, it is open to committees like this to recommend topics for work for you, basically, that you might factor into your forward audit program.
Yeah, absolutely correct.
Right, we will consider that as an invitation, I think. And on that note, thank you very much, Auditor General Ashal.
Thank you. No, our pleasure. Thank you.
And that brings today's proceedings to a close. Thank you. Thank you, Hansard. Thank you, Secretary Z. And thank you, colleagues.